Sorry, someone's asking about Tysca in the chat, so I'm just explaining like why Tysca thinks that I hate him. I'll read it out to you guys, so you're not so left out. So the chatter said, "Why do you dislike Tysca?" And I said, "I don't not like him. I just think he provides. I just don't think he provides anything to conversation, but is constantly talking over people. So I don't like the way he acts. On top of that, he's fully doxed himself in the Discord. He showed a bunch of stuff inside his closet, which showed his full name and address. He's also told us the state where he lives, etc., etc., etc. So we know like where he lives, where he works, everything about him. His profile on his Discord when he first joined almost looked like a dating profile, but with like more information than you would even want to share on those apps. Someone sent me his police report 2 days ago, so because we knew his full name and his town, someone just like looked it up and immediately got like a police report. Someone sent me his police report 2 days ago. Not that they're trying to dox or harass or be mean to him, but they just thought it would be funny to look up his name. His police report was really chill. He just seems like an ordinary guy, aside from the massive amount of autism and stuff. The guy said, "The reason I'm asking this is because I'm trying to understand why he thinks you don't like him." And I replied, "He definitely thinks I hate him, but I've had a lot of talks with him. I've had a lot of talks with him about... let me just read this the way I wrote it. But I've had a lot of talks to him that just because I argue with him doesn't mean I hate him. And me and Dung Devil, despite roasting him a lot, have also had long conversations with him that were essentially the kind of social awareness training that you would gently but very clearly coach any child suffering from autism through. There's a thing called learned empathy. It's different from normal empathy, which everyone has, and it's more like a social awareness that culture usually teaches you when you're coming out of the toddler phase of your life. You know, toddlers are like absolute demons, and then they come out of it because they learn social awareness by the way people act around them and the feedback loop of living in a culture and being surrounded by other people and the way they behave. The chatter replies, "So he's a big baby," with a XQC emote, and I said, yeah, I think he has a few different things. I think he said a few different things about why I hate him, but he's essentially really lacking the ability to read situations, and is also full of cope about it. The best explanation is probably the first time I roasted him, I very clearly and repeatedly just treated him like a normal chatter, and would really clearly say to him, "Hey, I'm just going through nicotine withdrawal, and so I'm just venting to distract myself, so this is totally not serious, and I'm just making things up to take shots at you. And you should do the same back to me." And people will pile into the VC to watch. And, you know, if you don't like it, just so, as well as after today, I'll forget all of this. But he didn't really be able to understand the concept of just pretending. So he wouldn't really have a response to the statement that I was making. So he wouldn't really have a response to that statement, and he would just start like roasting me back. But I assume he's a functioning person, so I continue ahead. But then he would just reply that I'm a mindless dog, and it kind of becomes apparent that he didn't understand that this was just a bit. Then eventually, he will say that actually I'm not a mindless dog, that I'm actually like a regular person, but he's like an intellectual genius who is a master shit stirrer. But the way he says it is that he's able to like do this to anyone, right? Because he's like a controversial figure and like, yeah, but I'm actually like 5 steps ahead. But the way he goes about saying this is that he constantly does this to everyone, which I think is not true, as he very, very often is just earnestly trying to insert himself into every conversation so people notice him, as well as the fact that like there's no master plan about how he does annoy me. It was just at first I was roasting him, and I was just like, I noticed this guy chats a lot, so I start roasting him about like entering every chat. I just make up like a silly thing where I'm like, you've got like a guy at a buffet helping yourself to everyone else's plate, and you know there's a table of free food. You can enter any conversation, but you enter all of them, and you go sit at everyone else's table, and they're all sitting around talking and enjoying their food, which is the conversation and the meal. And then he goes and sits down and helps himself from their plate and starts eating. Funnily enough, and I didn't know that this was true about him. I just randomly picked it as my first like made up insult, which I told him I was going to do. And it turned out to be very true. And then it turns out he never stops doing that. So I go from being annoyed about the nicotine stuff to really learning something about this guy that is a massive failing, and probably because he's disabled. But he sincerely thinks that he's like a very normal dude, and like doesn't really understand the concept of it. So me and Dung Devil like talking to him for hours and hours, and me and other people like 4 times I think now we've had hours long conversations, and the conversations end up looping to the point where like sometimes he doesn't remember that he's had the conversation. Like certain people like Lee will like have the conversation with him as well, and then later on he would have forgotten who Lee was. And I've come in on Lee having a similar conversation to him multiple times, and the second time I came in to hear that him and Lee talking about this again, he was like saying, oh well, like it's nice to meet you, Lee. And I was like, you were talking to this guy about the same thing yesterday, and Lee's just being polite about it because there's a bunch of new people in the VC also listening. So Lee just doesn't bring up the fact that like, bro, you literally talked to me yesterday about all of this. Lee's just like, oh yeah, you too, dude. Because he doesn't want to look like a meanie. But I feel like that is also sort of devaluing the situation. Like for the other people in the room, they are going to not realize how fucked up Tysca is being in that moment, how far gone he is. Like what if this guy really does have like schizophrenia? There's a thing with schizophrenics where it can be kind of hard to identify them sometimes, and one of the key factors for someone, this doesn't apply but you'll see why I'm saying it, is that like say your mum or dad has a mental breakdown and goes full schizophrenic, and they go to the hospital and they're like, you know, everyone's out to get me, and like I got a fucking ticket yesterday, and I'm sure this cop is harassing me, and like this is totally fucked, everything is crazy, and like I just want to like beat the world up because of it. And someone at the hospital might think like, well, this is just like an angry guy. But then if their kids are there and their kids are like, hey, I have never seen them act this way before, usually they're like very capable of like sorting out these situations and compartmentalizing it and handling the emotions. I think something is really, really wrong with this person. And this can be the same in the Discord, where you can have like a really good conversation with someone, and then the next day, this has happened to me before, where I've been like sitting in chats and I've been hanging out with someone who's just like a lunatic. And I don't know if it's like a Odashara type character. They seem like an Odashara type character who's just like deranged and retarded and won't stop talking and is like attacking people and is just like, you're gaslighting me and you're wrong, and like now you're pulling this shit, and also like I'm a nurse and I'm a doctor and like I know what's going on and I help people all the time. And then so I'm just like, this is just Odashara, right? But say someone came into me and they were like, oh my god, like I had amazing conversations with this guy at other times. What's going on? I can't believe it, bro. Like I really liked you for the past like week, and now you're just so different. At that point I might be like, oh shit, I just thought Odashara was like this, but it turns out he's not always like this. Turns out he seems to be having an episode, and he doesn't really seem to be aware of it. There's like a lot of things like, you know, say he was just something, oh no, he was just say that someone came in and said that, and he's like, oh no, I'm just kidding, bro, like sorry, I just thought this was like a funny bit, and like the timing of it was perfect. But say they're just throwing that down on you, it's like, oh crap, dude, I lost a viewer while I was giving this wee talk. But yeah, this is like a tricky part about like Discord and funny things. I can't remember who it was But I think it was Pumpernickel who came in and said, like, about the guy we were talking to, was like, it might have been Extreme Dad, where they were like, whoa, like, I don't think it was Extreme Dad, because I think it was someone else who never came back, but they were saying, like, I've had, like, really good talks with this guy, and I really liked him, and they were kind of hurt and shocked. It wasn't Pumpernickel. Pumpernickel was there, and Pumpernickel kind of taught me this concept of being like, hey, Crisp, one of the things you'll notice in this conversation is how some of the people here are, like, shocked. They're so shocked that they are kind of shook, because it isn't very often in their life that they see people change this much, and it's not very often in their life that they form a bond with someone just for it to be completely wrong. And the reason that isn't very often, or it has never happened to them before, is because people aren't always having, like, schizophrenic mental breakdowns. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying... Well, I'm not sure if Tysca is schizophrenic. Some of it gives me weird vibes. It doesn't look like he's having breakdowns, though. But I think it is also a disservice to pretend like he's acting normal, when people might just be like, oh, he's a little bit quirky, he's a little bit weird. But then if someone is like, hey, I have talked to this guy a lot over the past week, and now he doesn't know. And I've had amnesia, right? So if someone pulled that shit on me, I would be pretty upset. I would be like, hey, like, my brain is healing, and it's going to take time to do that, and it's fucking with my self-esteem and awareness and recovery and the way people interact with me. If you don't just, like, cut it to me straight what's going on. It's a bit different. Say your grandma has, like, dementia, and you're just like, yeah, like, Johnny's down buying milk from the from the shop for 5 cents, you know, and you pretend it's like the 1970s just to help grandma, like, feel comfortable in the day and not freak out. I get that, but, like, you know, other situations, like, probably like with Tysca, you sort of need to be like, hey, this guy is, like, halfway in, halfway out of every conversation, and I kind of worry that, like, pumping him up to be like, oh, these are great conversations, and, like, you're such an interesting guy, really takes away from his ability to feel like he needs to, say, like, organize his book club, which is probably good for him, or, like, make sure that he's paying attention to people, because he just thinks, like, it's fine, I'm totally normal, I'm not autistic, which is things that he has said. He's specifically denied any claims of, he thinks he's a neurotypical person, which is, like, pretty concerning. It's gonna cause someone, like, a lot of trouble to not even validate their own position and story, right? It sucks not being normal, but it's better than it's better to, like, accept that and move on forward knowing it, rather than living your life not understanding why you're running into these problems and how you are being, like, pushed out of things, and why things aren't working for you, when you just seem to be like, I'm just doing what everyone else does. But you're not. You don't operate that way. And doing what everyone else does won't work for you, you know? What a huge distraction from coding. I feel bad that I just skipped over that. Anyway, I think today might almost be done. I think this is, like, a really easy day of coding.
Another list, and I'm going to add C and D. So now we have what's called a 2D list.
Oh, yo. Hello. Hello, Justical Raiders. 623 of you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Holy shit, that is a lot of love from the guys in chat. Welcome. We just reached 100 messages, chat. Let's go. I love it. You're hitting new records on this channel. That's the kind of stuff that I need. If I can get up to like 200 unique chatters, that'd be amazing. Dude, I'm just at the end of my coding course. Do you guys want to hold on 1 second while I do this? I was wondering, you know, like what would happen if I got raided right in the middle of super boring coding. It's not boring though, it's cool. This is like the thing that will change my life, you know? Why do I do it? Because I'm a 30-year-old man who wants to cement himself on a successful path in life so I can fulfill my need to be a man in control of his own destiny. I'm chasing my meaning to live. Hope you're good. Yeah, I am Switchback. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Come in for the likes and the follows. I'm kind of confused. Why did I not get any like audio? Did you guys hear audio when you raided in? I don't know. We got that. Can you guys test something out for me? Type !woof in chat. Just no capitals, just !woof. And let's see if that gives a pop-up. You need more points to execute this command. What the hell? Let's see if we can fix that. That's bullshit. Anyone who's been watching the channel before, in fact...
Cool stuff if God didn't agree with me.
There we go. If you watch the Chris Playlist channel, you can come in. If you watch for like 5 minutes, you should be able to just spam that as much as you want. How fucked up is that? I wanted to set Meow up to be like the meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Far out, Brussels sprout. Look, how about as well as you guys being here?
Stuff if God didn't agree with me. Woof.
I'm immediately starting to regret that. What the fuck is wrong with you? In fact, it's meant to call you a weirdo when you type that on the screen as well. Raffles, song requests. It's in the shop. What I want to do is I want to open like a shop. So when you guys watch, you'll accumulate sweat. Because if you've ever watched my channel, you know I don't have air conditioning. And it's not unusual for me to have to get up and towel off during a stream. So I figure, you know, and I'm a sweaty ass gamer, so I figured you guys could collect sweat and then spend that in the store, and then that will buy you certain items of clothing, which you can then put on little emote dudes. This is obviously like a better thing for like a more dedicated community once you realize, you know, once you're all cemented in on the commands for the store and all of that, and I can open and close it, put up what you can buy, let you guys spend your sweat to buy it, and then you can trade them amongst each other, so you can wear the 2025 you know, Chris Lettuce got rated by Justical hoodie for your on-screen character, who can then like run around on the bottom. That would be really, really cool. Boom, boom, boom. Where is it? It's in the loyalty, and then we go store, image, audio, price, 0. Okay, we make it 1 token. There we go. Thank you, Sophia, for buying the woofs, woos. But we'll have to figure out how to... I made it one. It's worth 1 sweat now. Anyway, let me scroll up through. Thank you, Simsies, all. Marmalade, Shut
I
It
wouldn't have so much
Down,
cool stuff if God didn't agree.
Sinatra, Bostic,
Woof.
Sweetback, Krieger, Job, I say Notic, Arcane, Germanium GE, Chase That Dragon, brother. Oh, Reuben Reuben in here gooning. It's incredibly hot, dude. I'm literally sitting on a towel. I don't want to have to get up and like shower like 3 times during the stream. You know, so yeah, that's what it is. We have to be. Is this Mr. Pizza Boxes? Yeah, it is. We'll see if you can see the pizza box. Hold on. Oh, it fell over. There's the pizza box sitting up there. Dun, dun, dun. I need to add a little thing. No AC is crazy. AC is like an American right. So I get that you would be offended. But we here in the second world walk around in bare feet and just have no shoes on and no no shirts. This is a choice. While you're all here, there is something that I was working on yesterday. It's called Taxi Dracula. And I need like a backing track for it. Do any of you guys have like a favorite backing track? Because right now, like for a rap, right now I'm enjoying this one called Outlaw. So that's pretty cool, right? And this is what it's going behind. Where is it? There it is. This is pretty... this isn't great either. I might need to redo this. But it makes me laugh every time. Oh, thank you, ZZ, for the follow. Thank you, ZZ, Zul, Notic, for the follow, and Justical for the massive raid. Let's go. I do have some planned content. I do need to finish my coding. But we're distracted by now. Anyway, listen to this. How does this sound to you guys? And I'm spending my stream donations, hopefully, on an art pad, so I'll make a music video for this. Thank you, Sinatra619. Huge Rey Mysterio fan. Someone gift me a sub. I want to rip the crisp colors. Yeah, someone gift that guy a sub. I don't know how you got one, dude. Someone gifted me 50...
Cool stuff if God didn't agree with me. Woof.
Tape deck. You know I put up with a lot from you, because I love you. And I really did this to myself. But let's turn that shop off.
Cool stuff if God didn't agree with me.
Let's turn the shop off for a second. How do I turn it off?
I wouldn't have as much cool stuff if God
Oh
didn't
fuck, I just deleted it.
Woof.
I don't think anyone's trying meow, right? Try meow. What do we get for meow? We get a message and an image. So that other one is also meant to include like a little video of Erudite, you know, doing the thing. And I'm going to cut it down to just be the woof. So, you know, when there's like a Erudite on screen or anything that you guys feel deserves the woof react, you'll be able to hit the woofs. We can get some oowoos, we can get some oogoos, we can get some shut the fuck up Tyscas. You know, we can get all of those to come in so people can spam it. And then in the meantime, this is like the best I've got until I figure out exactly what Justical uses to get all of his TTS like voices and whatnot. I can do TTS, but all I can do is like a Canadian, Australian, or a American accent that's like garbage. And I don't want that. What the fuck is wrong with your cam? What the fuck is wrong with your cam? This is the cam we've got, and we love it. All right, it's doing great work. You think it's just Mexico that's yellow, dude? You don't know what the atmosphere is like here, bitch ass. Anyway, did meow not work? Meow activated. Should be providing an image. It's the song request bot. Follower goals. Channel points, emote combos. Let me just stick in a browser source. I can't see the other one. Okay, there's meow popping up. But I don't think Woof has one. We'll just wait for that to pop off. Wait, it didn't say I redeemed it, did it? Oh, I deleted it. I deleted Woof. My bad, my bad. Alright, anyway. This is like pretty good to rap over, right?
I don't conceal carry. What would I want to conceal? I want people to be afraid of my Glock, switched monkey nut holding lead hose that'll turn them next up into a wife beater wearing a massive hose. Woo! 22 gauge playing ping pong inside his body. Hemorrhoids got me rethinking life. Like, damn, what struck me to eat spicy ramen when the last spicy thing I ate had me thinking of all that had me thinking of that song, that Seal song from Kiss. Oh man, my brain, bro, it's too humid. I'm out of oxygen from that first one, and now my brain is fucking dying. My front lobe is dropping right off. But, yeah. Calm down, Jake. Calm down. Give me a minute. Let's redo this. She wanted a Hitachi wand, so I brought her a vibrating toothbrush and forced her to watch Oppenheimer in IMAX. That shit had her looking like a fighter pilot with Parkinson's. What Destiny did was fucked up, so let's spend the next 2 months blaming everyone but Destiny. I'm sure he feels real bad about what he did while asking for people's docs information. I don't even know how to read this one. What does this one even mean, dude? I got adrenochrome gut. That shit and some Sprite got me thinking of some devious shit. Like, how come his name is JPEG Mafia when he don't even have a mafia? But oh yes, this one. I'm twiddling my fingers right now, dude. I'm sitting here just having a good time. All my Discord kittens begging for attention. They forgot that daddy is often busy toppling whole communities and jerking it to Pokimane AI chatbots. Sometimes I feel like Rain Man, but instead of counting...
Hold up, let's try this other backing track. Sometimes this makes me feel like the main character. Dude, I do feel like the main character when I read these out. Just another outlaw. Dun, 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 dun. Dude, I like, there's one called music that makes me feel like a 19th century vampire warlord or something like that. Okay, this is good, but it's not got a hip hop backtrack. This could get me coding though. I wish I had like an emote that was chatting. I need some more flavor, some emotes. I need some lol W's. Some chatters. How about this?
It to Pokimane AI chatbots. Sometimes I feel like Rain Man, but instead of counting toothpicks, I'm counting the amount of pregnancy tests various women dropped at my feet. But I'm not ready to be a father, so I sent them down to Texas for the foreseeable future. For a foreseeable future, or for the foreseeable. I thought it was a foreseeable future. Because that's way funnier, because if they're not going to Texas, they're getting fucking aborted.
Oh yeah.
I did it boys, I went there.
I'll throw those to you,
I
Jib.
drank tea with the angel of death at summer camp they had in Poland. Those people sure did love working on an empty stomach. A little bit of Carantos in that one. You like that? I bet you like that. If I was JFK, I would have survived that shit. Riding around Dallas in a Hellcat with the top off is just another Sunday for me. She said I was pulling rope, so I wrapped my member around her neck and asked her who was the last white woman she whistled to. She said she was innocent. All I could think about was the Punisher and Marvel Rivals. Judge, jury, and executioner.
I think that's it. But also, I think there's a fresh one. Let me find it. It's a little bit cheesy, but I like it, you know? It makes me laugh. William Wallace was a pussy, screaming about freedom. The only freedom a man can feel is his nuts dragging across his oppressor's body, creating a snail trail mixed with blood, the whole battlefield smelling like haggis. You know, once I work on the voice for this, it'll come a bit better. I got adrenochrome gut. They shit in some Sprite, and it got me thinking of some devious shit. Like how come his name is JPEG Mafia when he don't have a mafia? But I could pull it back. I got adrenochrome gut. That shit in some Sprite. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I got overkill, overthrills. Coming in. How does that song go again? Definitely not that one. Weird. Well, I don't want to like lose all you guys as viewers, but I do have to finish my coding course. What else have we got loaded up for today, though? Oh no, I've exited out of the viewer browser. There were some tabs. Yeah, there was some like React content that I wanted to watch, which was something along the lines of why technology is bad or something. But it was something to do with like YouTube. I forgot. You know what? The coding is the pathway to the future of my life. So let's finish this. And then I'll move on to actual stream content, which we got a game to finish. We got some stuff to react. The game is very chill. I'm sure you guys are like generally pretty hyped up. But for now, just sit back, enjoy the music, and I'll finish coding. There'll probably be like a little lecture that I have to listen to, which is this.
Alright, so now that you've learned all about dictionaries, we're going to put all of that knowledge to test and to use by building a blind auction program. So here's the program. When you first run it, it's just going to show you the logo art and maybe a line that tells you what program you're in, and then it's going to ask you for your name. So let's say we have 3 bidders, right? So first go, I go to the computer, I type in my name, I type in my bid, and I hit enter. It asks me if there are any other bidders. I look around the room, I see 2 other colleagues, so I type yes, and now it clears the entire screen so that other people can't see what my bid was. So now I leave the computer and my colleague comes over, they type in their name and also their bid. And again, they look around the room and they see there's one other person who wants the bid, so they hit yes. Again, it clears.
What's the course? This is called by a program or a company called Udemy, and it's just called 100 Days of Code. I'm up to day 9, and I've been logging it in my Discord and working on it for like at least 2 hours every day, which is like 1 day of the course. So I've got like 200 hours of coding at least to get through. We've done 20 hours, 10% of the way through. And by the end of it, I should be an employable coder, which is pretty cool.
Clears their bid, and finally the last person makes their bid. At this point, everybody has bid, so she's going to type no. And it's at this moment when our program is going to work out who has made the highest bid.
You know what I could do? I've been meaning to play some of my content, which was us roasting Tysca. It's called the Tysca is a Discord vampire, energy vampire. And I wonder if I can just like set it up so you guys can hear that, but you can't hear anything else. So you can listen to some of my other content while I finish this. What I can do is I can create a audio application and then hook that up to Opera. And then I'll just mute the background which is playing through Chrome. Here you go. So you guys can watch this, and within like not too long, yeah, I'll be here with you watching it. This is why I need a third monitor though. Bum 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 bum. How was the Justical stream today, though, guys? I only watched a little bit of it. But man, he's a funny dude. Really been pretty awesome, like, watching him develop as, like, not only a streamer, but, like, as someone who, like, really enjoys his stream. You know, like, I don't think there's a day that he streams where he's just like, ugh, fuck this, dude. It's just like, I didn't get any sleep last night. Here I am. I haven't charged my headphones and I left my food outside to freeze, but let's fucking go to have another day. I was gonna have a day off today, but I thought, how about we just get on in here and stream for you? This is just cool, like, every fucking day. And he's just like, woo, let's do it. And me, I come in here, I'm like, ugh. Lucky I've got some subs that make this worthwhile. Could do with some more. Alright, let's have a quick check. We play this.
Well, it's see, the thing is, because like asking the
You mute
question
that.
itself wouldn't have been so bad, but it's just that it exposes the sheer absence of substance. The man
How's that for an intro to the video? Where do we go back to, though? How far back? I did put timestamps in here. But it's a pretty long video. Because, like, if we go back far
He's
enough...
saying
Dead.
at some
Why
point
were
I have
you
had a
getting-
conversation
Look at that
over
bullshit.
the
Shut the
phone.
fuck up for a second. Someone else is
Right.
talking.
Extreme Dad is saying that at some point he had a conversation over the phone with
Look at what they're dealing with. So we had Extreme Dad and we had Tysca in the school. So this video is like 2 hours of talking to Extreme Dad about why he didn't actually murder his friend, but why it was okay for him to hang out with like fentanyl dealers or whatever. I don't know. If you guys don't know Extreme Dad, he's this drug addict who sometimes comes in and talks about having gay sex that turns out he gets paid for, aka male prostitution. But he's also notorious in the Welsh community for the Welsh like mistreated him pretty badly by telling people he was a pedo. You gotta wonder why the community felt like it was okay to bully this guy so much. But then you get to know him and you're like, oh, what they did was wrong. But I can kind of see why a lot of them wanted to bully him out of there. And then we ended up having like 3-hour conversation with Tysca. You would think the Extreme Dad crash out would be enough, but the Tysca conversation followed immediately after, and it is hours and hours. I'm being subjected to my own voice again. Yeah. What's the best place to start this Dung Devil? Is it here?
Hey, good job.
Retard!
Yeah, this is the last pizza box.
He just,
Last
he just
one.
keeps going.
Send me $100 fucking. Send it on through. I don't know if that offer's still open. I kind of like my pizza box.
From you. But
More than that one
Australian
pizza box.
I'm,
What language am I coding with? Python.
yeah, no, it's New Zealand.
Where the fuck is separated?
Si-
Mexico? They call that body of water.
Wouldn't it not just be part of the Pacific? Or Oceania? Okay, I need to go through here and add another
Challenge.
chapter when the Tysca stuff gets interesting.
If he buys such a thing, I'd be happy to send that in pay
Let's
shipping
just-
on that.
Let's just go when I come back.
Culture over there.
Yeah, apparently not. If you just
Look how
also
sweaty
have
I
a
am.
stack of
Holy.
Are
pizza
those
there.
Domino's boxes?
yes.
Yes.
He gets some real good deals on the pizza boxes. Well, on the
look
pizzas,
different.
he's
Here,
not just
right?
he's not just ordering piles of empty boxes.
Yeah, is he just-
Real sweet deal on pizza boxes. You just have to, fucking.
Hold on,
wait for
I need to do a quick audio test to make sure you guys can't hear this. No, that's all good. Okay, let's go.
It's first.
Yeah, they look like Domino's boxes, but they don't look like our Domino's boxes here.
Well, he's in
I
New
couldn't tell.
Zealand.
I wasn't sure if you'd been graced with the benefits of modernity yet.
Tysca, I need you to do me a favor. Oh God, fill your bathtub with bleach.
Fill your bathtub with bleach. Enter head first.
Yeah, is there anything else you want to add on to the statement?
And Domino's pizza boxes.
Oh,
okay.
hold on. Actually, Shell asked a question. I don't know
Tysca,
if you're still listening.
Tysca.
You never answered it.
I feel like tonight
I
I shouldn't
answered.
talk anymore.
I answered her question, the first half of her question. You didn't answer the other half of her question, and I'm interested. Why do you hate me?
I'm interested in. Have you ever thought about becoming like a mute?
You don't have opinions. That's a shame.
Well,
You're a
that
cloud
was
of
an
irony
opinion.
in
That
the
literally
world.
you responded to me having an opinion.
But you do hate me. Yes or no? Who's saying that?
Hey,
Chris Lettuce? Oh, neat. Hey, Chris Lettuce.
Oh, he's back. He's
That's the
back.
person who had fucking
Fucking
400
glorious
followers
return.
on Domino's pizza
Holy
boxes.
moly. What the fuck are you talking about? Pizza boxes? Why are you lying? He's got his fucking webcam on. We can see he doesn't have a single pizza
wait,
box in
wait.
sight, and you're just here fucking lying about him. That's
Yeah,
fucked
what's
up.
your evidence
Tysca.
he had pizza boxes?
He did have a bunch of pizza boxes, and that
There is
seemed
not
like
a single
$500+
pizza box in
order.
sight. You're just lying about this poor fucking dude. He's hanging out here on Discord with all of his fucking
Exactly.
buddies, and you're just trying to fucking defame him. It's fucking
Chris,
weird.
you gotta
Actually,
appreciate
hold on.
it.
Okay,
Close
so
now.
I'm not going to get an answer out of. I'm not going to get an answer out of Legacy. But
Sorry,
Chris
is it
Lettuce,
a bit too fast?
Okay, never mind. All right.
No,
I'll say
no,
it again.
no. Say
He's
it, please, please,
He's leaving.
nigga. Speak up, please. Talk, talk. You fucking retard. Speak.
Well, I wanted to hear from him. Can you hear me? Oh, hey, Chris Lettuce, you're back. Okay, I'm not going to get answers from Legacy. But you have an opinion. Why do you hate me?
Do you have an opinion? Is
Awesome.
the craziest question I've ever heard. Hey, do you have an
You have
opinion?
That was a
Okay,
fake-
maybe I should get this
Excuse
out of
me,
the way
sir. Do you have an opinion?
while I got a bunch of people here. I just wrote out, like, someone messaged me a second ago being like, hey, I just want to understand why Tysca thinks that you hate him. Right? And I got a bit of a rant about this. And you guys might think I'm soying out, or you might think I'm an arsehole or socially awkward, but this is just the way I see the world, right? And it'll give you a look into my mind of how I treat things, right? So I don't not like Tysca. I just don't think that he provides much to conversations, but he's always talking to people or trying to take up space or power in the conversation and like control the flow of it. So it's not him. It's just I don't like the way he acts because he's not providing to these conversations, but inserting himself and controlling them. On top of this, he has maybe I shouldn't read this like whole next part out, but he's very likely to reveal personal details on the Discord about himself, which is uncomfortable, right? You want to get through to this guy to be like, stop doxing yourself, please. But apart from that, he seems like a relatively normal guy. Like, you know, there's not much deviousness going on. But he definitely thinks, so the guy messaged me and was like, the reason I'm trying to, I'm asking these things is because I'm trying to understand why he thinks you don't like him. And I said, he definitely thinks I hate him. His words, he's like, Chris hates me. But I think I've had quite a few talks with him that just because we argue doesn't mean I hate him. And me and Dung Devil, despite roasting him a lot, have also had long conversations with him that were essentially the kind of social awareness training that you would gently but clearly coach any child suffering from autism through. There's a thing called learned empathy, and learned empathy is different from regular empathy. And the way you should probably think about learned empathy is just like social awareness. And learned empathy is the kind of social awareness that you learn as you come out of the toddler phase of your life. You know, toddlers are little demons, right? He does do this to everyone, so fair. I might use you as an example later on in this talk. So the guy replies, so bro's just a big baby. And I'm like, yeah, well, yeah. I'm comparing him to someone who didn't learn something coming out of the toddler phase, right? And there is like a social awareness training which has become more developed, you know, as like therapy and psychotherapy becomes more developed and as awareness towards autism as it gets diagnosed more happens, like over time or whatever, people are starting to train in becoming a social awareness teacher. And it's so silly to think that like we do this with each other and then you would have someone who's like professional at it. But there are certain things that you and skills that you have and probably communicating social awareness to people, which you could probably get paid for if you were the right kind of professional. So yeah, Tysca really does think that I hate him, and he said this a few different times. And he's said it in a few different ways, but essentially, he's really lacking the ability to read situations, and he's also full of cope about these situations. And part of the cope is like, Chris just hates me. The best way to explain this is the first time that I met him, I very clearly and repeatedly told him, I very clearly and repeatedly just treated him like a normal chatter. And I would really clearly say to him, hey, I'm just going through nicotine withdrawal, so I'm just venting to distract myself. And if this is, and this is totally not like a serious conversation, I'm just going to make things up about you and take shots at you, and you should do the same back to me. And then people will come into the VC to watch, and, if you don't like it, just say so. As well as, after today, I'll forget all about this. But he didn't really seem to understand the concept of, like, just pretending, or a bit. So, he wouldn't really respond to the statement that I was making, but I kind of thought he was, assuming that he was a functioning person. So I continue to proceed with the roasts and the bits, and he continues to make them back at me. But then the way he makes his roasts back at me makes me realize that he is detached from what is really going on. Because eventually he starts saying that he is like a genius mastermind who is, what do you call, a controversial person. You'll see that in this stream, he says that as well. And chatters start saying, you're not controversial, you're insufferable, which I thought was a funny quip from a chatter. So he'll start saying that he's like a master genius who's making things up to troll people. But the problem is that if that was true, then it would mean that this is what he always does, because the little joking insults that I have turned out to be very on the money, on the nail. So suddenly, I'm not like in a situation where I'm frustrated about being with addicted to nicotine. I'm in a situation where I'm now identifying a real problem with this dude. And that goes on and on and on. And one of these situations was with Sophia Silly, where someone was like, oh, you should come down to, was it like Memphis or New Orleans? And she says, I don't do bugs. And I think we all understand what this means, that New Orleans is filled with bugs and she doesn't want to go there. And Tysca's response is unironically, how many bugs can you name? And like, do you even know all of the bugs? And then he starts listing the bugs and then belittling her over not knowing it. This is like a very extreme dad thing to do. And there was about a week, and I don't know if I triggered it into making Tysca want to be like the supervillain or something, but he was putting other people down for not having takes. And you notice this is what he says to me. This conversation that we're having here is before he had that one with Sophia. So he's coming in and asking people if they have takes. What's your take on Israel-Palestine? What's this? What's this? Yeah, but this time it's literally name every bug right now. And I keep coming into conversations. People keep thinking that this is like a normal guy, and he's doing this to them. And he always remembered me because I made a pretty big impression on him the first time I met him. But other times I would come in to this conversation with Sophia, and our Scottish friend of the Justical Discord, Lee, is in there. And Lee was in there for this conversation I'm having, which came before his conversation with Sophia. So Lee is in both conversations, and Lee starts talking to Tysca about like, hey, this is like a little bit weird, like, you're like roasting my friend, and like you should probably understand like the social dynamic that people like see you roasting my friend. and they won't know why you're doing that, and they're immediately going to have like a negative reaction to that. And Tysca doesn't realize that Lee had had the same conversation with him the day before, and he starts treating Lee like someone who he just met. And Lee is very polite about this, and he doesn't call it out or make Tysca like so aware of it. But then I come in and I point that shit out. I'm like, you know that you've met Lee before. It's really like, because he starts explicitly saying like, oh, like it's nice to meet you, kind of sentences, or sentences that imply like, oh, like this is the first time I've met this guy. So then I start to realize like, this guy doesn't even remember the conversations that he's had with Lee. And just 24 hours earlier, that lasted hours. He's half in, half out. He's barely aware of what's going on. And this is like a real cause of worry for me, because you gotta help people who have never met this guy not think that he is having a normal moment, you know? Not think that he's fine. It's worrying, right? It's not as bad as, I don't think he's having like a breakdown or like a schizophrenic breakdown. There's a difference between this and a situation where there was another chatter who I was hanging out with, and he was like Odashara. He was aggressive, talking over people, constantly ignoring things, being like, now you're just trying to gaslight me, and like, you try to like give him like a logical response. He just laughs at it, thinks this is this is that. So I'm like hanging out with a guy who's acting like Odashara, and I'm like, that's really weird. And then Pumpernickel comes into the chat, and Pumpernickel is another friend of the stream. Oh, no, sorry, not Pumpernickel. Someone else came into the chat. I can't remember who it was. But Joe Blow comes into the chat, and Joe Blow listens for a bit, and then Joe Blow seems kind of shook. And what happens with Joe Blow is that he ends up saying to the guy, hey, like, me and you had really good talks like a week ago, and you were really cool, and I like really liked you, and I am shocked at the way you're acting now. And Pumpernickel turns around, and he listens very closely to that, and he notices the erratic way that this guy is acting, and he says to everyone, he's just like, hey, that's actually really weird that this guy's personality has shifted so much. I think this guy might be having like a schizophrenic break. And it seemed very much like that, and the guy eventually got banned from the Discord for not being so coherent. Tysca's not quite at that level, but equally, I think it's probably worth letting him know how socially unaware that he is, so he doesn't think that he's just walking through his life doing really well. He's pretty good. He organizes like book clubs and stuff like that, and I think that's like really good for him. Lee was really nice. Well, I think what Lee is doing is being overly polite to appear like very considerate, but in actuality, he's really underselling what is good for Tysca in order to present like a situation where he is appearing to be considerate and polite, and it might be like pretty considerate and polite, but ultimately I don't think it is very good for Tysca. Right? He's clearly having not like a breakdown, but he's having like an episode where he should be aware of what is going on. It would be different even if he was like, this is a bit, or if he could be consistent and saying this is a bit and then understanding and explaining the bit without it being very contradictory to what is actually happening. So, you know. What is this? To be fair, the first time we met Tysca, he did drop the N-bomb pretty hard. I actually reported him for it, but then I realized that there were mods in there to hear him saying the N-bomb, but they didn't call him out on it, so maybe it wasn't as bad as what I thought. That's crazy. Anyway, that's basically my whole rant about Tysca. So some of you might wonder like why I'm so direct with people or so quick to call them out. there's usually a good reason. Life isn't really as so simple as just being like polite and kind all the time. Obviously, being like horrible to people isn't good either. Tysca's not the kind of guy that bullying him will really. A lot of people will act like very serious, right? And then you like tease them a little bit, and then they'll sort of break and like show humor. I don't think that would work with Tysca. However, on the other hand, if nothing's working, you want to do what's best for yourself. You understand this guy is being very inconsiderate. Go ahead and you know, cut loose on him. I don't care. Well, I care a little bit. I'd rather be in like a wholesome situation where we're all learning and thriving together. But if you can't get that, what else are we here for? Boom, 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 boom. With that fucking picture, dude. Crazy stuff. Anyway, I need to get back to my coding. Enjoy the video, guys. Where is the audio? Testing, mic test. Okay, so that's working. You guys can hear me. I muted myself and I forgot that. Am I really just talking muted this whole time? I guess I'm just talking muted to my stream, but you guys can still hear me in Discord. Okay, you can hear Tysca talking there.
I don't. Yeah, I was hoping for something more. You know, everything I said about the Chihuahua thing is.
That was like a pretty
kinda
concise
true.
reading of who you are. I mean, that
Be
was
screaming at him.
pretty good.
Loser, fucking no life, something, that sort of thing.
If
Nothing
we weren't
specific.
on stream right now, I would have so many more words. There's
How
so
long
many
am I
more
muted
words.
for?
Hold on, Lexi. Pause for a second. Tysca, would you like a little bit of help? Like,
Sure.
in terms of... Okay.
Go ahead.
So
Are you translating for him?
I am.
What a
So
retard.
the thing that you should be interpreting from what Crisp has said is essentially that you, as a relatively new person here, have
I'm trolling myself, Rich, actively with the being muted thing.
actually seem to have at least made with him a very poor impression, to the point where he sees you in the room and he's like, oh shit, not this guy again. And then the thing for you to try and interrogate is like, oh shit, you've got this like pretty poor opinion of me. What is it
Oh, no,
that
I
I am
definitely
doing,
understand why
or
that is.
what is it
No, be
about the way
quiet.
that I'm like conveying my ideas or attempting to communicate? What is
See, this is the very clear communication that Tysca and other people lacking social empathy really benefit from. A lot of the other people in the conversation will continue to troll him, but this is a very nice, clearly mapped out explanation of the experience that Tysca should be seeing right in front of his own eyes. The fact that he can't quite get that, I'm not sure if there's something else going on with like some delusional part of his brain, or if it's just like an emotional unwillingness to like deal with it, or something else. I'm not sure. But this is really good. Clinical, clear explanation from Dung Devil of the social situation. It maps out the different figures and it pushes on forward.
What is it about the way I'm doing these things that makes him view me so uncharitably? Because basically everyone
No, I
else can
definitely
come and talk to Chris,
understand.
and
Be
we can have
quiet. Be
like
quiet.
we can have like discussions about very controversial topics, and we can be totally on the opposite sides of things. And at the end of the day, we're still really pleased to see the other person hanging out in the voice chat. What do you think it is about the way that you're engaging with him that is like, you know, is doing this kind of harm that he thinks, oh fuck, not this cunt again? And if you're saying that you already know, then why
Yeah.
bother asking him? If you think that you
Dude, I'm so lucky I was just deafened. I had my mic deafened for the stream. And I'm in here slurring at Tysca.
Hey,
go.
2 seconds, Tysca, shut the fuck up.
why would you pretend that you are entertaining like this justification from other people if you know that you are doing all of the things that you're doing? And if you know that you're doing all the things that you're doing, then you also kind of know that like you're actually kind of responsible for like the way
Yes.
that these
No,
people feel about you.
100%. I am responsible. Yes, exactly. There is a formula. I understand the
Challenge
answer, and I
anyone on
understand
why
why Chris Lettuce
you
hates
can't
me.
challenge anyone on why they dislike you if you're entering this space and going like, oh, I'm just gonna like knowingly piss
Yes,
off
that is
everyone
the
and
answer.
then
That is
act like
the
they're being
construction that I have
unreasonable.
made, is that Chris Lettuce hates me because I have designed it so such. I have factored that in. I understand the model. I understand why he hates me. He thinks that I am emotionally needy. He thinks that I'm fucking some
Oh, yo, hello, hooligans. Thanks for coming back to the chat. I haven't seen you in a while.
intellectual egghead or something, and he is sort of a chihuahua who wants to
But then why
Bro.
shit
should
on me for various
But
reasons.
pretend that to anyone?
He's
Because
programmed this
it's not a
response
problem
in his own
I'm
head.
because it's not
He
just
is
that you're
AI, he did this the
interacting
other
with
day.
Crisp in this way. It's not just that you're interacting with Crisp in this way. There's like 20 people in this voice chat, and so you're not just interacting with him and like doing this weird
I am
interrogation thing with him. It's that you're doing like some
No.
insane psychotic like fucking negative attention seeking performance in which you are like trying to grill random people on why they don't love you, but then at the same time being
Hold on.
perfectly content to admit that like
Grilling people on
you're
why they don't
you're
love
just
me?
trying to fucking
Nobody.
you're just trying to make these people hate you. And so, what's the fucking
No,
deal, dude?
that's not true. People, I am controversial here. I am a
Bro,
strong
your
personality
interruptions
about
and even the way
particular
you replying that's not
No,
true
you're
is just
literally
incredibly
retarded.
antagonistic and needy bullshit. Like, right there. You can't shut it
who
off.
Said that? Chris Lettuce. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Can you say that again? What you just said? Can you extrapolate? Say that again.
No.
He's eating his pizza. Let him enjoy
You
it.
think that's needy? You think that I need what?
It's weird that you.
Look at that chat. I'm so glad. I'm so happy that I didn't respond because he knew exactly what I said and what I was asking. Dude. So, people are like, can you repeat that? I don't know. Huh? What did you say? I'm like, I know you heard me. Alright? Settle down. Don't talk down to me by pretending like I'm not explaining myself correctly. Alright? Give you enough patience. You can't just be in here asking for more.
You would carry on trying to fucking interrogate Chris Lettuce when he's just trying to fucking sit there enjoying his fucking meal.
I literally
No,
don't understand.
no
what you're saying.
fucking consideration at all. You
I
can
love
see that the
dogs.
man is chewing his fucking food and you just won't relent. It's fucking
Yeah, I
crazy,
don't
chat.
respect him, but he did say something, and I respect him in a sort of way. I don't understand what he said, but I guess I don't have to care. No, I understand that I am a particular kind of person, and I do have
retarded,
fans, and I interrogate anybody who likes the things that I say. I do wonder about why that is. I don't care why people hate me most of the time.
You just told
I
us
do
that
care
I
why
think
Legacy
you
hates
just
me,
told us
because
that you
if
think that
Legacy
I
does
think
hate
that
me
you
and
are
have
an
a-
intellectual mastermind, and then you also said that you are contriving the situation to make it seem that way. You're actually like a fucking lunatic,
Yeah.
bro.
Contriving, no,
Let
no,
alone, like,
that's not
the
my
amount of
point. I
output,
understand all
the
the
pure
dynamics
amount of
play. I
output
understand why
that
you
you
hate me.
have to
I don't
continue
wanna take-
talking and interrupt people and never stop typing in Gen Chat for up to 5 days now. You have typed over 15,000 messages, is well beyond the regular human scope, which clearly makes me think you aren't a superhuman, you aren't a genius, you're just mentally ill, right?
Did you say 15,000?
Yeah. Yeah, you wiped your logs yesterday at 6 a.m. for me. Yeah.
Are you just making shit up?
No, we posted. We brought this up the other day. You typed 14,000 messages in 4
Oh,
days.
he did wipe his logs.
Yeah.
14,000 in 4 days.
He
Yeah.
wiped it. Why would you wipe it? bro?
This
I
dude,
can
this
try
dude
to do like
types
6
enough
months.
shit in here for Kelly Jean to point at him and be like, "You hang out in the Discord too much." She could say that shit to an e-girl who's been here for 6 months and it would still stick. This guy did that same shit in 4 days. He's fucking out of control.
That's crazy.
Let alone like coming into
That's
VCs,
crazy.
not knowing what's up, and he'll just incessantly ask questions. Oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? Like a fucking pestilent little child, dude. He'll just ask questions. Fucking. Are you a Patreon supporter? Because I was fucking in the Patreon room the other day. I felt like you came in there and just started like yapping to some fucking notable as if you had something to say. It's like, Jesus Christ, bro.
I have no idea what you're talking about. 1,400
It's his
might
face.
be approximately correct. 14,000 is schizophrenic.
No, you deleted all your messages, bro. You only started typing yesterday. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no.
that-
It was purely by happenstance I found
Go
this.
ahead.
I was deprived of
That's pretty
nicotine,
funny.
so decided to jokingly crash out on this guy. And just school kind of encouraged me to do it, and I start jokingly crashing out on him, and then I realize he is actually like fucking really annoying. Like halfway through joking around with him, I realize that he can't let it go, he can't read a joke, he can't take me seriously even when I'm like, just so you know, bro, this isn't that serious. And then he would like keep taking it like very seriously and keep being like weirdly defensive, and then being like, you're not even making sense, you don't even make sense. Even right now he's just like, oh, it wasn't even 14,000, you can't even prove that. And while he was doing that to me the first time, like I was like, bro, you're just in here talking so much, like, are you always like this? Are you always like going around the buffet of conversations and helping yourself to a little bit of everyone's conversation non-stop day after day? Or is this just like unique to this place? And then I type it in, and yeah, lo and behold, he had typed like 12,000 messages in 4 days, and it's been 3 more days. So on average, you could assume that's another 2,000 messages every day. And luckily today we only got half as much. It's only 800 messages today. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
Oh, there is a slightly older message that Crisp has from, like, what, nearly a week ago, where he's got like 2,000 messages coming up. So yeah, there's definitely been like a whole bunch of deletions.
Yeah.
Yes,
Maybe I'm over-exaggerating with 14,000.
It's not 14,000. Where do you see that?
Bro, you
Where do you see
nitpicky,
that?
needy little fuck. Shut your fucking mouth and accept the facts that I'm saying to you.
Look, in
Wait,
Streamable,
wait.
and that's something that goes back to what, like the beginning of the week.
I have a redact.dev. There's it deletes every 6 months. I was wondering
Not
why.
true.
But 14,000 is not. Although I wouldn't know how to check if that was true.
It's not an unreasonable assumption to assume you did that.
Ah, we have
14,000 is a
another
ridiculous number, and
person vouching for you having multiple thousands of messages, like essentially as soon as you joined, and people were making fun of you for stuff at that point. So, yep, I'm gonna say that on balance of
No.
probabilities, I'm gonna side with Chris
also,
Letters.
Chris
He wins
Letters
this
is
round.
definitely telling lies here, because he got booted off of the stream in which he's talking about, because he didn't say anything. Just to go with like, hey, anything else, like 3 times.
Why'd you bring this up?
Because that was where
Wait,
we
was
first
Justical
got
just telling you to shut the fuck
he
up
was
and
like,
was trying to be
"Hey,
polite
these
about
new
it?
frogs,
What the fuck?
these new frogs, something. I have an orientation," and then I was like, "Hey, want to chat?" And that was where we first talked, and he had nothing to say, absolutely nothing to say. And I begged him to have anything to say, basically the same way that I asked
Bro, that's right. He showed up for mandatory Justical Discord orientation with Chris Lettuce. Oh no, I remember that conversation. And I didn't have nothing to say. What I said to him was like, it's just a joke. There is no mandatory Discord orientation. So, I'm just kidding, bro. There's a lot of new frogs coming in. I just think it's funny to get them to... When the Justical Discord first started, I was in here as one of the very first people. And there were a lot of people who came in here thinking that they would debate something. And I'm not like a hugely researched guy, but I know how conversations work, right? I'm a meta vibe god. And when people came in and fucked with the meta, like they repeated other people's talking points over and over as if it was their own talking point, or they would like interrupt too much, you know, I would let them know that they're fucking up, and it would frustrate. I was a very angry man as well. It would frustrate angry Scotsman. I'm Kiwi, but I'm ginger and I am Scottish. But you know, I'm just a fucking joke. I don't know why I'm explaining myself. A lot of these people would get cycled through the Crisp Lettuce ringer and not come back. And this is actually how I became friends with Androider, because she would enter the Crisp Lettuce arena and do pretty well. Or she would do terrible, but she would come back. And I was like, you know, it gets pretty heated in here, but I like it that you come back and hang out. You know, so that's how that rolls. And so this is where the Crisp Lettuce orientation joke comes from.
Crisp, oh, he's back.
Yo, this is resummoned it. My Discord, and that seems like a really good time for it.
Also,
I rip into Tysca, and then he starts replying, and I just leave the room because my Fuji broke. So I cracked myself up, dude.
I think it's like one of you have red hair, and not a lot of it.
What? Because he shaved his head?
call me a chihuahua.
Imagine someone having a haircut, guys.
The first time I
Well-
talked to him, Dung, I was crashing out on nicotine, so I just went real hard on him for like an hour. And then, like, I think Benin, you were there, and you were like, just so you know, Tysca, like, Chris wasn't being serious. He's just like gonna vent his anti-nicotine frustration on you, and Tysca just didn't get it, and he just thought it was like a sick burn, just to be like, you're a chihuahua for like an hour. And everyone's like, call him a chihuahua
because I was
again.
begging, like I
Call him
said
a
to,
chihuahua,
like I
bro.
said to-
Bro, I don't want a fucking explanation.
You're
You don't have to try to
firing
explain
fire.
it.
Fire.
Please. It's
Okay,
fine, it's
bring
fine.
fire, bring fire.
Don't worry.
You ain't got no fire.
This is exactly what it was like.
I love people with catchphrases, dude. It's very funny to me.
And it wasn't.
Chihuahua thing. It's just, yeah. Do you like anime,
Snappy.
Tysca?
No.
Believe it.
I was off base. Shit.
Yeah,
I
read his
used
profile,
to-
Lee. Read his profile, it'll tell you all about
I'm
him.
not clicking that man's
All of
profile.
Naruto. I watched most of Naruto a long, long time ago. Oh, and Dragon Ball Z.
Wait, so did Tysca delete his logs or not?
Wait, is
Oh, he did.
Uh,
100%.
yes,
2 days
he-
ago,
he-
we were like
he-
making fun of how much he was typing, and then he deleted it the night later.
Oh, shit. So yeah,
No,
he got
I have-
So the only logs we have, and he knows. That's why when I asked him,
Yeah.
are you saying you only started typing yesterday? He wouldn't reply because he knows that's not true. But the only logs that
That
you'll
is-
see are
yeah,
starting from
that isn't-
His
yesterday.
6-month redact.dev subscription came up and it deletes every 6 months. That happened to be like,
The night after we made
Yeah.
fun of him for it. Yeah.
That is, I have redact.dev, and it deletes my Twitter, Discord, and Reddit.
Oh,
Every
you're
6 months.
talking shit, mate. We don't believe you. But this is a boring topic. Nobody actually cares about how much you type, bro. It's just autism, innit?
in it?
However,
bruv.
15,000 is not correct. I'm curious how
said
you even
14,000, not
see that number
15,000.
though. I don't
so
even
what's
know
the
how
correct
you.
number, Tysca?
Couple thousand is probably right. I wouldn't. I don't know. I genuinely don't know.
Yeah, well, that's all my questions.
so okay, I just want to make sure. Do you think it's unreasonable that you have 14,000 in 2 weeks? 1 week? How long?
Yes,
Just
5,000 tops.
5,000? How long have you been here? In the server?
2 weeks.
2 weeks? Okay. Because you have like 1,000 messages right now, and you said you deleted your logs 1 or 2 days ago.
About 30 hours ago, it looks like was the last
don't know.
message. That's still logged.
Okay.
Oh,
So like,
Yeah.
if over a course of a day
That's
you're
probably
typing
right.
1,000 message, 14,000 is like, it's a little bit of a high
14.
ball. It's a little bit of a high ball, but like you could have a
14 days.
above average day or two, and you can get that to 14,000.
How
I
are you
believe in you,
seeing
buddy.
that?
You Control F from Tysca, and you just see that you have 948 results right now. And like I said, I can kind of maybe zoom back and figure out. I'm taking Chris' word on how far back, but yeah, it looks like the 30th.
I mean,
like, 2
Tysca's
days
only
ago?
Tysca's been in here total like 9 days apparently.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
It
yeah,
looks like he was
14,000
actually
maybe a little bit of a
lying.
high ball?
It looks like he was also lying about using redact.dev because we have other social media profiles which weren't wiped at the same time that the Discord was wiped.
He specifically mentioned Twitter if you have that, so if you want to cross-reference that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Get on Dan and tell him that he's not automating it properly.
Yeah, I mean, what's the explanation for that, Tysca?
Shekels.
You want to admit to something? Were you feeling cornered and you decided to just do a wee fib?
Wait. What's the issue here? That he's a schizophrenic?
Just that he talks too much.
Nah.
Yeah, just that he talks too much.
Watched you clean 5,000 moldy probably pizza boxes.
$5,000. Actually, Shellboner, because of the preservatives, there was no mold.
Oh yeah, I was asking this earlier, Chris. Do you like decrumb them before you stack them? Do you like shake them out at all, or do you just kind of finish the pizza and put it?
Nope, I saw
Nah,
cheese
not
at the
really.
bottom of them still and grease.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
my
I mean,
God, they're-
I just finished eating and then
He doesn't even degrease the boxes before putting them into storage. Holy fuck!
That's a fire hazard.
I did set one of them on fire
Okay,
once.
he cleaned it up. He cleaned it up now, so.
You know what's
fine.
fucked is my room is so echoey now. It's crazy. The acoustics have changed. I don't like it. Oh, no, I'm not.
You know what, Chris? You're gonna have to rebuild the collection to get the fucking soundstage right.
Yeah, it's devaluing my stream, not having them. There's still one box sitting down there, but that's one I just ate. So, fuck. It'll spawn more boxes.
Start a new collection.
Yeah, that looked like about
Oh,
$500 at least worth
Nah,
of
like-
Dominoes.
definitely a lot more than 500.
Are you just bad at estimating large numbers?
No, I've ordered a lot of Dominoes, and I know it's
How many pizzas do you reckon you'd get for
Pricey.
500?
that was a lot of boxes.
How many boxes do you think you would get for $500?
You get the 2 for $7. You'd get you 2
I
boxes
don't know how
for
you haven't
14.
keeled the fuck over with
I've
your
lost weight.
gape, which is really bad on
Hey,
your heart.
I'm a big fan
Dude.
of Dominoes.
Congrats, though,
I don't know how it
congrats.
is in
Oh wait, you used to be
not
fat?
America, but
Yeah, kind of. But like, I was like working out and like bulking and stuff, and so I gained weight, and then I went down to like 230, 240 pounds, which isn't like I don't look like crazy fat, and now I'm probably down to
How are
like shut up, and now I'm probably down to like 200 pounds.
it's a lot of pounds.
Shut up, gun. Shut the fuck up.
You're the one who did
Jews, 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 Jews,
Oh, I love
Jews.
Nico Sam.
I love
He's my favorite.
Jews. I love Jews.
We love Nico Sam, and we love his love of Jews.
Hold on. What's who's
Okay.
don't want to
There we
touch
go.
nobody.
We get like 10 seconds. of just
There
silence.
we go.
Hey, hey, hey.
Jews are boring. Talk about Mormons instead.
I got Jews on the brain. I don't know how to refrain from eating my pizza boxes all day. I've been munching on the Dominoes, punching on the Tysca hose. All these fucking rabid blows be smashing Tysca out of his fucking retard, autistic, fucking loser, absolute, pathetic, stupid, idiot, retard questions. Sorry, just flowing.
Do you have an opinion, actually?
No.
Oh
I
no,
haven't.
Chris doesn't have opinions either, does he?
Crisp, you're just another fucking disgusting well of irony, and you've got nothing
You're
else to
just
you.
like
You don't even have
Legacy.
opinions.
You don't
You
even
Yeah.
have
are.
opinions.
Okay, hold on.
Tysca,
I would
Tysca,
like
You're
to
just
point out-
Crisp. All there is to you is that you are gay and live with fucking Darius. What the fuck?
What the fuck? What the fuck? That actually sounds like what the coolest person
I'm
ever
glad
would be
you
like.
confirmed
So
that for me.
whatever.
Dung Devil
I do actually have a
has
Tysca story today.
opinions and is-
Earlier on
has
today, I had a
personal-
headache, so I was going like in and out of
I don't
VCs,
give a shit.
and Tysca saw me in a VC and then left. And then messaged me like 3 or 4 times in Gen chat being like, come have an opinion, come have an opinion, come have an opinion. So, and at first I was just like, fuck off, retard. You know, like I've got a headache, why are you just adding me in Gen chat repetitively? And then I sent him a screenshot of the Wikipedia page showing how much incest is going on in Palestine. Up to 40% of all Palestinian marriages are incestuous. And I'm thinking a lot more of their relationships than that are direct incest. And he just didn't have a take, he didn't have an opinion, he had nothing to say on it.
What?
In fact, Tysca's entire opinion is that he himself
This was
doesn't have
yesterday?
opinions. He just waits for other people to say stupid shit. This was
Whoa,
hours ago,
hold
Tysca.
on.
You fucking
this was
pussy.
yesterday when I was literally leading an Israel-Palestine panel for like 3 hours.
Wait,
I feel like that makes you sound worse.
Leading the
What do you
panel,
think of the
leading the
panel?
panel. Hold on,
Yeah,
wasn't
it's
this
so
your
good.
wasn't this your psychotic? Like, listen up, guys. I need to tell you about the Jewish conspiracy to sink all the American ships.
Oh yeah, that's funny. I've done
The
that. more than once.
anti-Jewish tirade. You want to pull
Yeah.
us into the fucking responsibility of that by calling it a
Yeah.
panel for your fucking ramblings?
A panel?
No,
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Bro,
In my
the,
name, you
one,
idiot.
the 1 second that I was in there for,
Yogi,
all I
and-
heard was Raiden and everyone else in that panel hearing Tysca speak, and just they were all just like, oh my fucking god, this guy is a retard, and then I left. And that's all I heard, was everyone being incredibly frustrated with how fucking dumb you are, bro.
That's
Okay,
Ah,
as someone who was in that
that-
panel, I fully agree.
That was exactly where I wanted them. I'm Tysca. I'm a genius. I planned it that way. Fuck.
Tysca
Okay.
legit ruined that panel. by the way.
Okay, retard. But
Stop calling it a panel. It was not a panel. It was a
I know,
fucking
but he called it
panel.
first, bro. Okay.
it's ironically a panel, which is pretty funny. My intellectual panel,
between
bro.
me, Raiden, Yogi, and Banana.
Was it really between
and
you, or were you just talking
others.
at them and they were telling you to shut the fuck up? Like, yeah. You know what I
It was
mean?
Mainly me and Raiden, because it's
And
not
me, right?
subject
You were adding me in
only-
chat a whole bunch about it. Like, get in here, bro. Get in
yeah,
here.
and you never came in to chat about it because you don't. Actually
Yeah, why would
know
I?
yet. But
Why
I
would you
wanna
even think
chat about
that?
Israel-Palestine. I mean,
Why would
I'll
you?
do it if
Why
you
would you
want.
assume I don't have an opinion just because I don't want to talk to you about it? Who are you, bro?
The most educated on the Israel-Palestine.
Who
issue.
even are you?
Yeah.
Holy.
Who
Who the fuck is that guy? Absolutely
Nicola?
nobody. Get Conor McGregor, little
The
guy.
only non-retard on that topic, apparently.
There's no way you just said that. That's crazy.
Bro, yeah. Even your own reflection on the
Wait,
way that
who-
you
who
debate
said
is
that?
retarded.
Who did say that?
Tysca,
Don't
you're,
tell.
like
Don't tell.
legitimately
Don't tell.
retarded.
Oh, Brigade?
Wait, that's kind of weird. These people keep joining and then coming to the conclusion that Tysca's retarded. That's so weird.
I wonder what that is.
No, it's because Tysca's setting it up that way.
It's obviously a psyop.
The
Yeah.
Jews paid them to have that opinion, bro. The reason why.
Don't worry, Tysca, I'm investigating this.
Fuck you, Cyclone, that was funny.
Just like when the Americans investigated sinking their own ships. Tysca's sinking his own reputation.
I feel like I'm not understanding the inside jokes here.
Don't worry, just hang out, chill.
there
You'll
is
get them.
Yeah,
eventually.
just like shut the fuck up, mute your mic, lurk more. You'll like catch up on the memes eventually.
Like, Tysca,
Yeah,
do you want me to
mean-
give you an example? Chris, like, called me a retard because I was talking too much, and you know what I did? I was like, you know what? That's fair. I just quit talking.
Bro, it's so hard.
Yeah, we haven't heard from Brigade Try ever since. The man has been
It
on month.
It was
Now
so
of silence
fucked up,
ever
Brigade.
since.
Dude, they just talk like that.
But, like, I thought it was fair. Like, I did just interrupt the conversation, and it's like, Tysca, how do you not reach that conclusion, bro?
it's, like, it's kind of redeeming that I would just do that to someone I like, just as much as I do it to Tysca. It's so fucking, I went so hard on you, Brigade. I was flowing.
Like, how does Tysca not, like, take a hint ever, bro? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah, just damaged. Yeah.
Which hint? Give me an example.
Just
Any
like,
example?
how many times, Tysca, do you think one of us feel like, you know, you're talking too much? Have you ever thought that?
Oh yeah, probably most of the time.
Do you
Oh, so
peer
you're
it with-
aware. Wait. Oh, I can't do this. Please stop. I can't, bro. If you're aware of that, why do you do nothing?
What do you mean do nothing?
Do you really want to go down this rabbit hole?
Kill me.
Yeah,
No,
I swear the
don't.
coping
Go down
mechanism.
the rabbit hole, all the way down, head
I-
first.
I
Let's hope all
talked
the other
more than I
exits
have
of
to,
the
and-
rabbit warren are plugged up,
Try to
and
be
that
more
the
aware.
oxygen is finite. Yes.
The oxygen is finite. Honestly, to psychoanalyze him a little bit and tie in a few random comments that he said, I swear the reflection that he has of himself, like Crisp thinks that I am like a know-it-all, and the I think that like I actually concocted it to be this way sort of shit is unironically like a completely psychotic cope, which I'm sure like Sigmund Freud and psychologists have wrote about this shit, where he is in a completely fucked little situation, like, you know, like an anime where like the little kid is getting like beaten by his parents and can't eat and stuff, and then he goes off into fantasy land where he's like the hero of the fucking town and shit, and then you come out of the fantasy and he's actually just like drowning in the bathtub or some shit. Tysca's like that kind of retard, right?
Well, it's a sort of like self-aggrandization that is like knowingly false, and it's like, oh, if I engage, if I pretend that I was like, I'm pretending to pretend that I was only pretending to be retarded.
yeah,
No,
it is the
I never-
I
100%
actually got
pretending to be
lost in the
retarded.
source, so I think I threw in too many pretendings, but yeah.
Never
But you got the
pretend to
vibe,
pretend,
so it's
pretend
fine.
or whatever.
You're
Just
just
gotta
a
walk out.
Don't pretend,
retard
actually.
dirt bag baby. Yeah.
Chris,
It feels
This
weird
guy
for me.
walked out?
All
Yes.
lookouts.
Yeah.
Yes.
It feels weird that I just randomly kind of picked him as a person to like pretend to crash out on, because I was just like, fuck it, there's a lot of new frogs, I'll just pick one.
Keep
But
crashing out.
statistically, you're a retard, bro. You're so
Yeah,
retarded. Sorry, I was just stun-locked by how much you didn't understand like where I'm saying this, because I'm not like crashing out on you now.
You didn't say anything. You had a buffet analogy or something.
Well, at this point, he's recounting previous events. We're currently like we're stepping
Yeah.
out of like the current argument,
Nah.
and what we're doing is
I'm
now it's
back.
time to explore the events of the past.
Yeah,
Crispy.
okay. Thank you, Dung, for saving me from my stun lock, because I was like, am I retarded for like, how could he possibly have not understood that I'm like stepping out of current events and talking about the past? So when you like keep crashing out, it's like, what does that even mean, bro? Where was I? I don't even
You were
fucking know.
recounting.
Anything that's
that
not
during your
present
wild
and forward
adventures,
is where you are.
embracing the nicotine
Oh,
crash out, and you were
that's
like,
right.
"Oh, there are lots of new people here. I'm gonna
Oh,
like
just
wait.
kind
pick
of,
a random
I'm gonna pull a name out of the hat, and we're gonna kind
Yeah.
of have a little bit of fun, and we're gonna see if we can make a show of things." And you were
Yeah.
going, "How fortuitous! Was there some sort of sixth sense about picking this man?"
Yeah, but there wasn't, because even though we have like 100 new frogs, Tysca is 50% of the chatter from all of them combined, right? He's our androider. He's our male androider. He's just in here, just soaking it up, bro. The buffet analogy was fucking peak, bro. By the end of our fucking back and forth, this was the other thing. Like, I just randomly picked you and started saying random shit, and it just all fell into place. So good. And by the end of it, people were like, "Oh, I get what he means with the buffet analogy of this guy just coming down and sitting at someone's table, taking a little bit of their food, going to the next table, taking their food."
Yeah, because it's not even like he's approached the fucking, you know, where you've got all the trays of food and is like, I'm gonna have like a little nibble here. It's that he's
Okay.
he's prowling the other tables and he wants a little bit of what's on your
For the
plate.
record, I'm cooking my own
That's
dishes
right.
here, too. By the way, read Crime and
But you're,
Punishment.
but
read
you're not supposed to be in the fucking
and-
kitchen. What the fuck are you doing trying to cook the meals? Jesus Christ. You're lost in the sauce, buddy.
Meals. Been doing it for a year. Read Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky. Show up on the 16th.
Wait, is this the first
He's trying to
online
boil
political
pasta in a
space you've
toilet
been
right
in?
now, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
No.
Yeah, he's burning the water. Is this the first like online space that you've come into?
No.
So you've been in like political spaces, like talking to people,
Yes.
and then you're left those and come here. I guess that makes sense as well. Yep.
No, maybe.
Has hostility towards you in those social spaces been a recurring theme in your life, is what Crisp is getting at?
It just happened to be that point. At first, I just thought this was
Yes.
a lot of the vibes
No,
I get from him. I sometimes feel like he's like brand new to these spaces, like he's just some. But
No,
like,
Crisp, he's just confessed. He's just confessed to like being a bit of a psycho about it, because he's framing this as like, yeah, I'm kind of like a controversial figure, you know. And what he's really doing is he's saying, well, actually, I'm a huge cunt, and I'm a cunt everywhere I go. And even though people seem to turn on me in this way, even though everyone seems to turn on me in this way, all I do is I just move from space to space until like they decide to eject me to being a total psycho over and over again.
yeah, I would definitely believe that.
Disgusting conversation vampire.
Yeah, a disgusting conversation. Tysca, at no point do I ever want you to think that you are interesting, fun, educational, or challenging. You're just shit, bro. Get better. The only way is up. It's good though. You can only go up from here, and you can go up just by talking less.
And see, this is
Amazing.
what I mean.
Amazing, bro.
Little bark.
Chris, the conversation vampire thing. See, I'm not sure which is like the right analogy to use.
Time vampire.
Well, it's also that he has like, in terms of the impact, the sheer vastness of it, it's like one of those giant, horrifying fucking sinkholes that just like devours buildings. But at the same time, the sinkhole doesn't have agency. Maybe vampire is the right fucking thing. He knows what he's doing, and like, you know, maybe it's just part of his like, disgusting baser instincts. But like, you know, if he has to be the vampire to survive, maybe the noble thing that he has to fucking indulge in is to just slink off and fucking starve to death for the good of the world.
Yeah.
Like the thing is a lot of people that are in like spaces like this. Like if you take a look at his profile, he has like one
Your
mutual
mic is
server.
fucked.
Whose mic?
Yours.
It's
No,
not
it's
his mic, man. It's just that he screams into it and makes it peak.
Yes, it's because I'm from New York. I'm sorry. I can't help it.
Hey, I'm walking here.
Honestly, Don.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo. I don't even notice it at this point, Don. To be honest, it's bad.
Yeah.
Keep screaming.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Thank you, bud. Anyway, so like, I notice he only has like one mutual server. I think it's probably that like he goes places, gets clowned the shit out of, and then he just leaves because like he thinks he's just more intelligent than other people, and then people like Chris just call him out. And that's the
Oh
end of
yeah,
it.
bro, it's the Mystic
That
Hill
seems like-
server.
that's what I'm gonna put that down on the table and say that's what it is.
Crazy, crazy
I don't
shit.
think I've ever
Do you think
gotten
he
found out of
leaves,
any
or do you think he gets thrown out?
It's probably 50-50, honestly.
Because
Oh,
I feel
actually, I don't think
like
I've
with
ever
his
gotten banned
I feel like
from
his
any
level of
Discord
engagement
ever.
is like so like narcissistic that I don't really see him like voluntarily leaving a space unless he's necessarily like moving onto a space where he feels he gets like more of this kind of attention. So like maybe the red pillars were right. Maybe he's just monkey branching his way up.
Probably. Who knows?
Oh, I wish I.
Like,
I don't
I
know.
don't know.
that.
Is it even like? Do we even know if it's like a troll or is he like trying to troll and failing at it?
I mean, it's
Like,
social
real, it
ineptitude.
seems
That's
like,
all it is.
I think it's
yeah.
real, and then when he gets called out on it, then he engages in the I'm just the like arch villain mastermind, and you've fallen into my trap. Haha.
Yeah, and then there's probably a sense to like keep doing it to like prove to himself and others potentially that he is like doing it intentionally or something. Which is again, it's not like intentional because it's like a helpless psychological trap that he's like putting himself into.
There's a term for that, by the way, Dung. It's called Saturday morning evil.
Saturday morning.
Oh, yeah.
Explain
Wait,
that term.
say that
Can you explain
uh,
like the etymology?
Oh, the
is
Saturday morning evil? Saturday morning evil? So, like, okay, you know how, like, you watch Saturday morning cartoons, you have the villain in which that he tries to do this, like, master plan that's supposed to be amazing. It's like, you know what? I want to upset everybody's morning, so I'm going to buy all the blueberry muffins at the Dunkin' Donuts with my own money and walk out there with them. It's like nothing
Mojo
of
Jojo.
relevance. Yeah, exactly. Mojo
Right.
Jojo type of level.
Oh, so
That's
it's
what he is.
so it's descriptive of the shitty behavior, but not necessarily descriptive of it as like the sort of the cope excuse making.
Yeah, it's like he's just really bad at it. Like he tries to think that he's this arch master villain, that he knows what he's talking about, but he's buying all the blueberry muffins at the
Well,
Dunkin'
see,
Donuts.
I think the arch villain thing is something that he sort of like resorts to because initially he kind of starts like he is actually kind of trying to contribute something, and then it eventually shifts over into like, well, everyone kind of hates my fucking the interaction that I'm having here, but that's okay because I have contrived this situation.
Yeah,
I
I'm
know
the
what I'm
bad
doing.
guy. Yeah,
No,
I'm
no,
the bad
hold
guy.
on.
I want it.
I feel
Yeah.
like I feel
When in
like you guys are
reality, if he
talking
was just
about
like
character
interesting
that's
or
totally
contributing
disconnected
or
from me.
whatever.
I do not have any ill feelings towards this at all.
No,
I
you
am-
love the attention.
Yeah, I don't get how you need the attention so
No,
much when
I
there's like so
don't
much to
like
have here, right? Like you're on the
I really
internet,
don't like
it is
people
able to
paying attention,
magnify you
but I
across the
really
world,
don't like
and like I run into people like you in everyday life,
inaccuracy.
but I just walk away, right? Whereas here, I kind of can't walk away because I'm stuck in a room with you, and you can. I don't
But
get
you're
it. I
talking
don't
about
get
a
it.
person who I am unfamiliar with, that is totally incongruent.
He's saying the
with
description of
what-
himself as something he can't see.
I deal with the same thing, right? As a
No.
trans person, I fully understand like your problem here. It
What
sucks
the
when
fuck?
you
Oh
view
my
yourself.
god.
No, like unironically,
Yes.
like how you view yourself
I-
is it sucks when people view you differently. But like you have to
wouldn't say
become.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
myself, but I appreciate that you've done it. Yes. I feel misgendered. Truly,
my God.
that you are
But
seeing
it's,
something
it's,
that
it's not
isn't
one for
correct.
one. That wasn't
No,
my opinion.
no.
Bro, you gave him a little bit of rope, and he was like, Mojo Jojo, I'm
Why
Mojo
would you do
Jojo.
that?
My bad, my bad.
You give him the
That was
rope and then
crazy.
you look through it.
That was terrible.
I thought Tysca might be able to
Dive through it.
understand. My bad.
Just
No.
I made the mistake.
He's Saturday morning evil. He's literally retarded.
There's no way.
That's crazy,
That's
chat.
how I'll get them. I'm misgendered. That's great.
That's
I can't believe he went that route, shot. That's crazy.
Being poisoned. Fuck you.
Haha, there you're all retarded. You didn't read Crime and Punishment.
Yeah.
Oh,
Have you
speaking
read
of Crime and Punishment,
Dostoevsky,
come to
the
us
smartest book of
on-
all time?
Have you read Dostoevsky?
Yeah, wait, what?
I mean,
How does
well,
Crime and
that's-
Punishment? What excerpt are you thinking?
Well,
of Crime and Punishment?
crime and punishment doesn't
Okay,
actually
so
relate
the
to
whole
any
thing-
of this, but this is his level of engagement of like, I'm just gonna like distract and be unserious. I'm going to be the sinkhole of irony that I've been accusing everyone of being, and so I'm going to
Irony.
advertise my book club in the middle of this
Oh,
discussion.
bro,
No,
when I was
this is
roasting him
book
down,
club, and
I
the-
was-
the
when I was
opposite
still-
irony.
So it's only
when
pretending
I
to
was
be
still
retarded.
joking around, like when I was like, I was crashing out, but I was also like being like, you know, like I'm just nicotine depraved and I don't even know you and I don't even know if any of this applies, so I'm just like taking random pot shots. I explicitly say this to him and it sort of just goes right over his head. And then so we're going back and forth a little bit to make it like entertaining for the people there. Instead of being able to go back and forth with me, he's just like, "You're not making any sense." And then he just starts reading Crime and Punishment to us, like the reading excerpts.
You're not serious. He was reading it. You're not serious.
And, bro, it is funny. Like that is content,
maybe
but
he
like
is just that initial Dunning-Kruger peak.
Probably.
maybe yeah, right.
At the top with all the smart people. So.
I'm like just
Could
imagining him
be.
like debating with you, Chris, but you like verbally berating him, and then he just takes his hand and holds his finger up to the sky, and he's just like, "That's how I'll get them. I'll read Crime and Punishment."
He is the
If only.
Dunning-Kruger peak of like misplaced confidence, like gained sentience.
We need a wonderful Chat GPT art for this. Hold, please.
It's actually so wild.
Okay,
Oh.
okay. Just to recap, for the last 90 minutes, we've been talking about me.
No, I'm pretty sure we were talking about Extreme Dad at some point.
Yeah, we
We
love
were,
Extreme
yeah.
Dad. Fuck you, Tysca. What the fuck do you think? Why
the
would you
record-
talk about you?
Just prior to this, we were talking to somebody who was accused of murder, and nobody wanted to.
Hey, don't fucking
that
downplay it. Extreme Dad is a murdering pedophile. Don't you dare fucking
Jeez.
downplay his achievements.
So
That's
like I said,
that's fucked up, Tysca.
it's only drama. It's only surface level interpersonal bullshit. It's nothing
You
serious.
think
And
murder
we've
is
been
you
talking
think
about
murder
me
is
and my-
unserious surface level?
in my
That's
interactions
fucking
in
wild. It's crazy, Chad.
meaningless
Crazy, Chad.
whatever.
Jesus. It's crazy, Chad. It's murder.
We have not been discussing anything of any substance.
Probably
Which
not,
is-
dog. Probably not. Probably
Isn't
the
that your
random
fault,
schizo that comes into the VC and starts yapping. It probably is enough substance. Yes.
No.
Yeah, all you're saying
That's
right
my
now,
whole
Tysca, is
critique,
that you're
and
not
that's
as
my
bad
whole
as that
critique
other
that I had
guy.
with Chris
That
Lettuce
doesn't
the
say
first
anything
time.
about like
That's the
people's
whole
fucking
critique that I had with
determination of how
Legacy the
bad you
entire
are.
time.
Yeah, that's
the
pretty
whole
true,
critique that I
Lee.
have with Lee. Lee is just a walking art advertisement for.
I also have no
WoW.
opinions.
I
I
don't know
just want
anything
people to
else
play
about him
WoW.
that he's.
I mean,
Other
Chris,
than
Lee, and I
results.
were hanging out before you turned up, and we were engaged in very substantial analysis of a highly interesting documentary. And
Yeah.
you know, we were discussing
Young
the
Devil,
deep
I believe
things,
it.
and then, my friend, you turned up, and suddenly, all the substance is sucked out of the room. It's
Yeah,
you're the substance
you
vampire.
are. Like, I let it happen earlier on the stream when we were still
Hold
watching
on,
the Jordan
hold on.
Peterson. No, I'm not going to
No,
hold on.
no.
I'm going to keep talking. So like you came in and then you started asking a lot of benign questions just so that you would kind of be involved on my stream, kind of randomly. You just come in, you start talking. You didn't have anything to say. You just had questions. Right? We've been streaming this whole time. There is a crowd of people watching you get roasted this entire time, bro, and they all saw it happen, right? And they're all laughing at you in chat. So like yeah, like you fully came in while we were in the middle of like a stream segment, and then you just started asking like random questions, and I let it happen. And then, bro, more recently, Tysca, when before. Thank you so much for the subscription. Funnily enough, I'm probably going to change this later, but my subscription notification is actually me yelling at Tysca from this very conversation. Thank you, so much, Full of Hell, for renewing your subscription. Let's get back on with the show. More recently, Tysca, when you were asking about the substance of what's going on in here, when I came back from cleaning up my pizza boxes, right after I'd heard people being like, Dung Devil had to be like, well, we actually care about Chris, we actually care about his pizza boxes, so that's why we're talking about us. They had to explain to you what substance and what conversation even was. And I come back and I'm just like, yeah, Tysca, shut the fuck up. And then you wouldn't shut the fuck up. And then we went out of our way to explain to you why that was even relevant. And now you don't even understand that. You don't even know how we got here, bro.
Hold on, Crispy, pause. We have to talk about the substance vampire issue again, right? So it's this issue of he's coming here into these spaces and he's like, look, none of you are.
Thank you, Friggy, for the 5 gifted subs. I don't know why that comes through twice, but thank you. I love it. Holy moly. It's so good. It's so good to get paid.
Just engaged in fucking like anything substantial at all. Where's the substance? But we know that we do have these substantial discussions, and it's when he comes in. So he slurps out. He slurps the substance out of the space. And you know what it is? It's just that he's still hungry. He's slurped out the substance, but he's insatiable. He craves.
You are
more.
insatiable. Fuck! Every time. Bro, at least you guys aren't in chat being like, oh, true. I'll add an exclamation mark true, and then I'll give it a voice clip of me being like, true. Oh, look, Portobello's doing it. Sorry, I'm sweating. It's a hot day. It's hard to get the oxygen. My front lobe's falling off. All those other catchphrases for how fucked up living in a sauna actually is. What was I saying? The subscribers bar up above says 11 to 20. I have to take 5 of those off because what that bar is for people who have bought themselves subscriptions. So we can add 1 onto it for Full of Hell. But once that gets up to 20, I can tick up to like a new tier of like ad revenue and get closer to KCIP. So that's what that's for. Unfortunately, it adds donations, subs. Not that I don't love the donated subs. Thank you very, very much. But yeah, just so you know, chat, buy yourself a sub and I'll be doubly happy with you. If you like the content and you want to see me streaming more and like going harder into the afternoon and all of that, you should buy a sub and I'll be a lot more prone to stream for longer. Just 1 sub will definitely get me, another hour of stream probably. Maybe 4 hours. Maybe 24 hours. Every sub I get, I'll stream for another 24 hours. Let's go. Sorry, I need to work on that sales pitch. we could have
I
stopped
am
talking about
disgusting.
this right at the start, Tysca. But when I went out of my way to explain to you exactly why you're annoying and not interested, like, and then I explained like the lack of interest and the lack of stimulation and how it's not really funny and it's not really interesting and it takes up a whole lot of
Lack
time.
of stimulation,
You,
because I'm
and you're doing it
talking about
now.
me
You,
for
you
90
back then, and you're doing it now. You just don't engage,
I
and
am-
you
I
just
am
you just come up with whatever like
content
ridiculous
exterminator.
statement that you can,
Go
right?
fuck yourself.
Well,
Hey,
you should
let
just,
us
you
do,
should say that more.
content.
You should say that more. You should just be like, go fuck yourself, like
go fuck yourself.
whatever,
Yeah,
and then
I
move
am
on,
the
right?
content. Pick me up.
Lettuce, I'd like to show you to the side chat. There you go. That's for you, buddy.
The wonders of AI art.
Yeah, the wonders.
Oh, I scroll up. Oh, bro, base.
He's reading Crime and Punishment. Oh shit.
Oh,
How did you get
wait,
AI to
who
make
was-
something so perfect?
Who said that?
Yep. I don't know why
Yeah, I
I
love
gave you the spoon. I tried out. It's so
Yeah.
weird.
Hey,
The
read
lettuce
Crime
is so
and Punishment,
buff.
show up for discussion on February
And he's got a
15th,
weightlifting
Sunday.
belt. Bro, shut up, bro. Shut the fuck up.
I mean,
Are you
God,
going
you
again?
can't
Show
even
again?
deliver. You can't even deliver the advert for the event. Fucking, you got to reach into like
Go, that works.
into the great American memes about like fucking monster trucks and stuff. Book club Sunday, Sunday, Sunday.
Sunday, Sunday.
Yes.
We're reading
Book
Crime and
club.
Punishment on Sunday.
Crime and Punishment. Explore the world of Dostoevsky and Radyanov Raskolnikov.
He missed one.
I don't know. That was like about 30% there. Like keep practicing. Do like the speech in the mirror thing, and you'll get there on the delivery.
That's my first attempt. 30% is good.
Well, I mean, you didn't fumble the lines, but the delivery leaves a lot to be desired.
Oh, hey, Dung Devil, were you present for the Israel-Palestine discussion?
No, I think the conversation had started. You wanted to get into like the USS Liberty conspiracy stuff, and my only involvement was to hop in and out of the channel so I could change the status
Yes.
to things like anti-Semitic ravings and stuff.
Yes, I was definitely.
That was my involvement. I helped.
I was definitely neo-Nazi coding the USS Liberty stuff, but no,
and
there was an
you
Israel-Palestine
are more than
panel
welcome
yesterday.
for my calling you out on it.
It was when the American ships got sunk attacking Egypt, right?
Brigade was there, I think.
I mean, let's.
Um,
I mean, is this going anywhere substantial? Should we give a fuck
no,
about
I
this?
was just
subject?
curious if you were
Well
there
then.
yesterday.
They're just asking questions.
Yeah.
Unironically, though, not even like leading questions like Lauren Southern or someone or
Oh
what's her name?
yeah, right. Who was asking me questions about USS Liberty? Yeah,
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Evil,
No,
No.
bro.
Mossad
No,
was behind
no,
9/11. That sort of shit, right?
Bro, no one's asking. Stop explaining. Fuck.
The substance vampire strikes again. Holy no.
Surely someone asked me a question about the thing that I'm especially interested in.
Yeah, no, I know. All
Any,
the
any questions on this
anti-Semitic
topic?
conspiracy, and
Yes,
the
no,
truth is-
no. I'm gonna
truth
take
is
that
the
as a
Mormons
yes.
are behind 9/11.
We need to make a do not talk to Kelly sign, but do not talk to Dr. Tysca. Holy shit.
Fucking hell yeah.
No, he would take the doctor bit as in an endorsement.
Yeah, doctor, no, don't do that.
Do not talk
I
to here,
recommend you
Tysca.
don't talk about that shit again. I'm warning you.
Don't.
Who said that?
The moderator.
There's no mods here.
The
We can all
person
say
who
the
just
N-word.
spoke to you.
3, 2, 1.
I think you just have to say it again. You can't fucking rug pull us like that. You can't promise us the sweet taste of racial hatred and then fucking back out like that. That's fucked up.
Okay, so what's going on here is that Tysca has said some really inappropriate racial things, and the mod is like warning him, like, hey, maybe when you first came in here, you got baited into it, or you seem a little bit special, so we'll let it slide. But their Cyclone has, obviously got some mod notes to be like, yo, don't let this guy continue down that path. And in response to being warned, he says, you can't do that. But I think he maybe got the message and slowed down on it a wee bit, so good on him. Bro.
It's a.
I mean, you said that you
it's
had
word.
that you had the willingness to indulge, and then you fucking blue balled us.
Yeah.
That might be the biggest substance vampire move off them all.
I'm gonna have to. Yeah,
You're gonna have to
I'm
say it. You're gonna have to say it. Come on, buddy.
I'm gonna
Come
have
on.
to fold.
Yes,
I'm gonna have to
yes.
fold on that one. I
You're going to have to fold, meaning you are going to have to give up your resistance to the peer pressure to say some racially insensitive words.
no, I'm gonna have to fold the nigga to the nigga.
Remember
have to
earlier when he said he
not
doesn't
give-
really say the N word, and that's
Oh, I've heard him say it
for a
4
while.
times now. I think.
I think at least 3.
Crazy chat.
Wait, how many
Yeah,
times
that's
have you heard
crazy
me
shit.
say the hard R? Because
Once, I think. Wasn't it once?
yeah, true.
Like the fact that you say that, I can't, bro.
Oh god.
Holy shit. I'm super nervous that I'm about to say the hard R in this VOD as a joke, and then how do I disavow myself saying the hard R retroactively? Dude, I trolled myself with muting before, and now I'm trolling myself again. Oh, please, Crisp. Please. Can we get some blistonies in chat that I don't absolutely fuck myself right here? Some Praegers? Oh, no, no, no. We have to move forward, though. We walk into the darkness with our heads held high, ready for what may strike. Let's...
This is incredible.
Yeah.
Like
Tysca.
we go from like intellectual to screaming the N-word.
And all this from the man who says that he craves substance.
Yeah,
I
I
think we
crave
did.
substance. N-word.
I'm not looking too
Hey,
edgy right now, am I?
Why is it bad to say the hard
Oh
R?
no.
Why can't I say that? Why would you?
Oh no, I'm getting
know.
hyped.
Why can't
Don't
you?
do it, Chris.
Tyscus, I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. Just
Don't
pick a
do it,
lane.
Chris.
Pick a lane. Pick
Somebody
a
else
lane.
answer that.
You need
I
to
don't.
pick
Have
a
we
lane.
stopped you from saying the N-word? I'm curious.
Hmm.
It's 7 a.m. and I joined this voice
No.
call, and the first thing I hear is Tysca say the N-word.
Yeah,
Hold on.
I don't think it's that you can't say it, Tysca, or anyone saying that you can't
Actually,
say it. We're just
yeah,
laughing that it's heavily incongruent with the way that you describe yourself.
I just feel like he would have a better time if he went the route of like the kind of like weird dude that's like kind of wholesome, and you don't want to bully him, but
No.
like you just like
He has to type it first before he can say
No,
it.
I can take it. Bully me.
No, but
please.
I think
I have been
I think you
content
actually
for
like it.
2
That's the
hours.
thing. I think you
2
like
full
that
hours.
Chris bullies you. I think that you enjoy it secretly.
Hey, don't steal my
I mean,
fetish,
also
okay?
this is that like cringe indulgence in
secretly.
like I am the Saturday morning cartoon villain after all
Yes,
thing of like
Um,
oh, but you know what, guys? Actually, I think you'll find that I've been content.
I've been content the
Okay,
whole time.
so hold on. I do want to address that. I do see myself as a useless retard. However,
I'll play that villain.
Oh my god.
I provide content.
Oh my
And
god.
I know my skills. I'm confident in myself, which is a small self.
I'm
but
confident in my skills
nonetheless,
as
you've
a
been talking about
substance
me
and
for 2
energy
hours now.
vampire.
And I
I'm gonna
will
be
keep-
honest with you, brother. You sound like just the biggest cuck ever. Like it's really sad. No
Yeah,
offense. Like,
yeah, 100%. Like, that is just such bullshit that he thinks he's like content, right? Like, this retard will literally come
really
on in the
is.
middle of content and start asking benign
hold on.
questions.
Chris, let
The
us
fact that you
now.
get roasted afterwards and that's
Yapping
kind of
so
funny
hard.
doesn't mean that you are content. It
No,
means
no,
that
no.
making
It justifies being
have
a selfish
literally been
retard in the
talking about
first
this for 2
instance.
hours.
he is selfish
Yeah,
retard.
exactly. I'm happy to ruin any good content because I know that me getting roasted afterwards for it will be even This better is what he content
Oh,
did yesterday, right?
What are you
Going
fucking
on
saying,
Justical
bro?
Stream,
Has been happening
saying
for 2 hours,
benign
and
things,
please know
saying that they were
I am the
awesome.
content. If I
Do-
left,
saying
do
that
you
he
not
had
see
been
how
pushing
what you're
debates
saying
completely
which is
does not
very nice.
negate what I just said.
That's not true. You don't know that.
No, but
Fucking
Chris,
crazy,
you're giving
bro. Better content. It's like, what are you fucking
me
saying, bro?
getting roasted has been happening for 2 hours and sees no end. I am the content. If I left,
Do you not see
He's
how what
talking
you're
about something
saying
else,
completely
which is
does not
very nice.
negate what I just said?
That's not true. You don't know that.
No, but
fucking
Chris,
crazy, bro.
you're giving him attention. That means it's good that he's trying to get attention because he's
Yeah.
getting attention.
Haha, I
I'm
was just
saying
saying the
is that
joke.
I am
Okay,
the
retard.
content.
Yeah, that was pretty good fun. Portobello.
What
How
Chris
does
Lettuce is
Justical
saying-
refresh his how does Justical refresh his you know his like reactive emotes? He uses Fuji reactive for it, and it freezes up and breaks on him, and it's happened for me, but I don't know how
the
he.
room and comes back, right?
Is that what he
I
does?
think you end up having to leave the room and rejoin, and then if that doesn't fix it, then you might have to like refresh the web frame inside like OBS.
Yeah, I'm trying to okay, I'll leave and come back. Alright.
Oh, are we back?
Yeah, that fixed it. Alright.
Nice.
Sure, it was just counterintuitive. I was refreshing the web frames on fucking multiple different locations and blah blah blah. But sometimes that works. Doesn't work very often. Leaving the room and coming back seems to work pretty reliably.
I went to bed early tonight. What did I miss?
Not much.
Yeah, not too much.
Murder, pedophile.
I cleaned my room, bro. Hold
Investigation.
on, let me check it out.
True.
I mean, that's not. Yeah. The extreme
Less
dad shit
pizza
isn't even that
boxes.
interesting.
There's
It's literally
100%
just-
less pizza boxes.
There's one
Yeah.
pizza box. He kept away because no one gave him $100 to throw it away.
Well, yeah, but that's like that's less than 1%. That's less than 1%.
It is less than 1%, but it's not.
Yeah, it is less than 1%. And round it down.
But for the low price of $100, you can help him cross the finish line. Yeah.
He'd probably ship it to you for $100 too.
Oh my god! Look at the room.
Last pizza box.
Yeah.
Well, wait, did you take my advice and did you mint it into an NFT pizza box first? Then you can sell it twice.
Well, I got that one there.
Chris,
Yeah,
let us-
true.
Any estimate on how
Oh,
many
fuck
pizza
you,
boxes
you
threw away?
fucking loser, bro. Shut up.
Do you know how many pizza boxes he threw away? Was it
Don't
more
you
than
fucking say
100?
my name again, freak.
Yo,
Well, it
yo,
says
Chris.
more than 100 because it's
Yo.
less than 1%.
Yo, Chris, is that a green screen behind you? What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
It was definitely
Yo.
more than 100, right? That's $700 worth of pizza.
I'm gonna be honest, Chris. I didn't think that you had a back wall.
It was just outside and there were
I
pizzas
just
the
think
whole
that the
time.
pizza boxes were the back wall.
That's what I
You
said
proved me
last
wrong.
time.
He thought that the pizza boxes were just like a structural accessory. I always thought that like between the desk and the pizza boxes like stacked up on top of them, I thought they were like load bearing, the only thing keeping the roof on.
Hold on. Hey, guys.
It's great.
The pizza that he bought that came in those boxes that
Oh,
he threw
but
away.
shut up.
Unbelievable, Chad.
Worth more than my car.
The heckler in the audience just
Worth
doesn't
more
know.
than
Security, get this
$175
man out of here! Holy moly!
Like Chris, I have to be completely honest with you. With the amount of Domino's pizza that you eat, how is your blood pressure? I just need to know. Like, is
Bro,
it okay?
How is your bank account?
I've been passing out a lot lately. Like, bro.
This is not good. This is not good,
That's
brother.
because you're
Not good,
inhaling
brother.
helium back to back for hours.
Yeah, my
Bro, this
DNA. This is actually not a joke. This is very true. But since then, I've gone and had my blood pressure measured twice, and I've started exercising, eating healthier, doing that stuff. It's back down to a normal level. So, I think there's a thing called slow cholesterol and fast cholesterol. And fast cholesterol, well, actually, I'm thinking of insulin resistance. You can like eat like a lot of sugary bad things, and your insulin will like spike, and that's called fast insulin resistance or whatever. And that's not so bad because it can drop down very quickly back to normal. But slow insulin resistance is where, like, you know, over a long period of time you're building it up. Maybe cholesterol is kind of the same, where like I built. It's probably not. There probably is no like slow cholesterol thing. I don't know. It's better though. It's literally dissolving.
He's gonna like go to the doctor. The doctor's gonna be like, "Sir, your blood pressure is 210 over 110. What have you been eating?" I consume tiki masala Domino's pizza on a daily basis. What do you mean a daily basis? 3 times a day.
Yeah, like 15 pounds of it a day.
Honestly, could do worse.
15 pounds. It's like
Yeah. He says like, you know, like try daily. I mean, what, every 3 days? No, 3 times a day.
3 times a day. It's like, and then Chris was just like, "Just give me the blood pressure medication, man." Like. Oh, nice! I made it.
You like that? Yeah, you like that?
I made it. I made it.
It's totally gonna be the YouTube thumbnail. Fucking A.
Holy shit. Hey, that's a banger. What the fuck? That's a banger.
Yeah, how does that blood pressure look, boys? Fucking
Hey, that's
phenomenal.
really good.
Shut up! I don't need your compliments, freak.
Hey, fuck you.
You would.
Whoa.
You
He
try.
comes in, accuses everyone of being like an ironic hole, and then he's sitting there trying to be your friend and complimenting you, Chris. But that's fucked up.
Yeah,
He's
yeah, that shit definitely does bother me.
You know what? Fuck Crisp.
He actually
I'm
is
gonna stand up
Android.
for myself.
What the fuck?
I don't know. He hasn't told you to kill yourself yet, so you know, one more line to
I
try.
love it. It's like a poster on the wall. That's great.
Yeah.
That is the one that cuts deepest, honestly.
Yeah, wait, Chris, it looks like you're in the office right now. This is amazing.
Yeah, it's actually pretty sick.
It's a total difference.
That it is. It's
You've
like, you know
been
when you're a little
standing
kid
there, you've been
and you
lying
like
to us all along.
change your room around. This is actually my job. I actually have a workplace. I need a computer chair next. To be honest, that'd be a huge change.
You need a bouncy ball.
Yeah, true. I could probably get one for like $15. Chatter, if you out there want me to have a bouncy ball or a computer chair, you can scroll down and see below my Kick page. There's a link to my Throne account where you can contribute to buying specific items that you want to add to the stream. It's a great way to show your appreciation, as well as if you have any other ideas of things that you want to recommend. Like I want to put maybe some like little magnets on there that'll be like $5. You can contribute towards getting like certain pieces of art and whatever that I could like chuck on the fridge or, you know, whatever to add to the stream. But you'll see a bunch of stuff on there that I really do need before this all falls apart. Oh look, Dung Devil's linked it in chat. Let's and that up. But yeah, I've been working hard on the stream, working hard in the background, and a lot of people have shown a lot of appreciation. And at first I just thought it was because I was completely fucked, that these people were helping me out of sympathy. But it turns out people were saying, we like the stream, we want to have a way to contribute. So there it is, get me a bouncy ball, which is you'll see at the top of the list, because then I can be like my favorite streamer, JSTLK. How much to tattoo my name on your back? I don't know, we could work on that one. We could do some home tattoos like Darius IRL style.
It's amazing that your carpet is clean.
That'd be so funny if I just start bouncing around on a bouncy ball in my room. I'll get little handles on it so I can actually
just
hop.
feel the courage to face reveal.
I'm stealing just
should
School's
turn-
idea.
Yeah, you've got to turn yourself into all of the memes about what just
This
is.
dude
You've got
wants me to get-
you got to
yeah.
get real fat, you know, to jump on what Kelly's
Chad
been
wants me
fucking
to get
saying
tattoos
about
on the
him.
back of my thighs.
You got to get the
For
space
him,
hopper
what the hell?
gimbal. You know, you got to
Can
do
you get a
everything.
Ragnarok or whatever the fuck mask?
No,
Yeah.
hold on, no, he
Get
doesn't. He
surgery.
doesn't get to fucking get away with a mask. He has to get full on surgery, baby.
Got to get the surgery.
Lip filler, chin implants, the works.
I know a guy. He'll
Oh,
break
yeah.
the CC rules when it comes to lip injections.
Oh, good. We need him to.
How's that?
Spitting image.
What's I doing?
I feel like over the past few days, I've had to engage in being like way more hostile with people in voice chat than I'm used to.
I know. I was gonna say.
Yeah, a little bit.
You're pissing your cereal.
It seemed
pretty great,
warranted though.
I love it.
yeah, I love it as well. Yeah.
At times, I worry that I might be turning into a bully, and then I look at who I'm bullying, and I'm like, oh, it feels good.
It's so easy.
Well, it kind of sounds like I'm listening to the guy from VH1's Fabulous Lives of the Rich and Famous. You know what I'm talking about? I'm sure you've gotten this before.
Lifestyles.
You sound just like the host from it.
What the fuck?
I mean,
He was
these
bored and on kick at 7 a.m.
The problem for me is it's making me just how real fucking easy it would be for me to just like reach into their pockets and take their milk money.
Get someone a swirly.
Oh yeah.
The cyber swirly.
Bro, I'm
With
scared.
Nice to muted his mic. Uh-oh.
He's building up.
Planning something?
He's building up something big.
Alting.
I just got killed by some scum mage, bro. That was polymorph trolling.
What do you mean you got killed?
He polyed a mob, pulled the mob away, and then the mob ran back, and then I got 2v1.
In hardcore?
Yep.
Oh,
What
bro.
level?
You sounded upset, to be
15.
honest. No, I get it.
Bro, no way. I don't even understand how that would happen.
I'll be right back, but Chris, I put a new one in the side chat for you. I don't have any more generations for today, but we'll have more tomorrow.
Oh, can you link the site that you used? Because those were pretty sick.
I'll send them to you. Yeah, I got you.
Cheers.
It's
Yeah,
you
but-
sitting in a room talking in a microphone with pizza boxes to the ceiling. It says I'm losing control of my life.
I just want to see. I like using those different websites, and there's lots of different ones to use, and they're all different. It's cool. I had a friend who was like an actual artist, and he would like draw me. This was like 7 years ago, 10 years ago probably, and he would just draw me like crashed out on train tracks, like with like heroin needles in my arm and shit. But it was just because I smoked too much weed and then spent too much money. But he's like,
It's literally ChatGPT. You just get 4 of them per day, but it's the best one I've ever used. So.
oh, see, I've never used it. I mean, like I've used Diffusion and a bunch of other ones, but I've never actually used the ChatGPT one. But I use ChatGPT for everything for my knowledge claims. When I get real fucking bored, can't figure out how to do computer shit. Always using GPT. Fuck, I'm trying to find a specific picture of my picture folder, and I cannot find it.
Yeah, that's why, Apple's really great at the cost of giving them access to every one of your photos. You can just say, send me
Does
this
that
one,
help?
and they've already cataloged it.
Oh.
Oh yeah, like the Windows AI thing that would like keep track of everything that has ever been on your screen, so you can like find stuff. I fucking hate the idea of that.
Show me dick pic. I can get an entire timeline.
I feel like all you're doing is building up a treasure trove of data for someone to exfiltrate, and then suddenly they've got every single bit of your like computer activity.
Yeah, it's
They have a screenshot of your desktop for every fucking 3 seconds of the past 10 years.
Yeah.
It's great. Great.
It's gonna be like maybe iRobot. Is it Vicky? What the hell it's called? My logic is undeniable. My logic is undeniable. One day when Siri turns on us, it's gonna be like that, and everybody's gonna get exposed.
I actually still don't think I've seen iRobot.
It's a good one.
Shia LaBeouf, greatest
I mean,
performance.
I'd rewatch it. Shia LaBeouf and iRobot. Oh, he's the little taxi dude, right?
Yeah, he learned how to curse like the morning that movie began.
I mean, I
He's
feel like I
supposed to be
remember when
educated.
I remember when it came out, and I just never saw it.
I'm gonna
Oh,
guess
wait.
it was 2003, 2004, maybe.
I was thinking of him
yeah.
in Constantine. He's Constantine's taxi driver, and
Oh yeah,
yeah, it's fucking Shia LaBeouf.
that was probably the same 2 years, maybe. Yeah,
Let me
back to
have a
back,
look.
dude. That's so funny.
Don't
that,
worry,
'cause
Jet.
I'm
We're
thinking,
not
like, they
done
look
yet.
exactly the same in both.
It heats back up. It's so sick.
I heard somebody call for me.
Nope.
You want to hear from me?
Literally, no one did.
You literally heard your
And
voice.
there it is.
Shut up.
Get shit on, bro.
Kill him, Cyclone. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him.
What game is this, Chris?
Sounds great now that I'm not here.
Huh?
No, that's
What do
because
you need, man?
you are still here, and we're all very well aware that you're still fucking here. And at any minute, we're just going to hear your stupid fucking autistic voice chirping over us fucking talking every time. Kill yourself.
It sounds a
Vitriol,
lot interesting. A lot more
vitriol in a
interesting, or
Scottish
at least
accent
more heated.
always
That's why I
has
came back.
something fucking delightful about it. Just,
Hmm.
just like that little sprinkling of like Scottishness on top of the rage is just nice.
I just need a William Wallace gif where it looks like he's talking, and when he starts talking, that sounds so much better. If I would have said that, it would have just been boring.
You see William Wallace, I build up a mental image of the TF2 demo man.
Okay, now stop barricading. Let me
First of
get
all,
those keys.
stop cussing, because you're not good at it.
Let me get 10 for the bus, man. I've been there for you.
Go home.
Okay, that's strike one, Spoon. That's strike one.
Please return to your homes. A curfew is in effect.
Curfew? No. It's called civilian rights. There is no curfew.
Return to your home immediately.
When do you make the rules, robot? Hey.
Oh, yo, welcome in, EAS Anderson. I'm in Discord, discord.gg/GSTLK. We're just in the streamable room. So you can feel free to come on in. I haven't watched... What is the Destiny content nuke? I know there was a Hassan content nuke by... Yo, just a disclaimer for anyone who is entering the stream right now. I'm not currently in the Justical Discord. We're just rewatching an old VOD of Tysca being an energy vampire. As well as just hanging out with like cool friends. You can see up the top of the screen we've got like 10 people all hanging out having a good time. Justical Discord is often a good time. You can get on in there. Or if you want a place which might be a little bit different but also a little bit the same, come to my Discord, which you'll find a link to down below. Or, just ask someone for an invite. We're trying to grow it. It's not too much going on there at the moment. It's worth checking out, though. Yeah. The H3 guy, Ethan Klein. Who did a Destiny one? Turkey Tom did one? Let me look it up. Oh, Ryan Beard. I did see this going around. I don't know, I find that Ryan Beard guy not that interesting. But maybe that's because I just didn't like the content specifically he'd been choosing to go over. So I don't even know his style. I just know he's not got a beard.
To bring anybody any more harassment than they've already received, but you have to understand that at this point, I'm kind of being pushed and playing my entire hand. There will be no vague allegations today. There will be no mentions of nukes, only mushroom clouds. One of the title capitals, a case study on internet terrorism and mass media manipulation. This is going to be a cataloging, past year, demonstration of what happens when communities fail to hold their own members responsible, and what comes of the belief that...
Right, who does a 15-minute intro? This is why I'm like, oh, Ryan Beard. Oh, this guy. Yeah, it might be worth watching though. What does the thing say? Donate to Pixie's fundraiser. Links to Pixie, Cherry, Melina, Lav, and Stasia. Shit. What is the Stasia part? I didn't think Stasia was coming out hard enough for it to be worthy of... I mean, I've known about the Stasia stuff for like a long time, but like I haven't really like known about it like a lot to like dig into it and confirm it all. I just hear the schizo ramblings. I just assumed they sleep together and that was that. And I always thought Stasia was just like a fan of his, even after they fucked, right? So I don't know how Stasia makes him look bad, or why anyone would talk about it, except to fuck Stasia over. Yeah, that could be interesting. Stasia's been pretty nice to me since I've known her, but she does seem a bit wacky.
I don't think that's.
I
don't think
LARPed
that
as a neo-Nazi,
I
is
don't,
what you're saying?
I don't think you can do that, really.
I don't think you can really do it, but I'm still going to commit to trying. I'm going to try and protect my
amenable
reputation
to
before it
make friends
totally
with.
gets dragged through the mud. I'd just like to say that when you do see those screenshots of me, you know, like venerating our Lord and Savior, Mr. Adolf Hitler, that it was, you know, all in jest. You know, I was just pretending. Just like I was just pretending to be retarded and autistic in these conversations. Just like I was pretending to be Shredder from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
No, I don't think you can do those things. Hey, I will
You
say,
don't think you can
actually,
pretend to be fucking
in all
Shredder from the
seriousness,
Teenage Mutant Ninja
I do
Turtle?
wanna-
Fucking James Avery
have
pretended to be
a number
Shredder
of
from the
voice
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, fucking expertly. We love him. He
So-
was such a good fucking voice actor. God, I love Uncle Phil. God, I love
Yeah.
Uncle Phil.
Nice.
God, I love Uncle Phil.
I love Uncle Phil.
I love Uncle Phil. Yes.
Yes. Keep saying
I
it.
don't
It gets
know
better every time you say it.
what
I love Uncle Phil. I love Uncle Phil.
I love Uncle Phil. I love Uncle Phil.
Uncle
Everybody
Phil.
join in. I love Uncle
I
Phil.
love Uncle
I don't see
Phil.
enough of you lighting up. Lee, I know that your mic's on. Say I love Uncle Phil.
Just speaking over
I love Uncle
Tysca.
Phil.
What a joy.
Lee,
I love
And
Uncle
Jack.
Phil.
Lee, just once.
Is that a good thing?
Lee,
can you
once,
say,
please.
Fuck, what is it?
Lee, it would be gay.
Everyone shut up. Lee, he's about to say it. Come on, Lee.
Say it.
Uncle Phil's. He's alright. He's alright.
You know, that's good
no,
enough.
that's it.
I love Uncle
Very
Phil.
much
He joined us. He joined us. I love Uncle Phil.
I
I
love
love Uncle Phil. Yes.
Lee, can you say
Fuck it,
purple
say I love
burglar
Uncle
alarm?
Phil.
Purple
Like-
burglar alarm.
This is the only server where nobody.
Shut up! Shut up! Stop! You're ruining the moment.
I see you say that, but you've been on the fishing line all night repeatedly.
Yeah, and nobody's and ain't got a bite.
It's you. You are the bite.
I don't think anyone's
Literally
biting. I think everyone's kind of
every
just raping it.
other voice chat that I've been in with more than like 6
People are hooking the fish out of the water, sticking their dick in it, and then throwing it back in, and just waiting for someone else to pull it up and do the same. Hey, yo, look at the mouth on that little fucking guppy.
Little gup.
That's where the little gut meme comes from. It's true.
I mean,
I like
the
that.
debate in this case is that I
Normally people think that the joy of fishing is the joy of succeeding in like catching what should be your meal, and you kind of like indulge in the thrill of that and you throw it back. But the real joy is seeing the body of the fish distend while you fuck its mouth.
Luckily,
Brother, you gotta
it's
fight back.
released too, so you can just like.
Brother,
I don't know
you
about
really gotta start
that.
fighting back. This is bad. This is really
I'm
bad.
not sure.
You need to fight back. You got to do something
Okay,
here. man.
hold
This
on.
is-
So
this
I
is
mean,
really
well,
bad.
see, Ironsides, the thing is, over the course of the night, what we've established is that he is a murdering pedophile, exactly the same way that Extreme Dad is. He's a fish-fucking anti-Semitic, like, Hitler worshipper, but he's also pretending to be Shredder from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Totally true, Tysca lore.
So this is.
I need a wiki.
And so far he's pushed back, frankly, on nothing. If anything, he has embraced the accusations, and it's the embrace of things that is concerning, because you know sometimes people build up a false sense of who other people are, and you know that can be pretty troubling. You know, like Extreme Dad was in here. He wanted to set the record straight on his accusations. That's something that he's really entitled to do. Like nobody wants to be taken to be something that they're not. And the problem is that that there have been some really unsettling things said about Tysca, and you know normally that might be cause for concern. You know we kind of like set these things straight, and he's kind of just admitted to everything. He just wants to fuck all the children, murder all of the drug addicts, sink in retaliation for the USS Liberty, all of the Jewish sort of naval vessels. He wants to also round up all the Jews, gas every single one of them, and he wants to fuck all of the fish. And so far, he's just confessed to it all. And it's
His only
quite
pushback
troubling.
has been the fish's mouth.
Yeah.
I really do like
That's
fish.
pretty damning. I'm not gonna lie.
See, he just keeps
he's
on getting
kinda-
deeper and deeper into that fish.
I
Jesus.
just went with it. Yeah, it's rough.
What happens when you hit the
Some
gills?
fish are kind of hot.
You just push through when you hit the gills.
What if it's a northern pike?
I mean,
They have shark gills.
His ultimate aim is to
Once you go
fuck a
saltwater,
fish
you
small
never
enough
go
to just
back, I
fucking
think.
gut it in one thrust. That's what he's aiming for.
I would be impressed to see someone gut a fish with their like cock. That'd be very
Careful.
impressive.
Well, okay.
It's like one go, pull it all out. I'd be like, okay, yeah,
You-
that's.
Do you guys remember?
something-
You guys,
there's one video
you guys
online
remember
about
that fucking Simpsons episode where Homer Simpson goes to Japan because he's like, oh, they have Mr. Sparkle, and then they all get stuck working in the Osaka fish factory, and they have the little song, and they're like, a knife
Look,
goes
I'm telling
in,
you,
guts
this
come out. That is what the Osaka concern is all about.
The zoo
And
files go for, like,
Tysca's
all
version
sorts
of
of mammals.
of
Fish
this,
is where
it's
it's at.
like
Fish
penis
is where
goes
it's at.
in, guts come out. You know
Yeah,
that's what he lives for.
true.
But
True.
I think he does.
Put it
I
on
think
my
he does
Wikipedia.
sing it. I think he does sing it in that weird little way, like they
There's
did.
a
in
needle
Simpsons.
joke. There's a needle dick joke in here somewhere. I don't know where it is.
They're
Oh,
hard to
what?
find, so it's
Swordfish dick.
Yeah, I
don't
know enough about fish, especially like the because I know that I've seen
Yeah.
like the really tiny like skinny fish. I just don't know what they're called. Otherwise, I'd be able to reference them to make like a skinny dick joke.
fish.
That is a good call out though.
I don't know enough about fish to pick up on what you're putting down either.
Is that why you are fucking them to gain carnal knowledge of the fish to
Yeah,
expand your
it's a-
horizons?
it's a,
That's
marine
fucked up, bro. That's
biology
fucked up, bro.
exploration
It's fucked
mission
up, bro. It's kind of
with
fucked up.
Oh, you gotta
a
find
sexual fetish.
It's wild that he's admitting this, chat. It's fucking crazy.
You need to fight back. You gotta do something.
Tysca, pinfish or tadpole?
Say that again.
Pinfish or tadpole?
What fish?
Okay, you're just a fish fucker. Shut up.
No, I can't. Or
See,
tadpole.
the worst thing is that he's. It's not just
Look,
that he's a
tadpoles
fish
are
fucker.
amphibian.
It's that he's an undiscerning fish fucker. He's
There's a
just
lot of-
like he's so fucking gooned out, fucking brain rotted. You know, I just want to
bro,
fucking fuck them
amphibians-
all. He's like a little
amphibians,
kid
like-
who has fired up Pokemon and seen all the fucking empty entries in the Pokedex, and is like, there are that many of them. I'm gonna have a little taste from the buffet of all these little fucking fish mouths.
He's saying about Professor Oak, like I don't know which
No,
one.
okay, look, you know the copy pasta that says about Vaporeon. Bullshit. Vaporeon's a
He
mammal.
wants to
Seeking
fuck
is where
the
it's at.
Pokemon too. He's not content with the real animals either. He's so fucking gooned out that he's like fucking real things.
Hey, there's a lot of fish in the
Jesus.
sea.
Look, I'm done fucking all of these real things. I have seen and tasted them all. I crave something fantastical. I need more.
There has to be a
reality.
buffet.
Reality
Fish in the
will
sea. There's
just
a lot
not
of
do.
ponds, big and small. You can find a lot of different fishes.
Have you ever tried fucking yourself, Tysca?
Yeah, I haven't had much success.
Have you tried using a hammer?
As I do
Still
it more
issue?
often, I think I'm getting.
Tysca,
closer,
have you
but-
tried fucking yourself to death with a hammer?
A hammer.
Head
Never
first,
thought about that.
probably.
I'll give that a try tonight.
Wait, which head?
Yeah, start on either. Figure it out.
Claw or ball peen? Tell us now. This is probably the only real question we have for you. Claw hammer or ball
Oh
peen?
no, blacksmith's hammer. 100%.
I mean, that
Rather
actually
than
wasn't even one of the options.
Turbo
Yet
hits are
yet
answered.
again, a substance vampire. He was given some
You asked Ball
clear fucking options where like, hey buddy, we've got these things in mind. We kind of like you to select between them, and he's like, no,
Okay, what were the options?
I
What
want
options
I
was?
want the off menu delicacies.
No, hold on, what
Holy
were the
shit,
options?
yeah.
Can you then
Chris,
the blacksmith hammer?
Chris, I see a fucking pizza box on your
Wait,
floor
what
in the
were- what
background.
were
Get
the
that shit
options?
off the floor, you cunt. Get that
actually-
shit off the
I'll
floor.
do
No, I'm not wearing
I'll
pants
kill you,
anymore.
Chris.
What are the two options? Ball team is one of them.
Give him
Right.
100
What was
bucks
the
like
other?
with the last one. He needs his $100.
No. Hey, look, I'm happy for the pizza box to remain there as a donation temptation, but the pizza box isn't allowed to sit on the floor. This man has to live by higher standards now.
Statistically, I'm going to say not the ball peen hammer. Whatever the other one was that I didn't hear is the correct
What do you mean
answer.
statistically? What's the statistical justification for the avoidance of the ball peen hammer when you fuck
Because
yourself to death
statistically,
with
the
it?
ball peen hammer is the most useless hammer.
Not for killing yourself. I mean, fucking yourself.
Well, fucking yourself to death.
What was the other option? I mean, I can't imagine a ball peen hammer being anywhere.
I mean,
above-
are you just thinking about its utility in achieving suicide by like self fucking?
I mean,
Like,
to be
are
honest,
you
it's
saying the
also
ball
a
peen?
strange option.
Are you saying the ball peen hammer doesn't do like enough damage? Maybe you just need a bigger ball peen hammer. Jesus Christ, bro! Open your fucking horizons a little, just a little bit.
I do
Get,
have lots of opinions.
get
on
some
hammers.
substance in your life. Holy
Carpenter's
moly.
hammer is the best hammer.
Again, he's going for these fucking these off menu options. Holy
I
Christ!
didn't hear the other side of the menu. You said ball peen, and I don't know what the other option was.
It was a claw
Ball
hammer.
peen
He
is
goes
a
like
You-
Pizza Hut and asks for domino dots. Do you think he does that type of shit? Do you think
This
he-
man is
like,
so
ironically
fucking strung out on fentanyl that he can't even follow a fucking food menu with 2 options on it. Holy fuck.
Yeah, you go to Chinese restaurants and order pizza.
See, he says that, and he thinks it's actually funny. It's wacky.
It's crazy.
What it is it's a confession of vibe terrorism.
That's true.
And
That's
racism,
crazy.
honestly. Yeah. Once again, incredibly racist.
Oh, thank you, Zizi. It is crazy.
That's hold on, Chris Lettuce. Could you please tell me how that's racist?
You should shut up.
You have no idea. You just fucking scream something.
That's
You're the
crazy,
worst
Chad.
of
I mean,
the fucking
wait, well,
progressive
alright, fine,
fucking
fine.
Houthis
I'll
make us
entertain you,
proud
bro.
crowd.
Well,
That's
now you're
racist.
just insulting me.
No, I think he's changed his mind. He was happy to entertain you, and then you were really fucking
Yeah.
rude to him. He was,
Yeah,
he was,
I mean, I was
he was happy to acquiesce and to rebuild the bridge, and he started like cobbling together foundations, and you just kind of like came over and kicked them down. Jesus, it's
I
fucked
mean,
up.
I wasn't expecting you to entertain, but if you're going to entertain, I'd love to hear it.
I mean, he said he was going to, and then you kind of started fucking with him. You know,
Yeah.
you really can't be doing that to
Just
people.
kept going.
Yeah, I get that you would love that, but yeah, you kind of just went on.
Okay, so you're not going to entertain. Like
Well,
I
I'm no,
thought.
I'm no
So,
cuck, bro, so I'm not
let's
going to
move
sit
on
here
then.
and jack you off. So,
I mean,
sorry, dude.
So,
Chris,
like I
Chris,
said, you're
Chris
just
is
gonna
entertaining me,
point out
so you
words
can't
like
accuse him of
racist
not
like the fucking
entertaining.
Houthis make us
He's
proud
not
crowd.
entertaining you.
Yeah. If I was Chinese, you'd be a Houthi, bro.
You're fucking racist.
I mean, a
That's
Uyghur.
racist.
He's a Houthi.
Cancel this guy.
Says the Jew hater. That's crazy.
That's
You
crazy.
hater.
Says the guy that goes into Chinese or Japanese establishments and asks for American food. That's fucked up.
Hey, Chinese food is an American invention, okay?
Is porn a Jewish invention to control the Goyim masses?
Ooh.
Oh, Tysca, show us your wisdom on the topic.
Got an opinion, dude? Don't be a pussy. Give us an opinion.
I'm curious what your opinion is. I'm guessing
done.
your opinion is
Don't
the
be a
answer is
pussy,
no, in my
Tysca.
opinion.
Don't be a pussy.
Oh.
What was it?
I
Come on,
can
buddy.
now see what you're thinking when I asked about the USS Liberty.
No, you said that the Jews were behind it. You didn't ask a question. You made a statement.
No, I never said the Jews were behind USS Liberty or that.
Okay, hold on.
they
I
were
want to
behind
pull out
USS
from this
Liberty
because
and
if you bring up
9/11.
anti-Semitic shit, I actually want to try and get him clapped. So can we just
I remember why I
subject to
warned
your-
you.
Yeah,
your
okay.
getting- We're allowing him to talk about it. Just back
Sure.
from the subject.
So,
Should
as
USS
far as
kill
the USS
yourself?
Liberty goes, the
I'll let
Jews
him
were
get
behind
clapped.
USS Liberty.
I just
obviously.
literally asked him to stop talking about Jew
Just
shit.
let him
and
get
stop
clapped,
talking
bro.
about Jew
Just
shit,
let him get
and,
clapped.
like, and he brought it back up. Can we actually clap him out of the server for this so we can actually
Nah,
have,
let
like,
him say his
conversations?
piece first.
Alright,
Hold
let
on.
him- yeah, just
Didn't you
Let
just
him
ask
talk,
me
let him
to
talk, let him talk.
talk about anti-Semitic shit to suss me out? Am I wrong? Did I
Someone
misunderstand?
asked
I
you
thought
that, and then I specifically said we need to stop talking about this because there's been multiple asks from moderation to not talk about this shit.
Yeah,
And it's a
I'm
continuous
I'm
problem that we're
saying
trying
it's
to clear
okay.
up.
You can go ahead. But I will.
If Dumb Devil asked you to fuck a fish, would you do it?
Who are you
Listen,
asking?
Tysca, we need you to prove whether or not fucking fish is your bag, and we're actually going to have to ask you to fire up the webcam, fuck a fish live, and we need to see whether or not it makes you come. It's the only thing that's going to absolve you.
Come on, Cam. Come on, Cam. Come on,
Wait,
Cam.
where's the fish? Where's the fish?
Ain't no
Oh,
fish around
he's
here,
he's going
unfortunately.
for a mud skipper today. It looks like.
I wonder if I can find a tadpole. I don't think I can fuck it for you though.
Interesting.
I don't think I can find a fish. Actually.
Not even the fish want to fuck him. That's crazy, chat.
You showing cock?
No, they do. They're just not here right now because they know I come.
They're just shy.
At in the
Also,
evening.
there's a weird man in my backyard. He seems to be talking to his phone. He's not talking
He,
about
seem,
fucking fish.
he seems to be trying to grab at the semi-aquatic life in the bog.
Brother, no way they got you to turn on your fucking camera. Holy shit.
That's crazy, chat.
Pull out a Sharpie, Tysca. We got some stuff we want to make.
I hate you, Tourniquet.
Sharpie? Oh, a Sharpie? I actually might have one of those. Oh, actually.
Oh my
How do we know
god.
this isn't AI?
You know what?
You're in your socks?
Remember what I was talking
You're in your
about?
socks?
The carpenter's hammer. Yes. Yes, I am. The
You are
carpenter's hammer
disgusting.
and the blacksmith's hammer.
Okay,
My
so now that we know that you actually have the hands-on hammer experience, which one is the better sex utility, in your opinion? Which one can you
These
vouch
two?
for anyone who needs to fuck themselves to death with a hammer? We need your expertise. Which one
Fuck
is
to
the
death?
better implement?
Why is
The
the color
depth,
on that
the
change at
claw.
that line right there? Like it's dipped in something.
But to orgasm, probably this one, I'd guess.
Real
You
pounder.
guess?
And in fact,
Hold on. You
this
guess. You don't even
Sure.
fucking know, and you're expecting us to take this seriously when you're just admitting
Oh.
that you actually don't have the real fucking
Oh, the
experience.
mallet. It's the mallet for him.
I have an extra hammer. Although I think this might be the worst of them all.
Tysca,
And
put the camera on your backyard. I want to play Find the Shallow Grave.
No, so
not quite a hammer.
No shot.
Yeah,
Not a
Rich
hammer
just
at
does
all.
what
I
you
feel
call.
like some of you might be good at GeoGuessr, so I'm not going to do that.
I'm an expert. GG.
I'm analyzing the light levels right now just to find the placement of the sun. Is that an airplane I can hear in the background? Hmm.
I'm looking at the.
That sounds like flight SM5002.
Hmm.
I'm tracking the flight path right now.
Oh, and it's routine. Nice. Coming in
It's
from
a
due west, I see.
C-130. In formation, I'll tell you that much.
I feel like this has run his course. I don't think he's going to fuck himself to death with any of the hammers.
I'm not. No, you're right.
Wait, why not?
However, I've proved
False
that I do
advertising.
have knowledge to speak on the subject.
No, because
Yes.
you confess to not knowing how they operate as actual implements.
Yeah. This
I
is
mean-
true.
And it's actually I think it's actually worse that you want to sit here after being caught out on that kind of lie and pretend that you still have that kind of expertise.
Anybody can
Hold
buy a
on.
hammer, but they can't. Not everybody can sit on it and spin, buddy.
Yeah, Jesus.
I said
And
I
really,
had enough
really
experience with hammers
finding the biggest,
make me
gnarliest
say
hammer
yes.
and sitting on it
Who
and
said I
giving
had-
a real big fucking spin is kind of the aim of the game. You're supposed to fuck
That would
yourself to
own
death
us.
with it. Jesus.
You could own us
couldn't
if you did
put
that.
any of these.
You could put the biggest, grossest hammer up into your butthole and just fucking rip your guts out, and we'd have lost.
True. We would have lost.
Do you want to be a winner or a loser?
Technically, you're right, but
You're you're not even willing to make the slightest sacrifice to win fucking internet arguments.
The slightest sacrifice.
No,
I
no
would-
fucking committal on this
why
guy
not?
at all. Like he won't
Well, I
even
never
like
said I
he
would.
won't even
I
commit to owning like shit positions. He's got to like back up into like, no, I was just pretending to be like an evil like
didn't
contriving
pull-
mastermind. I'm gonna
didn't pull
fucking
the
run
fence.
around
I
like
just
fucking
pulled a
fish
small
and
one.
being a murderous child fucker, and I'm gonna like back away from like fucking myself to death with a hammer. This guy has no substance.
Is the problem with this world?
Fucking sinkhole of irony.
Oh my god, I really need a Wikipedia page. So much totally true Tysca lore tonight.
I think you'll find that Wikipedia is not for things that have piles of truth to them necessarily, but actually for things of significance. So I think that counts you out there, buddy.
Holy shit.
Not
Actually,
Andrew,
so
Wiki
savage.
page then.
Or some dickhead just done a fucking wheel spin outside my window. It smells like burnt rubber. God, I hope he dies tonight. Fucking poor.
I mean, I hope it's only burnt rubber. I hope you're not having a stroke, Chris. Please, please. Look at the camera. We need to check whether or not your face is drooping.
Oh yeah.
I think we're okay. I think we're okay. Okay, you're safe. You're safe. We love you, Crispy. We don't want to lose you.
Get a screenshot of it if you want.
Just to be clear, I want to make it clear.
This is the
I
bit
know
where
a
someone
lot of
takes the
neo-Nazi
screenshot
lore
and they
and
like
then-
Photoshop liquefy your face to just like droop down one side. No, he was having a stroke after all. they
Did you totally make
gaslight
this
you into
lore?
having like a functional
wasn't
disorder
any
where
of
you
the
think you
conspiracy
have had a
said it was.
stroke. You spend the rest of your days with like slightly floppy on one side, and it's all because someone photoshopped that one picture.
I'm just so mentally fucked.
Yeah.
Oh no. It'd probably
Gaslit
kinda-
into being a stroke victim.
It'd be a weird situation because you'd be like, "Did I stroke?" And I'm just too brain damaged to realize, and they're all telling me it's true. Like,
Is the other side drooping? Like,
Yeah, just both of them. He's full on turned into fucking like droopy dog. You got jowls, Crisp. Oh no.
no,
He's
I
doing
look
his
like
best,
Baby
afterward.
Peach. I look like
Jesus
Baby
Christ.
Peach. Nah. Did you guys see Baby Peach's last fucking stream or whatever? She like walked around her house and it was trashed, and she was wearing stubbies, and her legs are covered in bruises, and she kind of looks both anorexic and chubby. Oh man, I swear she's become a hardcore drug addict. Like, Jesus
That shit made me
Christ.
sad when you linked that, Chris. But that shit
That
is
was
hard to watch.
fucked, bro. It was weird thinking I hung out with that person so much. But then it's not weird because after a long time hanging out with her, she went nuts. But then now you see her like a long time after that, and it's like her walking around her house actually showing you everything, and it's like, fuck, dude.
Wait, you actually know her personally?
Yeah.
Fuck off, Tysca. Jesus.
Yeah, bro. The curiosity from this dude. I just linked like a thing in side chat of him being like, "Oh my god, so what's the law with like Jacob and Zoe?" It's like, fuck off, bro. Just look into it
No, he
yourself.
doesn't
Just
pay
figure it out.
attention. You just explained that you did know this person personally. And then as soon as you
Yeah.
finish talking about how you knew this person personally
You
and
knew
how
him
that makes it a sad thing, he goes, "Wait, you knew this person?" And he does this with everything.
With
It
everything, right?
blows my mind, bro.
Yeah, thousands of times.
Well, it's see, the thing is, because like asking the question itself wouldn't have been so bad, but it's just that it exposes the sheer absence of substance. The man is paying attention only enough to realize that he was like not paying attention, and
No.
is like,
Also-
buddy. I know that I just had like a little nibble of the substance, but I need you to like to restate the substance so I can slurp it up more.
Yeah, give me more. I'm gonna ask every question. Every time you tell me something, I'm gonna ask if that is the thing, just to double down. You know?
Yeah.
You literally
enough.
force people to double down on everything. It's fucking crazy,
But
bro.
Crispy, you don't realize that the second taste is the sweetest.
True.
Hey, that's a good.
When you vomit it back up a little bit, and then
Yeah.
You're like a dog.
I mean, it is like he has vomited it up because even though he has slurped the substance off our plates, depriving us of it, he has gained no real sustenance from it. So it is really the mantra of like the bulimic of like
True.
twice the taste and half the calories. You know?
Yeah, true. I just need to keep eating. Time to vomit that shit up.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Can't even hold on to all that info.
But you've also got to like
Gee.
you got to savor the flavor on the way back up too. And then you just go
He
for
does
like
seem
another
like a
little
person
handful of
who
food from someone else's
Does
plate.
need good friends. So if you, I don't know, I don't care.
And now he's pretending like he knows what was going on all along. He's trying to speak authoritatively on the fact that this person does, in fact, need help, but he doesn't even know what's going on.
Bro,
It's fucking
Well,
crazy.
I know that as a character
He's
in an
just
online
he's just
story.
he's just winging it, guys. This is wild.
Tysca, you say you don't care, but you're gonna wake up so depressed tomorrow. You're gonna like your subconscious is gonna process this entire conversation during the night. And you're gonna wake up like, oh no, what is my life? Oh no, guys.
Oh God. Oh, I'm making love with me.
Tysca, do you sleep in a house or a tent?
That's crazy.
It depends. House right now.
He currently actually sleeps under just a much larger version of the hat that's in his profile picture.
Yeah.
Have you ever used Milady unironically?
Pretty-based. Yeah, that's
You ever tried that
been
out?
true before. Yes.
Right.
Have you used Milady unironically, like ever at any point in your life?
Say that again.
Have you ever used Milady unironically?
No.
Are you
I
sure?
have not. Yes, I am sure about that one.
Okay.
You ever hit on a woman before, Tysca?
What was that?
Have you ever hit on a woman before?
Of course he has. Just
Put a
count the
hat
man
on a
for
woman?
fucking restraining orders. Jesus.
Yeah. Have you ever hit
What
on a
did you
woman,
say?
Tysca?
Put a hat on a woman?
No, have you ever hit on a woman? You ever tried to flirt
He
with a
only f-
woman?
He only
Hat on a
fucks.
woman?
He only fucks fish. Jesus.
True.
He's not about that fucking weird shit.
Got to be intentional
Am
at
I-
this point.
What are you saying? Hat on a woman?
Jesus Christ, can like this stop, bro? Fuck me.
Hit on a woman?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're asking me?
So he sits there pretending not to understand all along, and then when he's finally aware that like the bit has failed, he goes, "You know what? I was just pretending to be retarded. Now we can play it
Is
a
that-
little bit serious."
Is that the question that I've been asked? Have I ever hit on a woman?
Bro, he's throwing up the brief moment of
Yeah.
attention and regurgitating.
Oh, Crisp, you know what it is? It's not even that he's throwing it back up, but he's like he's projectile vomiting like vertically up into the air so that he can fucking catch it, and he's going for that taste.
No, I'm
And he's going for that taste again, and he after he fucking gobbles down like every single drop, like he's in a fucking like
Learn to speak
Bugs
to President
Bunny
English
cartoon.
properly, okay?
Like, you know when you see like a character in a cartoon like pouring some fucking soup out or whatever, and then another character like catches it in their mouth. perfectly, not a single drop spilled. That's what he's like with his own fucking vomit. Like he has to step outside from under his like comically large hat that he lives under, because you don't want to fucking like hit the ceiling and stuff. It'll get all into the fabric. It'll fucking stink. So he's got to go outside. But he accounts for the wind perfectly. He regurgitates perfectly vertically. However the wind interferes in the fucking stream, he's accounted for. He catches every single drop again, and he does just go, it was better the second time. And he's gonna do like a little jiggle. He's going to let the fluids settle back in his stomach. He's gonna give it a moment. He's gonna wait for the taste to fade away. He's gonna wait for that like slightly biley second taste to clear from his palate. And then he's going to stick his fingers down his throat again and go straight back up into the air. He's going for round 3.
Bro, he gets that cartoonishly fat belly as it goes back in, and then he slaps his belly and it comes back out again. Oh, yeah. Yes. Rubs a bit on his armpits just for like the musk.
I think Dung Devil can make you do whatever he wants you to.
I love it. Should that got funnier as it went on. We got a video on side chat from something.
You can tell from the confidence with which I recounted that story that it's got to be true as well. If he does ever become like a human being worth noting, we can include it on the Wikipedia page. But I think it's just going to have to remain a folktale amongst us, frankly.
How could it be fake?
Do you understand why what's happening? Do you understand why what's happening is happening, Tysca, right now?
What?
Do you understand why, rather than engaging with you in any meaningful way, people are just, memeing on you? Do you get it or not?
I think I'm engaging in an extremely substantial way. I'm sorry, I'll stop looking at it. You can continue.
It's sweet with you and your niggas. It's right there. Hit that water. Hit that water. Listen, it's right for him over. It's changing flat tires in the snow.
The dynamic at play for the last few hours. I understand
Why do you think it's gotten to that point?
Because I am the content. Fuck you.
No, so I'm gonna give you my opinion. Gonna give an actual opinion here as to why I think what's happening is happening.
Hey,
you've come
you know
into.
what? I'll accept it. Thank you.
You've come into a group setting where the social dynamic is also already clearly laid out. And rather than trying to go along with the flow of that social dynamic, you've tried to just insert yourself abrasively. You've attacked people who have relationships with other people in here, and that's obviously going to put a bad taste in people's mouth when they have no interaction with you, and they just see that you're attacking their friends. You're calling people vapid that you don't have enough engagement with to understand them on a level to make that assertion, and that just creates a bad taste in people's mouth. So when you talk, people don't care, because rather than listening to what you're saying, people are hearing, oh, that's the guy that just randomly started attacking my friend for no reason. Fuck that guy.
Yes, I absolutely.
Hold on, Lee. In Tysca's defense, when he calls Legacy a vapid sack of shit with no substance, he might actually be onto something.
Also, he knows bad taste in his mouth very well from all the puke that just went back in.
Sure.
But yeah, it's just
but like you said,
that's why
I
it's
absolutely understand the dynamic that's going on. I understand why. However, you said nobody takes me seriously. Nobody here currently takes me seriously. It's true. And that's part of the dynamic at play. I understand all that. However, like I said, I'm typically a controversial figure wherever I go. I'm a particularly.
Bro, you're not content, and I hope you don't come back. Fuck, dude.
And there are many folks that are not you who
not
do
related to
appreciate
you?
me. For instance,
name one.
Like,
Please name one.
He's actually not even like meaningfully like controversial. Like it's not that.
Yeah.
It's not that anything offered has been any significant counter to anything. It's not that you're like running up against people because there is like some real conflict there that is off substance. Hey, like we disagree on matters or have like wild opinions. It's like it's like insanely antisocial modes of conduct that are then followed up by things like feigning disinvestment while having also hung around for like 3-4 fucking hours straight, pretending that you are the content, you are the center of attention. You just don't even care. You don't even care, but you need us to know you are the content.
Yeah, controversial, bro. You're insufferable.
You know who I am.
Like,
Everybody
fuck.
knows who I am. All right, I'm leaving. Unless
Mogged,
anybody's
get
got
mogged, get mogged.
closing
Not
thoughts.
leaving.
Yeah, Mo, don't come back.
Not leaving.
Mogged, 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 mogged,
I'll
mogged,
be back
mogged,
ASAP.
mogged.
No, please
Hey,
don't.
happy
that you
Lettuce.
choose
Got
not.
raped.
Thank you.
You were raped.
Thank you to everybody else who talked about me for so long.
Why are you thinking
True.
like this is an outro
True,
for a
Dundee Boo.
stream? It's not,
Yes,
sleeves.
exactly.
Absolutely
Wait,
raped, gaped, and gutted, just like all those poor little fucking fish. A taste of his own
Thank you
medicine.
all for knowing my name.
So much shitting on Tysca. Does it even end soon?
For the first people ever.
Brother, what the fuck was that?
Okay,
What was
he is
all of that?
gone.
How long did that go?
Bro.
That was like 4-hour-long performance art. That was
Jesus
like,
Christ.
do you remember Shia LaBeouf in front of like the webcam thing fucking like 10 years ago? That's what that was.
That's what it felt like. That was rough. That was really fucking rough.
Bro, I can't believe he leaves on that note. Like,
Yeah, out of everything that was said, that's the thing that did it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking time that guy out for 28 days. I swear to God.
No, go do it. Actually,
do it, dude. Do it. We'll
Wanna
back you
do it,
up.
Gabriel?
We'll back you up on whatever you want to say.
So much longer.
If anyone goes, why the fuck did this guy get 28 days? You can just link him to Crispy's stream. Yeah, we've
True,
all been
actually,
live the whole time. Thank you, viewers at home, viewers in the audience. If you'd like Crispy to throw away his final pizza box, you can do so for the low price of 100. That's 100 United States dollars. Yes, yes. Give him the money. Let's go.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I feel like people actually did have something of substance to contribute after that, but I
Yeah,
had to get
finally we're free. Yeah, not sure you gotta do it. I can't believe he left on that note. Like, I know we like talked over him and didn't really let him reply to you, Lee, but he was like trying to say something, and you just know that wasn't engaging with what you said. Like,
No,
fucking hell, yeah, fucking yikes, bro. I mean,
I
a
think
controversial
a lot
man.
of it is a lot of people, because obviously the Destiny fallout's happening. A lot of people are looking for like new Discord servers to like hang out in. But the issue is the way that guy engages is how everybody in this Destiny's Discord engages. That's the only way to engage. It's constant debates, constant button of heads, constantly just trying to be the loudest, most controversial figure to get a bit of an attention, and
Yeah.
it just doesn't really translate
No,
well
I'd
here.
argue he's worse actually.
Yeah, maybe
he's like
yeah.
at least like top 1. He's like top 10%, top 5% even. Like shit, TGG retards.
Yeah.
It's
Because
like when
there's so
Johnny
many
did
people
next
there.
character.
I enjoy it. I don't know.
There's so many people there.
I think it's funny.
They're all trying to be like the controversial one, but they don't have anything to say. So like, they'll just word for word give you like Destiny's takes as if it's theirs, or give you some super bland take while also being like, well, you don't even know like the context of Israel Palestine. So why the fuck would you ever think I don't know about Israel Palestine? He's never bothered talking to me on it. Like, it's been a massive topic of research for like months. Like, come on, man. Weird shit. But I think that he is just trying to bait like a debate so he can be the one who gets to talk, right? It's like, strange. Organizing panels, dude. Let me have a look how long that actually did go on for.
You have no place in your conceptual
Yo,
structure.
Lee, we actually have a decent amount of people hitting level 20 right now. It's kind of dope.
Thrilled and honored to bring up
I want to kill myself. I literally lost 2 fucking characters, and I blame it on that fucking retard scum.
Bro.
Sorry.
Lee, we actually have a decent amount of people hitting level 20 right now. Do you need Cyclone? Do you need anything for leveling?
Please, literally anything.
Okay.
I'm glad I wasn't
That's
gaming
money.
during that.
When you say literally
to
anything,
fuck.
if I provide you the uninstall instructions for World of Warcraft, is that the anything that would be helpful?
Yeah,
Hindering
actually,
your
dude,
life.
at this point, yeah.
Zeno said he'll send you
no,
some
no,
likes in a minute whenever you make a note.
Pretty much appreciated.
the button.
Jesus, I feel bad that you lost 2.
All the like the
Was that
details
in
of
the
give
The
no,
pure
I
amount of
understand
output
what
that
you're
you
saying.
have
I'm
to
asking for
continue
it.
talking and interrupt people and never stop typing in Chin Chat for up to 5 days now. You have typed
I
over
died on my
15,000
warrior to a
messages.
mage. Actually, you
well
know what? I'm
beyond
happy.
the
I did
regular
get to
human
kill one
scope,
player with
which
my mage.
clearly makes me
That's
think
funny.
you aren't a super
Chris,
good
are you
player.
here?
You just
Kill a
yeah.
player?
Yeah.
Are you planning on watching the H3 video on stream or no?
The Hassan one? Yeah, I got to watch the Mr. Beard one on Destiny and the H3 one on Hassan.
Oh,
'Cause,
Mr. Beard.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I don't
from
know.
what I-
That's my take as well, but it's probably pretty good, right? Like, I don't watch his
It's a
content.
good video, but he's
I've never found that guy entertaining.
Wait,
at all.
sorry, Chris, are you saying whose content do you not watch? Which video are we talking?
Mr. Beard, I've never watched. So I don't know what like the style of his content is going to be like, or what
So,
his
yeah.
rhetorical flourishes are going to be.
The
But I'll
only
probably still
thing
watch it.
The only thing I know about that guy is Destiny had a debate against him a couple of years ago, and I think it went pretty badly for him. And the feeling that I get is that this guy has like an almost President Sunday level of like vitriolic hatred for Destiny, and I feel like he had that debate and then probably like started like
created the folder.
compiling shit for the video like right then and was like, one day, motherfucker, one day.
Bro,
And then
in the video, he's like, "Yeah, I've been compiling this for a long time. I've been waiting for your downfall to release
Yeah.
this." So he double claps.
Yeah.
He, like,
Yeah.
says it.
I mean,
He's so based.
because I only caught Gistical watching like the last couple minutes of it, and I was like, oh fuck, this is that guy, and like just the way he talks about stuff, like there is like there's obviously like a level of like real sincere spite that is in like the delivery of those lines, which is yeah, this is the Ryan Beard stuff.
Isn't he from? Is he the one who was on like American Idol or something?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's where his origin was.
That's wild.
But I think he was like a.
All right, do you guys like that? I think it's mostly done, right? Unless anyone else who knows that video wants to link a favorite clip from it. And you know, there's a whole part of that video where I'm like cleaning my room. Way back here. Oh no, sorry. We covered Jordan Peterson lecture versus. Sorry, it was Jordan Peterson, like his greatest debate from like 2018. He had a debate versus one of the great atheists, and he got kind of slaughtered. But yeah, I was cleaning my room for a lot of that. So during the Jordan Peterson part of the stream, Extreme Dad came in and just started like shitting on us and being really rude. So we sort of ended up debating him a little bit, and then he went back to Gen Chat, complained, and then he came back on stream, and you know, a bunch of people came in and started asking him about his history, and I don't even really know what happened during that part. So I don't know if we just want to like watch that on stream. But also, sorry, I forgot to turn my camera back on. I was just getting up and doing some stretches. But also, do I have any coders? Why is this winner term right here got an indentation error, which then means that it won't call it down here? But it should be fine. We got define, find highest bidder. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got this gap right here. I finished this code like 20 minutes ago, and I've just been sitting here playing around with this string. Won't define itself. What is the problem? I'm thinking I'm done for the day. I wrote this code out twice. God, sorry, I'm just complaining to people who don't care or know what's going on. I think I downloaded the vid off YouTube. I was going to put the cleaning to the King of the Hill theme. Would be good for YouTube Shorts or TikTok. That is pretty good. Let me link the code in my Discord, Loinen. But it's this right here. See how that's grayed out? But highest bid below it is fine. And so it's calling the highest bid integer back here, like fine. But with winner, grayed out. So then winner gets grayed out down here. And doesn't want to do it. So when I call it, name winner is not defined. You delete inferior spaces and use tab. Yeah. I generally use tab. Python has like an automatic thing where all of the tabs get turned into 4 spaces on the back end just to create like consistency. Did you know that people who use 4 spaces instead of tab earn on average like $5,000 more than programmers who use tab though? So that's a mindfuck. But yeah, it's pretty frustrating. Like, I want to have code that works, especially because I'm uploading all of this to my Discord, which I'll do right now, so anyone can go have a look at it. Actually, I have chatters in my Discord right now. Yapping it up. So what is this? Day 9. of coding. What do we put for our diary entry? I did this code twice. Neither of them work. There are drums in the deep. I can hear them coming. Logistical fans have raided my channel. There are drums in the deep. Oh, I just realized I have this music for you guys. So maybe I don't. Now to the weaker. Dude, I love Lord of the Rings so much. Sorry, I'll just finish this diary entry and then I'll be right with you guys to actually be like a proper streamer. When I say diary entry, I just have to upload the code. So do you can make casino slots? If yes, please contact. I can figure it out, dude. I wonder I could randomize some ints, make them print. Yeah, I could make some shitty looking casino slots, but it wouldn't have all the flair that makes the casino really pop. Here is a link to the Discord code posted in my channel, if anyone else wants to have a look at that. Anyway, damn, how many hours have I been... I've been streaming for 5.5 hours? Have I really been doing code for 5.5 hours? Dude, I was locked in. That doesn't make sense. Oh well. Thank you guys for being here. Holding 50 viewers. That's definitely very nice. Name is literally Pragmatic Scams. Sir, can we hire you? I don't know if I've seen that guy here before. Let's have a look. Yeah, no, that's his very first message in chat. Welcome in, Pragmatic Scams. Buy a sub and I'll make you a casino code. Oh, dude. Check it out. I got some food. First time I've just eaten anything that isn't like a canned beans. We got, what do you call this? It's like Korean pork. It's gone a bit cold, but that's fine. I just saw that you make software shit. Yeah, I mean, I'm learning. I'm doing 100 days of code, trying to get through it. Let's have a quick flick through the Justical stream. See what he said. It's always nice to know what people said before they rated my channel. Dude, Darius, I rated Darius with 100 viewers, like last night. And he just goes, Chris Blitters is a streamer. I was like, what the fuck? And in that same stream, when Queeman rated me earlier, Queeman's like, oh, who's online? And he's just like, Chris Blitters is online. Okay, we'll raid him. So I messaged him like, thanks for the raid, dickhead. What the fuck? No reply. Didn't reply to me at all, by the way. The hatred from this dude is crazy. I get it though, like, I'm so busy lately that, and then like the coding streams are like super chill. What I normally do is I put on song requests, so you guys can come in and just like request songs, and then I'll just do my coding in the background until I'm done with my daily homework, and then I'll do like 4 or 5 hours of streams after. I mean, the other day I did like 12 hours. So I did my coding, and then I went on to do like 10 hours of streaming. So we do stream afterwards, and that was like a really good day. Got a lot of subs, and people were like really happy. Having a good time. But usually I'll try and like prepare content. Having a good time. For after coding as well. And I did have 2 videos prepared. But I wrote them down as a... I didn't write them down, I just chucked them into like a tab. And then I have closed that tab, unfortunately, but I can go back and find them. In fact, I'll do it while we, well, in fact, I don't know. This will only take a quick second to like watch the Justical stream. Did you guys like the new intro video? Or the intro song? It was the Meowdies one. I love it. I'm a huge fan. Fuck it. I've got it actually saved. Top Bronson made that song. That's cool and all, Chris Blitters, but do you make online casinos? Well, no. I could make a free casino with no pizzazz by just randomizing numbers and punching them in, I guess, but it would take me a few hours and I charge like $50 an hour. So send me like $200 and I'll just make some code that randomizes digits for you. Fuck it, make it 400. My time is valuable and it's going to take me days. It's going to take me a few days to get this done, mate. You don't know the kind of effort that it takes. I'm an artist, right? I'm an artist of the code. That's how you do sales, boys. You scam the scammer. This song, I love it, dude.
5, 4, 3, 2,
yeah, Crispy Lettuce.
Hey, it's JSTLK. Are you ready to pile
Crispy Lettuce 92 at Gmail.
Chat, let's begin. Flags up, dramas on the stream. Loading all the memes, AirPods in, plugged up, going live again. Hey, chat, get ready for the fun. Spam those donos, just all one. Oilers up the Patreon. Hey, chat, what has Kelly Jean done? It looks like it triggered everyone. Just reacts better than it's Mon. We're all waiting for something to happen. There's no slowing down. Type in chat and Meowdies for admin. He can't stop all of us now. So hey, be that one guy in chat. That JSTLK bans in a minute flat. Hey, be that one guy in chat whose mic is underwater for the Discord or ban. Spam your emotes now. Where are my threes? So, hey, it's JSTLK. Are the chat, let's begin. Flags up, dramas on the stream. Loading all the memes, AirPods in, plugged up, going live. So hey, be that one guy in chat. That JSTLK bands in a minute flat. Hey, be that one guy in chat whose mic is underwater for the Discord or ban. Meowdies for admin. Meowdies for admin. L. Meowdies for admin. Meowdies for admin. Meowdies for admin.
Awesome. Awesome. Dude, where's the... Sorry, I'm about to find the video that I wanted to watch. Oh, here it is. I just thought this was kind of interesting and could be a path we could go down. Apparently this guy is like a massive YouTuber. Yeah, like 5 million views. Saying technology isn't fun anymore. But like he must be just be talking about like trends and technology, right? Which is like, yeah, you're just yucking someone else's yum, dude. And I kind of wanted to do like a video, but it was a little bit beyond my scope of like it was a video about like slop commentary. People like not really having like well-formed takes. And just passing them as if they were like arbiters of knowledge. Willie Mac is a good example of this. But the content is just for people who are like new to the scene, right? Before we do that though, let's do my favorite thing and see actually I'll flick through Justicle's VOD a little bit. See what he covered.
Third, the definition of a
Whoa,
prostitute
Justicle.
called
What
Luna
the hell?
brings up that she used to work at a daycare, trying to get patrons to notice that they're painted on.
Tell what? If you don't have clothes on, you need to be out of here, man. I do have clothes on. That's funny.
Go closer.
Like, oh, you're just mad because you don't get fucked. It's like, okay, no, that's not why I'm mad at women, bro. Like, why? Again, why? Every platform.
You know, Justicle is a patron saint of not hitting on women in his community. It's really amazing the work that he's done. He's just dialed in to the stream. No time for that shit. I don't think people notice. Because you don't notice things that aren't a problem. But it's really good on him, you know?
Platform twitch.tv/JSTLK.
Wait, is this Darius? That's Danny, right? Danny actually fought a boxer? Yeah, this is some interesting shit.
Very Asian way.
We just hit
It's
gold.
fucked up.
Sorry, I know you all just saw this, but I didn't see it, dude. I was working hard. Xena fought the guy? Let's go. This is perfect for dinner. Danny's not looking too nervous. Good on him. I didn't know that they were doing any training. It was a misclick. I think that was fully part of the video that he was watching. He pre-watched that video. Do you reckon anyone's been watching porn and just thought that the storyline was so good they should review it on stream later?
Should I stand here or over there? Wherever you. Oh. I trust your cinematography skills to do as much as you want. No, wherever you want. Take it.
Speed this up a bit. Wait, we're gonna slow this down. That's gonna be disconcerting for Danny, having a guy miss like, you know, hard to get him. Oh, nice, Danny, get him. Ooh, counterpunched. Too bad that guy walked in the way. Nice, Danny. He's brave, dude. He's brave. He's not afraid of getting hurt. Yes, go, Danny, go. Take it. You legend. Not afraid to turn his back. He's feeling gassed. There we go. Absorbs the blows and hits them back. Danny's a natural. Let's go.
He's checking if you're okay. Are you okay? I gotta take a breather. 1 minute.
Okay, holy shit! I didn't actually get a chance to watch almost any of this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if any of this is gonna be good, guys. This is like Danny fighting. I don't know if any of this is gonna be good. Was E.A.S. Anderson saying
Shut
anything?
the fuck up, bro.
Where should we go? Because like there's the fights here, but do we need to go to like where Danny gets ditched and shit? Is that just better? Is he still here watching?
Fucking DVD players. Yapping.
I'm not gonna rewatch. I don't need to see Danny get beat up. Second time getting beat up in Japan's fucked up though.
That's what you were
It's just
saying.
Danny
But, yeah,
being
Danny did
punched.
great.
That's unlucky. Okay, you guys watched it, so you have to tell me because I'm guessing Xena does better.
Yeah, he got punched and handled it like a man.
I'm gonna bet that Xena does better when she actually gets in and fights.
I said the same thing when that guy like jumped on Danny and was like pushing him in the corner, you know, over the whole like this guy's here to meet a 15-year-old, you know, the thing that Danny got banned for. Danny didn't really have much fear in that situation. Wasn't nervous. Every time the guy started screaming at him or pressing at him, Danny just like made light of the situation. When the guy shoved Danny into a corner, he eventually was just like, hey, like, get off me, and like pushed him away, which is just like pretty solid. Danny would be a good bouncer if he was like a huge dude or something like that. Like, he just sits quietly, says something disarming whenever like people get a bit much, and you know, isn't like crazy swinging on people, yada yada yada. If you just train Danny to be like, hey, you need to settle down or you're gonna get kicked out, people would do it. This is why Zerka didn't know how to fight, because being a bouncer isn't about knowing how to fight. It's about having a bunch of people with you who are the other bouncers, and they're more coordinated than like the dickheads in the bar who are also drunk, right? So like, you know, you're kind of learning how to fight, but you're mainly just learning how to like work as a group. Yeah, and Danny did get a few good looks in. That's what I really thought. There was a chance that Danny would turn his back and be so lacking that the other guy would dodge, because the guy did. He dodged Danny's first punch, and I was like, "Ooh, that's got to be a psychological thing where you're like, no, like I can't hit this guy," but Danny just went through and just went straight, and he could hit him, which was great. Like, good on him. So Danny got some hits. He handled getting hit well. He didn't look like he was breathing too heavily, but he might have been a little bit nervous, like clamming up a little bit. And even when the guy started comboing on him, the other guy wasn't like awesome, because I don't think Danny counterpunched, but Danny took all the punches and then immediately like got back in another punch, which I wouldn't call a counterpunch, but he was playing into a skill that the other guy hadn't developed yet, which is to be more careful. A lot of times you can think like, oh, here's my knockout, like I just got to wail on the guy, but you'll notice in like UFC and stuff, dudes are very careful when they go in for that finish. Unless the other guy is clearly like, you know, halfway unconscious, then they'll just dive in. But yeah, I don't know. I could talk about that fight more, but we'll just press play and go on. My Discord, not yours, by the way. Does Xena
Guessing
really do
Xena does.
better?
Second time I have to go. I'll save these two. Here's what I'm gonna do.
Sorry, I was looking away. I gotta go back and see.
Okay.
Yeah, my camera's
I'll be
getting so
back.
blown out.
I think I'll be back. Okay. Bye. Bye, guys. Bye, guys. I'm
Oh.
gonna host Crispy because Crispy.
Dude, sometimes Kick does this where it just skips right to the end. This is a nice way for him to host though. Like, there's joy in his voice. And bro, you guys came in so hard. It was so cool just seeing like 100 emotes flood the screen. Feels good, man.
Crispy's live right now. I think he's just coding or something, but I'll just throw everybody over there and then you guys can.
I was coding, and thank you, Leutnant, for reviewing my code. It turned out after 5 hours of coding, I had just done what's called hashing out, like a big bunch of my code, which means it's like not registering, and there's so many simple things. People who are like, especially like game developer coders, you know, they're like real arrogant, like Pirate Software style, right? I think what goes on with this like Pirate Software guy is that like when you're learning how to code and when you're coding and stuff, not that many people know how to code, right? Most people look at you like, oh man, this guy must be smart. But that's sitting there thinking like, yeah, I'm the smart guy, I know how to code, I'm the man. But you make so many fucking simple mistakes that I think there's some retards out there who don't have the level of like confidence to be like, yeah, everyone makes mistakes, including me. This was just a pretty simple mistake. It happens, but it just took me a minute to get over it. Because this is just happening the entire time I'm coding. I'm just constantly fucking up. Right? So I swear, like, the mistake I just made is so silly. It's so easy. But this happens every time I code, and it's always like a little ego battle. But I think some people don't have that ego battle. It's easier for them to not feel like a dumbass for missing it. Rather than doing that, they just say, I'm really smart, and a dumber person couldn't do nearly. A dumber person would make this mistake and never figure it out, and they would make these mistakes all the time. But the only way that's true is if other human beings are actually just like drooling retards. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of these dudes out there who like think that they're super smart. They're very like egotistical, yada yada yada. Partly it's the culture, but other times it's like I don't know. I think this is just some creative writing or something. This is just something I've been pondering over. Because the dude doing the coding is mind fucking me sometimes. Like, God, it's so annoying, dude. I appreciate Lloyd and like looking over it with a fresh set of eyes. All I had to do was scroll up a little bit and probably just read over my code one more time, but like after 5 hours I didn't want to do it. It still says you're doing coding. True. Let's rewind a little bit so I can watch Xena fight. But I'll fix that. Does it even watch? Oh Jesus! Jesus!
Man's
Right
fucked.
before I skipped there, the guy is just throwing a sharp hook at Xena's head. That's crazy, chap.
I'm not gonna rewatch. I don't need to see Danny get beat up. Second time getting beat up in Japan's fucked up though. It's just Danny being punched? That's unlucky. Okay, you guys watch this. You have to tell me because I'm guessing Xena does better. If I had to guess. I'm gonna bet that Xena does better when she actually gets in and fights.
There's no way. How would Xena? How's a woman even gonna? No offense to a woman, but what a call. Xena is a badass though. But look, even her reflexes there are not enough. Yeah, it's too much. The thing with Danny is that Danny had the size and he had the balls to apply pressure to the guy, because you saw the guy did a left and a right and then the guy stayed right and then Danny hooked him. I don't know if I'd call it a hook, maybe like a swipe. I don't know if I'd call Danny's punches hooks or jabs, but like...
Yeah. I don't know if any of this is going to be...
So look at Xena's fight compared to this guy's fight. Boom! Danny's just right in. Boom, in, and he's just staying in. And the guy hooks and he misses. So Danny's reflexes are keeping him... And Danny's taller than the guy, whereas Xena was a lot shorter. Isn't Xena like 4'11", actually? Because Danny is way bigger than this dude. This guy must be like 5'10", and Danny must be like 6 foot. Yeah, go Danny, go Danny. And this part in the corner here, I thought was like pretty interesting. This is another, so like up until this point, I had like a lot of compliments for Danny. This right here was like another point of compliment I took there, taking that huge hit. And another one, and then I think he needs a little bit of air, right? Actually, no, he doesn't. He goes right in, backs up to the ropes, and then the guy combos him here, right? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then boom, Danny hooks him right there and pushes the guy back, which is nice. Me personally, I would have got down real low and come up out of that corner, but that's because I played a lot of rugby. I'm good at not getting taken to the ground. Very useful when you've got multiple dudes. I got good fight stories. I don't know if I've had that many one-on-one fights, but I've had numerous fights with mobs of dudes trying to attack me, like 3-on-1s or more. And because I'm a big unit, some of those fights end up going pretty well. One time though, I tried to tackle a guy and I hit my head on the concrete and got knocked out, and then I woke up and some dude had been sitting on me. Yeah, whack, 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 whack. I can't even remember what I did to annoy those guys so much, but police came in and broke them up. We were in a tourist town in Queenstown, which is where Destiny met Melina. And the police came in and broke it up, and I didn't realize that my face was swollen and bloody because the guy had been sitting on me, punching me in the head while I was unconscious. It wasn't even a fight. I can't remember what happened. I think these other two groups were fighting, and some guy might have pushed me, or I might have been in a bad mood. So I just sort of like picked him up by the hips, you know, and I wasn't trying to dump him on his head or anything. But I think he just wrapped his arm around my head and then like DDT'd my head into the ground, which just knocked me out cold. So that's not even a fight. But then I wake up and there's police like everywhere. Some girl is like dragging me away, and I wake up and I'm like, it's uncomfortable having someone physically pulling you around as you're like regaining consciousness. So I shove her away, and then I get up and I walk off. And I walk right past these two cops, a man and a woman, and they look at me, and then they sort of grimace because my face is fucked up. And then they ignore me, like pretty obviously. Like they like intentionally look away to like give me the signal, like just keep walking. So I'm like, alright. They just don't want people to fight. It's a tourist town. They're not there to like, you know, ruin people's holidays or mess around with people like me who are like working at the tourist town. And they want the town to like not have high arrest rates anyway. But apparently I guess they did the same thing for at least 3 other dudes, because then those 3 dudes follow me down this alleyway, because the whole town is all these little alleyways that lead to clubs, and it's very aesthetic. It's a very, very cool place. It has all these little secluded zones, and the dudes follow me down. And this is just an example of how I get in like 3-on-1 fights, because they're like, hey buddy, and I turn around and I'm in like a narrow alleyway, but I can still escape out the other end. And the 3 of them are like, yeah, hey buddy, and I turn around and I look at them, and I think one of them says something like, let's fight. And I'm like, okay. And I take off my backpack and like start walking towards them, but I'm holding my skateboard as well. And then one of them's like, put down the skateboard. And I'm like, no, no, thank you. No, I hit him with like, no. And then keep walking. And then the 3 of them are like, oh fuck. And they fuck off. Or or maybe they just hesitate. I think a lot more of my style is I would say something like that, and then maybe one or two of them would like step back and be like, oh, I don't know if we should do this. At which point I just like walk away. And unless like, you know, the main guy in charge wants to like run at me and like chase me down, they don't. They just let me walk off, and they probably feel some sort of sense of relief. Or, you know, they're really just big pussies. They didn't think that I would, you know, turn around and be a 6'3" giant angry ginger man like pulling this fucking face at them. It's the face. The facial expression helps. Sorry, I was trying to make that a short story, but you know, I'm a yapper. Meowdies for admin. Sorry, I want to go back and see Xena.
Okay, holy shit, I didn't actually get a chance to watch almost any of it, though. Actually gets in and fights. Okay, you guys watched it, so you have to tell me, because I'm guessing Xena does...
Wait, it's skipping ahead, like, so crazily. It's meant to just do 5-second jumps. But it's just skipping,
Tell me, because
like,
I'm guessing
a
Xena
minute.
does better. I had to guess. I'm gonna bet that Xena does better
I
when
guess
she actually
he's
gets in
skipping
and
ahead like
fights.
a minute. Okay, so there's some of this fight that he doesn't watch. Maybe we should go back and watch it. Because he's obviously like grappling her, or she's like turning her back there. But then she's back in, brave. But see, this dude is kind of just being a dickhead to her. These super fast, hard punches are just intimidating, annoying, not so great for like a beginner. And it's sort of the type of shit that he would be doing if he wasn't so confident in the fight. Personally, I would have stepped in a lot closer to give this 4'11" girl a chance to just rock me. And also, I would have not thrown the whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like, you know, I'm trying to like defy speed and gravity by throwing little jabs at the bridge of her nose. Hello? Nah, I would have thrown her some that she could, you know, maneuver and dodge. And I don't really care if she fucks me up. I want her to have a good time. Plus, she is a badass, right? If she had a bit of training and she learned like how to deal with the techniques that he's throwing, I think she would do well, right? Although she would never do well in this situation. Wait, is she fighting Ice Poseidon? She is. No wonder this guy's a dickhead. Good on her for walking into it though. What she really maybe... I'm not a professional, but she maybe should have tried to step in really close really quickly. Or, I don't know. You see so much like intellectual technical shit on it. But like, he's huge. It's obviously not the same guy though. The Ice Poseidon's obviously a lot taller than the guy Danny fought. I don't want to hurt her, bro. Why were you being so defensive and throwing aggressive jabs at the bridge of her nose so she couldn't come in? Hello? Zanny will straight up throw her hands and shit, but still stabbed a dude. She has like a black belt or something. She actually has a black belt. Yeah, I mean, yeah, as far as like boxing goes, I guess she could have a black belt, but yeah, what is she meant to do against him being ultra defensive like what he was doing? I don't know. This is why I sort of laughed when they were like, oh, Xena will do better. But maybe I get it now, like if they think that she is like a black belt. Meowdies for admin. Alright, looks like Dung Devil sent me a link. Let's have a look at the first part of the Xena fight. What is that? Oh, Irrelevant raid. Oh. Hello, Irrelevant. Thank you for the raid. Let's go. Let's go. Alright, actually to celebrate the Irrelevant raid, let's play another Top Bronson song that I got linked. Welcome to the stream. It's your boy, Crisp Lettuce. Welcome to Crisp Nation. Gang. Rise up. Dude, my door is open. Thank you, Funky Boss, for the follow. Yeah, my door into the hallway to the apartment is like wide open. If anyone's out there, they're gonna hear me doing like retarded streamer shit. It's embarrassing, dude. Luckily, I don't have shame. Damn, that raid just laid down my computer. But yeah, welcome everybody. Enjoy the song. Spam the emotes, chat. I want to see those emotes bouncing across the screen.
Did I fuck up pushing you away when you tried to give me love?
This is a Top Bronson song. It's called "Cause I Can't Have You."
Wanting everything only when I can't have it. There's a war inside me burning through my veins. I'm so fucking lonely, yet I run away. I'm so push and pull until it's done to me. Now I'm here with no one left. It's just me and the voices in my head. Voices in my head. Voices in my head. Did I fuck up being me again? Freezing up when I could have had you and
This one's going out to all those incels out there. Tune on in and chill on out.
So there's a war inside me burning through my veins. I'm so fucking lonely, oh I've always been. Now I'm left to watch you loving someone else. Oh, I'm here alone again. It's just me and the voices in my head. Voices in my head. Voices in my head. Voices in my head. You're all I want 'cause I can't have you. You're all I want 'cause you found someone new. You're all I want and now I've got no one. Did I fuck up pushing you away? Should I have let you in my life? I'm so fucked up, only wanting what I can't have, and now I've lost. You're all I want 'cause I can't have you. You're all I want 'cause you found someone new. You're all I want and now I'm left with no one at all.
Very cool, very cool. Top Bronson really going for those aesthetic vibes. I like it. Nice to see him put in the work in to create something that he enjoys, you know. I enjoyed it too. Ooh. Wait, we got Darius fighting as well, the scrapper. Where's the glove touch?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight!
Just throw yourself into it, Darius. That is probably the way to go.
Oh shit! Look out, Risen! Back up, Risen! Risen!
I think practicing the footwork is a massive part of what I would do before getting into a boxing match. Darius is good, but yeah, so I think Ice Poseidon is saying to him, watch your balance as well. With the E-Rob fight, and that Darius was really throwing his weight around and throwing it into him. With boxing, yes, you throw your weight around, but you're throwing it from your hips, not from the base of your feet. Your feet are staying nice and close together, except when you really go in. Hoost, hoost. And you're so restricted. You're so restricted in the sport that there's so many fine details, so people get the base stance down perfect, right? It'd just be cool to see Darius like adopt to like a boxing technique.
Stop the clock at 30 seconds. Stop the clock at 30 seconds.
You can tell this guy that he's fighting is definitely a boxer, right?
Hold up, hold up, hold up.
He's got those basics down.
3, 2, 1, fight!
Yeah, Darius like just threw E-Rob, right? See, look how heavily Darius's back foot is slamming down. I don't mean to critique him, it's just I already know that he is like a fighter. So like I'm gonna critique him a lot harder than I would with Danny. But see, he crosses his feet here, and then here he jumps backwards, but only with his rear foot. See, like that. Whereas this guy is like shuffling, which gives him a lot more control of the hips and then crazy head movement to do these dodges. And see, Darius can't hit him. This is kind of what I was afraid of what would happen with Danny, whereas Danny just planted himself in front of the guy, wasn't too afraid to get hit, wasn't really trying to dodge around too much, which probably made him harder to read because his punches were just sort of coming with the arm muscles and all of that, whereas Darius is like this. Oost, oost, oost. Whereas Danny's just like this. And so Danny was able to land hits. Darius could not fucking hit this guy. And this is probably like a testament to exactly the kind of thing that this guy trains to avoid. And maybe Darius got him once there, but miss, and kind of counted. Missed, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
5, 4, 3, 2.
No, that like. Yeah, and miss again. So Darius is definitely psychologically fucked here because he's like, I can't hit him. This is weird, and he probably won't really know why. It might even be confusing because Danny was landing hits. Darius would be like, why aren't I? It doesn't mean Danny is like better than Darius, it's just like a fundamental difference in style. Current top 5 boxers, I don't know. I like Rodtang, but he obviously lost to the ginger Spanish dude. I really liked Tyson Fury, he was like awesome, but he lost to... Who was the UFC fighter? Francis Ngannou. So Ngannou was surprisingly really good. I think he's really good at just whatever he decides to set his mind to.
Oh, he has to fall on the ground before it stops.
I'm tired, guys. I'm sorry, my head hurts.
I wonder how the psychological effect of this will affect Darius's like training, like gymming and all of that into the future. It might inspire him to get really big. You know. Or maybe he'll become more interested in like boxing and like lean up and...
I don't want to throw out big hits.
Wait, we started 30 seconds.
I'd really love to do some Taekwondo just so I can figure out how to land kicks in a fight. Because I can kick really hard, but I have no idea of like the timing, so I don't feel like it would I mean, I used to be able to kick really hard. I feel like I got a lot weaker. Ngannou was robbed? Yeah, Ngannou was robbed, 100%. Which is pretty crazy. He's finally like the world champion, you know?
Darius is fighting pretty well.
Sorry, Jet. I was playing around with my camera, and I thought, oh, I won't skip back, but I do love watching the boxing. I gotta see it. There we go. So Darius just closed in that time straight away and went to some jabs. Did a lot better. But obviously his style hasn't changed completely, so he's missing a few, but there he lands some. Lands some again, a lot more confident. Got himself in that boxer's mindset. Let's go, Darius. Strength of mind there to like adapt. He's just thinking, I gotta make sure I land these. So he's putting himself right in range and doing it. I think he just walloped the guy. Get on him. And then the guy's letting him know I'm still good. Keep going. But Darius is gassed.
It's Paul risen, guys, so what's the end of the ring?
Take a deep breath, Darius. Breathe in your mouth. Suck it in. Nice. He's going hard. Punch him back. Good on him. There we go. There's the big breath from Darius. He's exhausted, but he did good. Wonderful. I hope he had a great time.
Nice.
I think that was pretty close. That looked like a draw. I'm gonna give it 100%.
Oh wait, let's see what this guy says. Oh, Kick did the thing where it skips ahead a bunch.
It's a lot of it's down to keep going. It's really fun, dude. It's like reading your opponent or whatever. I think I've heard a lot about it's not even so much like physical is like a big part of it, but it's a lot of it's like mental, like don't freak out when people are throwing hands at you, because when you start freaking out.
That's right, Danny. That's right, Danny. Danny's stone cold.
Oh, dude, that's so fucking awesome. Human willpower, bro.
Yeah. So a New Zealander made it into the UFC recently. Another New Zealander. There's a few in there. But what he did for his training was he fought 15 opponents in a row. And, you know, by the time you get to those last few guys, so he wouldn't fight them like 15 in a row. He would fight a guy for like 1 minute, and then he would do burpees and then like run these laps, and then he would fight another guy for a minute and then do burpees and do some laps, and then another guy for a minute, you know, just back to back just to apply immense amounts of pressure. You know, top level athlete trying to push himself to like breaking point basically. And yeah, so for some of those fights, and the people going at him weren't holding back either, so by the time he gets into like a few rounds, he's just fully like defensive, just getting beaten on. Holy. But the coaches are yelling like, do the basics, you can't just stand there. And he's, you know, mentally strong enough to be like, keep going. Yeah, so they're right about that mental strength at every level. This is why like betting on UFC and stuff can be really rough, and why people will bet on someone who is on a streak, not just simply because like they are the best, but because that person is going to be like mentally dialed in. Conor McGregor was like a phenom at this, right? Like he was able to communicate his confidence and his thoughts to a level where he was so confident about what was going to happen in the fight that he was like, you know, I saw him twitch with his left hand, and it was a tell to me that he's going to let loose with it, and I want to pull him into deep waters, and he's going to let loose with that hand, and then I want to punish him for it. And then that's exactly what happened. Conor knocks the guy out as soon as the guy threw the left hand. A lot of this is Conor's like confidence and mindset to be like relaxed enough to read the fight as it's happening and know that he can pull those things off. Just a mindset, dude.
Oh no.
But yeah, really cool. I'm glad to see the boys like trying something new, especially something that's so scary, and having a good time with it. Boom, and let's have a look at Irrelevant, because you know we already watched Justicle's stream. I love to see myself get rated.
Or not, it's up to
Thank you so much, Arelli.
I would appreciate it. Okay.
Although I think his viewers bailed out real quick, right?
Bye bye. and then wake up and then probably 10. But I would appreciate it. Okay? Appreciate the watch.
I guess he just writes out
And
without hyping them up to spam the chat. I didn't see any irrelevant viewers like typing in chat when they joined, did they?
all right. Also, Danabo told you to nuke the VOD. Yeah, I gotta get rid of it. Okay. You guys have a good rest of your day, okay? I gotta go to sleep and then wake up and then probably do a little bit of editing, then stream again. All right. Bye-bye. See you guys later.
Right, dude. I love Aureli's grind set, dude.
Bye-bye.
Just getting up, getting on it, getting to the gym, editing, streaming, having a good time. Good on him. Dude, that's funny. Hold up. Check this out. Aureli's chatter here. Just like... He's feeling it. This guy's feeling it. Here's a primer on Darius' style. You got some highly edited intellectual analysis of exactly what's going on here.
As you might have noticed, the boxing system of the former Soviet Union has recently gained a lot of attention. Although their efficient training...
So the Russians have what's called like a whipping style, and it's really, really effective.
methods has been known for a long time, it has recently enjoyed...
Americans have more of a shelled up style.
extra attention due to the successes of fighters like Dmitry Bivol. One thing you might have noticed is a
Wait, what's this called? The wavy punch, Soviet boxing's hidden advantage.
preference for distance fighting. This does not mean that the Soviet system did not implement and train close distance fighting, but arguably they preferred fighting in the distance due to its advantages in safety. Soviet boxing coach Bulchiev would explain that...
Why is this Darius' style though? I don't know if I would say Darius has a style.
Novice boxers would focus exclusively on long-range
fighting
in the first year of training. It was not until the second year that they would even remotely start practicing hooks and uppercuts in close-range distance. And this would be a stark contrast to the Western...
Right, so if you didn't catch that, he's saying they don't even teach them the basic punch. They don't... It's sort of like any other martial art, right, where there's like a level of respect and expectation of how they're meant to interact with their training. And part of that is that they have to prove their chops at this other basic footwork thing and this whippy jab. And for the first year or two, they're not throwing hooks.
Style of uppercuts in close range distance. And this would be a stark contrast.
Right, yeah, and they're not closing in, because they're not throwing the hooks, they're not closing in and throwing the uppercuts and hooks for like a year or two. They just don't train them on it. They probably get told to not do it if they start trying to push ahead in their learning arc.
Contrast to the Western...
it's real interesting, and it's pretty serious.
Of boxing training in professional boxing.
He was whipping his punches and eating air. I guess, obviously, yeah, well, like we said, like I guess he is, but I don't know if I would compare it to this, because this is dudes who are doing the whipping thing after like a year of training it really hard, whereas Darius is just probably just very conscious about like getting to... He's not turning his back or anything, but he's staying far back because he feels like that's what a boxer does to like avoid getting hit, when realistically he should be like applying more pressure. Just as like as an absolute amateur, not trained, he should just be applying pressure and be absorbing blows.
Boxing, or even amateur for that matter. Now, one thing you might have noticed is that they throw their punches in a very whippy,
that's so cool,
relaxed,
dude.
and kind of ropey manner that goes from one link to the other in a domino effect. And why is that? This will be the topic of this video. Soviet boxing coach Sasnin would say that they had two categories for their punches. One is, as we just explained, in a very successive, wavy and whippy manner where the energy goes from one link to the next, that is one joint to the next, in a kind of domino effect.
The thing with this guy here, like, or a big difference between him and Darius, as Darius has the super wide feet, and he's throwing the punch by pushing from his feet, and then using the push from the feet, basically not even using the hips. The hips are like stiff on Darius, and it's just causing a lot of force through the torso and arms, whereas this guy is probably getting a similar amount of force by just wiggling the hips back and forward, and then almost like countering the hip movement with torso movement, and then just like whipping the arm over for like a lot of speed.
As we just explained, in a very successive, wavy and whippy manner where the energy
These would be
goes from one
frustratingly
link-
fast. It would be frustrating how quick those punches were coming at you while you're watching the guy be so relaxed. It would be another mindfuck.
to the next, that is one joint to the next in a kind of domino
Aside from
effect.
missing punches,
For a modern example, you can
getting
think of
wailed on
Dimitri
like
Bivol.
this,
He does this very
also
well.
very annoying.
And then we have the second category of boxing punches, which is more characteristic to Western style boxers, for the lack of a better term, which, as its name suggests, is all of the body's links and joints united in one cohesive motion, as opposed to in a successive
And this is
motion
like
that you would do in
what the guy
wave-like
fighting Darius was
punches.
doing, right?
For a
He
good
was-
physical demonstration, you can think of Mike Tyson style. His hooks, even his jabs and straight punches, they were very rigid with every single joint of the body united. For the Soviet style boxers, as you might have guessed, they would stick to the first.
It's crazy seeing this dude. What is this guy, like 300 pounds of raw muscle? And then he's just like...
alternative predominantly, and they would save the close link punches when it came to close distance fighting for selected occasions. Now, by all means, both of these punching categories have their pros and cons. The wavy type of punches are very efficient with the energy expenditure. They don't cost you a lot, and you can have a very high output of them because they are thrown in such a successive manner where the impulse travels from one joint to another. It begins with a reaction force from the rear foot push off against the ground, and then the impulse travels through the legs, the core, the hip rotation, into the arms, and finally the fist that delivers the force. Soviet coaches say that this
Okay, well, it's
movement
the
is
opposite of what I
extremely
described.
technical, and
Don't
it
listen to me.
sometimes demands years of practice, and it needs expert guidance. It is not easy to learn. All of the muscles, they work in harmony. And the coaches, they are very picky about the details. They will bug you for days on end until you get it right. For example, for those who worked under Nikolai Isayev, the first coach of Dmitry Bivol, they would characterize him as a very detail-oriented and regimented man, and they needed to get everything with pinpoint perfection.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's crazy.
Wait, hold on. Let me see. Is there anybody on Kick? There is. My buddy Crisp Lettuce is available on Kick. I'm raiding into him right now. Okay? Bye-bye. Everywhere else, Kick is getting raided in. See you guys.
Let's go. Look at that tricep. Looking strong, Aurelia. Looking strong. What a man. Let's just pop it and see what Queeman's doing. See if we can catch the Queeman raid. Oh, is Queeman not live? Who the fuck did Queeman raid if he didn't raid me? Son of a bitch. Okay, he is here. And Darius is in Japan. Oh, and Chicken Andy's in Japan? Like, does that mean Adriana's there too? Oh, yeah, just cool. Chicken Andy, maybe, did he do a boxing match as well? Did we actually see like a little bit of Chicken Andy a second ago? Anyway,
Weeks
let's,
ago, I was at an Airbnb.
let's watch this wee video. I think this might be interesting.
Airbnb trying to figure out what the $200 cleaning fee is supposed to cover if they're just going to make me do a bunch of chores anyway. When we realized that episode 4 of Severance had just come out.
Women's AFK. Weird seeing Chicken Andy and he's not chewing on someone. True. Where's the Chicken Andy edit? I've got it here. So Adriana's Darius's flatmate and Irrelevant's flatmate, as I'm sure a lot of you guys know. She's been dating Chicken Andy for a while. We've covered it a little bit. He he made her cry on Valentine's Day because he was like, what was it? He was like, God isn't real. Oh, no. He was like, God is real. And Valentine's Day is like a pagan holiday. And I'm just not into it. And he just kept going on and on and on, just shitting on Valentine's Day until she started crying. What a dick. She was worshipping the false god Cupid. That's right. That was the meme, dude. Oh, I remember where I had this video stored. It's in my memers folder. And memers. This is a Dung Devil clip. So then we find Dung Devil. Fuck, it's not there. It must be in my VODs then, right? And now what's it called? Like Minecraft remix? Zomboyfriend. I can't find it. Let me check my streamable folder, see if it's in there. I can't see it. Let's play this one instead.
If you agree to something, hold on. Let me DM you.
Jesus, that does not sound great.
What the fuck does that mean, bro?
No, I'm about to agree to anything you ask, baby. Don't even...
Never mind. Never mind.
Wait, can you touch send me? Let me know. I want to know what it is.
Oh wait, hold on.
DM me.
You know what you're doing, Dung Devil? You got some overlays.
Wait,
you got the
are you sure,
panning,
Nino? Are you sure you'll do anything I
got the
ask?
sound effects.
Okay, you come on, bro.
Oh my god!
No, I just want to know. Just DM me. I don't need your fucking forced
Nino.
sub money. Okay?
Send
Ooh, you
Wolfgang
pathetic
$10
man.
right now.
Oh.
If you
It makes me laugh so hard at the end. You guys want to see my dog? This is where my parents live. Sorry, I'm pretty fat in this clip. You can hear me breathing. Of black fantails that love to just hang out. There goes Otis, running through the field. Here he comes. Bounding like a noble dog. Look at him in hunting mode. So cute, dude. Being down low so that the prey doesn't see him as he approaches like a warrior in the night. It is so hard to catch him when he gets out in the field. There's like orchards all around there. He just will run off into them. Gotta go get on the motorbike and go find him. Fucking dog.
He's laughing too.
Here we go. This is what we wanted.
Oh
That's Chicken
God.
Andy.
Oh my god.
Fuck up, bitch. You're not breaking up with me.
Yank.
Come on, baby. Come on, let's get off the ground. Come on, let's get off the ground.
Dude, I saw it.
He's a notorious biter, dude.
Dude, I saw it. I saw it.
Oh. And then I feel bad 'cause she cries.
Oh my god, you. I got so good.
Amaranth shot some home intruders, Linkers.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Apparently Chicken Andy has like a rape review done about him, like a Gilbert Twit longer, but it's just about him being a biter, right? Yeah, he's been in trouble for biting, and yet here he is still doing it. Hey, Alien Embryo, welcome back. Feel like I recognize your name, but that is your first message in this chat. So just welcome. Just welcome. Thanks for coming in, thanks for saying hi. I love it when new chatters type. They pistol whipped me, but I got one? Jesus! I'm bleeding a lot, but stable, going to hospital. Why the fuck would you whip Amaranth? That's like, pistol whip her. She threatening you? You afraid, dog? I'm being robbed at gunpoint. I believe I shot one of them. They wanted crypto, is what they were yelling, and they pulled her out of bed? Give me your crypto! What the fuck? What is going on in this photo? There's like an apple right there. This was home invasion. SWAT's here now, I'm safe. Oh, this is the police lights. Holy, that is fucked up, dude. No one deserves that, you know? Let's get this layout sorted out for Twitter. I thought about making like a scene, which is just like a Twitter scene. It'd feel great if you be so strong to punch someone and they fly over a table. Boom pow. True. It's gotta be satisfying. You're in a dangerous situation and then you handle it with a swift blow to the cranium. Gangster. She has a beard gun. Yeah, I bet she's got a little lever and like the shotgun light drops out the bottom. The apple is for scale. By the way, these Houston dudes are pieces of shit home evading to get her crypto when they could just send her a drain link. And if she's dumb enough, they can steal it that way. Actual low-IQ pieces of shit. Yeah, unironically, this is like a horrible thing to do to someone. Dudes out there, like, think that, like, doing crime and stuff is, like, cool. And they're, like, geniuses, like, some tomfoolery bullshit. Where it's like, yeah, we used to, like, dress up in, like, fucking SWAT teams. This is, like, the tomfoolery story. Even though he has, in his defense, I don't think it's a good defense at all. I think it's a retarded defense. He's like, I don't tell this like it's a cool story that like everyone should be like, you know, thinking I'm the man for dressing up like SWAT and like raiding other drug dealers and yada yada yada. It's like, bro, why else are you fucking telling this fake ass story that is probably, yeah, you probably were a heroin addict, probably were a drug addict, and one of your friends probably told you the story that they used to do it. But there's no way that Tom had like a freaking V8 and like realistic looking guns or fake guns to like, and like full outfits to like pull off like SWAT team shit, let alone other like drug addicts. Dude, if I was a heroin addict, you know I would have a baseball bat above my doorway or a bag of golf clubs sitting behind the couch, and I would have just ripped one of those out and just started wailing on you. Get the fuck out of here, Mr. Tomfoolery. I mean, hypothetically, if he comes in really hot and they're like, they kick in the door and they're like, freeze, and they're trying to apply pressure and all of that. But then again, I know heaps of dudes who are, you know, just like weed drug addicts and I don't know, other shit, just losers, right? I've been friends with a lot of dealers and shit. So many of them would try it on. They, like, you know, even if, as soon as they thought that this dude wasn't real SWAT, and like someone turns their back, even if they didn't turn their back, they would be whacking them with that golf club. Yeah, 130-pound swatter, exactly. Straight to the ribs, bro. Maybe he's a narcissist and a poser? Maybe. Yeah, like a dumb narcissist. Not like the most malignant, crazy narcissist. There's a few different breeds.
I bet you I could throw mine further than you. So strong, man.
What do we got here, Cosmic Stray?
2, 3.
It's good narcissist
I'm
and
gonna
bad
explain to you what
narcissist.
we do.
I think being a narcissist implies that you're bad. Yeah, it means that you've got like such a misalignment of human values that it's become enough to be like a medical diagnosis. I don't really think you can be like a good narcissist. You can be a benign narcissist, but the only kind of benign narcissist is someone who is like incredibly successful in every aspect of their life, but then chances are that person, as nice as they seem, is probably horrible at home.
We're posing as feds. We're ripping off drug dealers.
Oh shit, is this Tom's story?
Remember your face. Just a badge.
Here in the 215, you're gonna get your head shot off.
We went to the wrong house. And now these people are looking for us.
Let's go! Let's go! You took money and dope. Now I have to kill everybody you know.
These guys are gonna come after us, man. We can't just run. You got Sherry. I got Teresa. Mom, you have to lead.
I can't just pick up and go to Atlantic City. I'm an old lady.
Listen, Mom, we had this thing. We was very professional.
Oh, good for you.
But these people are gonna hurt anybody that we care about. We gotta understand who's looking for us, because it's not just dealers.
Go find him. If they offer you a deal, you're gonna take it.
Ray is my family.
I'm your family.
Good and bad, right and wrong. Those are made up by people who never had a gun put to their head. Someone used you.
You're a fugitive who can't leave Philly. What happens if we go to the police?
They come for you, and then they come for Manny.
How bad is it, Ray? No more secrets, okay?
This isn't us.
Alright, that's enough of that. Back to the Amaranth thing. Yeah, fuck these criminals, bro. I know heaps of people that look it's just like the scary guy in this. And it's often just bullshit. I do have some stories about like showing up to my friend / drug dealer's house and there's like a bunch of police outside, and it's not because he was getting raided, it's because he got raided by like other drug dealery types. But when I say like raided by a drug dealer, I don't mean like a huge gang invasion. When the actual mob and that like raid in, like when the mob is like, going to certain towns and whatnot, there's like a local chapter which is usually like sort of under control by the police, unless you go to like Auckland, which is like the capital of New Zealand, in which case if the Auckland guys come down, the police will be like, what are you guys doing here? You know, they'll approach them on the street and be like, what's going on? And I know this because I used to work with dudes who were in the mongrel mob. I don't know if they'd gotten out. No, they didn't really. But they were from Auckland, and they were down in Christchurch, which is the biggest city in the South Island, and Auckland is the biggest city in the North Island. And yeah, they were just like my workmates who were there to like do contracts and stuff. And even them riding around on their big Harleys, looking a lot more wealthy than the local chapter, who were more just like losers. Yeah, the police would like, you know, approach my workmates and be like, oh, like, what are you guys doing here? This is unexpected, you know? So it's not like that when I say like, because like if guys like that raided you and they're representing like the bigger gang, then that's a lot more of a crazy situation. It would be like commands from higher up in the mob, you know, like trying to send a statement. Whereas, yeah, I don't know, I rocked up to my friend's house and there was police out front, and I was working at Domino's Pizza, so I brought a bunch of pizza, and the other flatmates are like sitting out front, and some of them are just fucking baked, and I'm like, here you go mate, have a pizza. And the dude's just super high, like munching this pizza, and this cop is like, the cop's like trying to press him, they're trying to like put pressure on him, but he's just too high to care. So he's just like, pizza, and the cop's like, you look hungry. And he's just like, that was some funny shit. But basically these dudes just thought that, yeah, my friend who worked there was also like a drug dealer, but they were after another friend of his who was like often there, and that guy had like ripped them off for like MDMA or something, whereas the guy that I usually went there to hang out with just sold weed, because it's still legal here. I still have to go through like back alley dodgy shit and hang out with like rejects to get it, unless I can meet someone like who's cool. But I don't know anyone who's like really got their shit sorted. More than likely I'll meet just some like dude who buys like an ounce, you know, and then sells it off as tinnies, which is lame, because then you get bad deals, expensive ones. It's kind of rough. But I haven't smoked weed for like 2 years, so it's fine. Did you tell the robber wait so you can tweet first? Chill, the robber got your notifications on mud. See, this guy's got the right idea. Just post your Solana address, dude. Why did you sell? I need conviction. I guess, yeah, these people are just trying to get some more crypto. I guess she's not gonna like post photos of her in the hospital or anything. Obviously, she's probably pretty shooken up. Poor thing. I'm covered in blood, but only some of it is mine. I'll update you all later, but I'm safe now. Damn, close range gunfight. That's fucking crazy. Was that gunpoint? They gave me a phone and said log in with gun to my head, and I tweeted because calling would be a death sentence. Yo, balls. She's got balls, dude. How did she get her own gun though? This guy thinks it's her husband. Are you farming Caitlyn yet again? Don't want nobody hurt, but you were getting cooked for talking about politics. You said crypto, and I don't know, stay safe regardless. Or maybe they don't think it's her husband. Maybe they just think it's her, and they're addressing her by her first name. Some parasocial schizo shit. This is obviously a dude, right? Man, poor thing. At least she's got, you know, a lot of support, and she'll make it through okay, as long as this doesn't, you know, like happen again and things get changed up. She might even want to like move or something. It's just pretty crazy that would happen. I assume she doesn't live in like a bad neighborhood or anything. So how could this even happen? The timing's a bit dodgy. Why is that? Because of Dan Saltman. So she must have just got back from Miami, right? Because she was like, yeah, like doing Fresh and Fit and anything else recently, right? So I guess the guys coordinated it for then. I don't know, what else can I say? Oh yeah, you guys seen this?
Look at that.
Killing wasps with gasoline. that if Russia stopped invading Ukraine and fighting, death would stop immediately. Getting a big hug. These dudes are unironically doing the Midsummer meme. How do I find this? It's a good movie. It's a real good movie. Ironically, it's nice that they're being there with her in her moment, although they're just a little bit too much there, you know? Hello?
This woman has one of the craziest physiques I've ever seen. She's insanely muscular, but not quite to the point where it's freaky, because she's probably still natural, unlike this woman who's more diced than most vegetables, with quads that could...
Okay, so this is steroids. Just so you know, woman, if you go to the gym and lift like a man, you won't even end up looking like this. Alright? There's no freakish pandemic of women going and turning out like Arnold Schwarzenegger. So, feel free to get in there and lift properly.
Rival Tom
This is an eating disorder, this one. This might not even be steroids, to be honest.
on enough anabolics to bulk up a factory cow. Imagine being 15 years old and having better triceps than most men could ever hope to achieve in their entire lives. This kid doesn't need to imagine, he is him. This man completed the gym and got bored. Now he's doing some impressive side quests, but not quite as impressive as this guy, who takes ego lifting to the next level. The bar and weight simply weren't enough for him. He had to go and collect every item in his household, including the Xbox 360. He even set up a ring of energy drinks, Pokemon cards, and a Mario Kart in the middle for some type of good luck ritual while he squats and deadlifts at the same time. His genius is levels beyond what mere mortals like me and you can comprehend, and he clearly knows something that we don't. He's gatekeeping the secrets.
That's crazy. Where was the Xbox though? Oh look, he's got Mario between his feet. Dude, some girl died doing a deadlift recently. I don't know if I should cover it, but I kind of want to. Lifter dies doing deadlift. I won't actually show the part where she dies. 17-year-old powerlifter dies after 600-pound barbell crushes her neck. Yeah, it's this. This is the dumbest shit, bro. So this is it. This is her about to do it. There's a few things that I'll point out about this video, but don't worry, we're not going to go into like the gore of it. But I mean, it's not like gory. It's just very uncomfortable seeing someone die, right? So we're not going to look into that. Don't worry. Dude, why is it always on Facebook that this comes up? Let me see what happens if I click that link. Yeah, so here's the video of her doing it. And it's just so dumb and so wrong on so many levels. So, first of all, she's a little shorty compared to the guy behind her who's meant to be spotting her, right? So what this trainer has like selfishly done is gotten her to stand up on multiple mats down here. And the reason that she has to be up on these mats is so that she can unrack the bar from the fucking rack. Now, all he needs to do is just bend down a little bit to get under her armpits, right? To spot her properly. I feel like with all the hard work that she's doing, like, you know, lifting the weight, it would be pretty reasonable, pretty normal, a lot safer to just do that, you know? Instead of making her have to prop herself up to pull that off the rack. Because what happens here is that she's got to step back off of those mats. And now the other thing here is, look where he's got his hands. He's got his hands up on the bar here. Now no one, not even the biggest, strongest man in the world, is going to be able to spot from this position. It doesn't matter how big your arms are. It doesn't matter if you're the world's greatest strongman. You're not going to be able to catch 600 pounds with your hands out like this. And that's what he is meant to be doing here. What you need to do is have your arms under her armpits and then up wrapped around her shoulders so that you can help her pull her chest back and, you know, shoulders up. And that way you can take, you know, probably a few hundred pounds of weight, and he can use his torso and all of his body to support the bar in the same way that she's doing almost. But for him, it's more like a front sort of movement. For her, it's a back squat. Third thing going on here is that she's doing a very, very heavy squat, even for her. So this is 600 pounds. Apparently her previous max squat was like 500 pounds. Now, I don't want to say it's like silly for them to go to 500 to 600. It is like, what, like 20%. What is the percentage there? I don't know. That's a lot of extra weight, right? But maybe they're just going for like partial squats, or, you know, something else that's like not so crazy. They're just training that upper end or like holding this position. But I'm going to want to be doing a low bar squat, which means that this bar should be not up by her neck, but down on the back of her shoulders as well. So even that looks like kind of silly to me. And what happens is, him not being able to support her, he can't catch any of the weight. He isn't ready. No one has these kind of reflexes. He can't get in under there, and no one has that kind of strength either. He doesn't have the reflexes to get into a good position in time until he's set that up properly, and no one is strong enough to support from the position that he's in. So you can already see here, she's like a bit wobbly, right? What you want to be doing is taking little steps backwards. You want to take 3 or 4 solid little steps off of the mat. So she swings her foot back off the mat, and then bringing that foot open, there, she just rolled her ankle. And there, you can see her ankle is fully rolled. So from this position, she immediately just falls down onto her ass, and then the bar just comes right down on the back of her neck and kills her, let alone like squishing her like down under the bar. It is 600 pounds of weight. This is a fucking tragedy, dude. No jokes. No, this isn't like a silly part of the stream. This is a fucked up thing to happen, dude. For all you Brit boners out there, 600 pounds is 276 kilos straight to the back of the neck. What a catastrophic failure in the gym. Terrible, terrible stuff. Stay safe out there, dudes, you know? You don't need to be ego lifting for anybody. You want to be out there having a good time with it. Can we get some meows in chat? Actually, I added ZZ yesterday asking if he had the meow 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 thing. I don't know if he got back to me on it. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Was Justical meant to go live again today? He just, if any of you from Justical's chat are still here, he said, guys, I will not be back tonight, but I'll do an 8-hour stream tomorrow without any donos. So you get a charity stream tomorrow. Sorry for the cancellation. I'll be back better tomorrow. So, you know, all the love and support to him. Like I was saying earlier, he always shows up for us with a positive attitude, and he knows the hype, and he gives that to us. So good on him. It's warm. Alright,
what great timing. This place had
I'm gonna hit play and I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back.
one of those beautiful 85-inch frame TVs that make it look like an art piece on the wall. They had surround sound, they had a telescope pointed at the TV. I couldn't imagine a more perfect place to watch what would turn out to be a slightly confusing episode of television. So we turn it on and instantly we're like, why does this look like shit? I know that this TV costs thousands of dollars, and yet the moment anything moves on screen, it turns into this jumbled, blurry mess. But of course, because this kind of thing has been happening for years, we knew it was because of True Motion, or Motion Plus, or whatever this TV calls that feature, where it's smooth.
Actually, I'll be like 30 seconds. I think I want to listen to what he's saying here, so I don't want to take my headphones off and walk away, but I'll be right back. Gotta get some water. It's getting into like the hottest part of the day. I'll be right back.
Smooths out every.
Alright. I'm back. I got my water. I got a mental disorder. Delicious. Man, can you guys hear that? Someone's like out there with a compactor, compacting the sidewalk or something.
every frame and makes everything you watch look like it was shot on an iPhone. The best thing about this feature is that it's always on by default, and nobody I've ever met likes it. It's also named something different by every manufacturer, which makes searching the menus for it a little adventure every time. Now, I know I'm not even close to being the first person to complain about this feature. It seems like everybody hates it, but that's also why it's so confusing to me. If so many people hate this, why, after over a decade, are TV manufacturers still forcing this down everyone's throats? How do they benefit from making their product look worse? I remember ecstatically buying this Samsung in 2019 and almost returning it because the default settings made it look so bad I thought it was defective. I just kind of sat there in denial about it for almost...
Dude, I almost instantly regret putting this on. I don't know if anyone cares. Holy. You know, as a streamer, I should be building the hype. Oh, this is really interesting. Isn't this interesting, chat? Man, you should care about this. Fuck, we all watch TV, right? Maybe this guy's onto something. I mean, he is, but I don't know if this is drama, right? I feel like Justical would look at this. Justical, my mentor, would look at this and be like, you know, no one wants to hear about your niche little drama thing. Dude, where is that glare coming from? It's horrible.
Almost a week before being like, this can't be right, there has to be a setting I can change. Tragically though, a lot of people don't know about this setting. They don't realize their TV is actively sabotaging their viewing experience.
Wait, maybe we're onto something here. This could be a public service announcement that we all actually need.
And if this
I don't watch TV, but
doesn't describe you, it probably describes someone you know. And by that I of course mean your parents. So sit down with them, explain what's going on. Tell them why you get a headache whenever you watch TV with them, and reiterate that it's not their fault. Show them this video by a guy named Noodle.
Are you not familiar with this guy's content? It's exclusively first world problems. Well, I guess so. I think some people don't really care about first world or have first world problems. You know, they live their life not being bothered by things. You should watch Ludwig Göransson make a track instead. What do you mean? Who is Ludwig Göransson? Is that Ludwig's last name? If only you had a large collection of something you could stack up to block out the sunlight. True. Dude, actually, the pizza boxes would have been deflecting that heat right back outside.
Let's say it's on twos. The AI doesn't smooth anything between the first and second frames of a single
I need to
drawing
go back.
because there's nothing to smooth. They're the same picture. This means that what was originally a perfectly fine 12 FPS animation is now a janky mess.
Or if they'd prefer to hear it from someone they know, have Tom Cruise explain it.
Video interpolation or motion smoothing is a digital effect on most high-definition television.
I'm Tom Cruise.
Just make sure they never find out about the whole Scientology thing. You cannot ruin time.
You got a link to another one of this guy's videos. If this is the same video we're watching, I'm going to ban you for 10 minutes.
I went over to Donald's studio, didn't really know what was going to happen.
Oh, this is Ludwig Göransson. You should watch Ludwig Göransson make a track instead. See, this is exactly the kind of niche thing that a viewer is like, this is like really interesting. And I'm like, bro, the culture of chat doesn't give a fuck. Although the culture of my stream is usually what I'm into. And kind of the thing I want to talk about is this game called Pathologic. Anyone here Pathologic players? So this is like one of the most interesting games, I think, that has come out. And Pathologic 1 is a little bit dated. So they brought out Pathologic 2, which is essentially a remake of Pathologic 1. But what is going on here is that within the game, there's like a meta. And the game, in a way, knows it's a game. But it doesn't just like reveal this to you like a surprise. You know, like in a movie where someone wakes up and they're within a dream, right? That's sort of an upsetting twist, because none of it was real. It's never going to be a good twist, but what you can do with that twist is have the disappointment of it reveal something to you which is more exciting than disappointing, right? And this will like flip the whole meta on its head. And in Pathologic 1 you could play as 3 different characters, but they're all set in the same 12 days in the same city, and over those 12 days the city goes through a plague, and the characters sort of represent like different factions within the city. So you can play the higher respects, who is essentially a kid who was like born there, but he moves away after having a fallout with his dad, who was a doctor in the town, and he comes back as like a traditionally trained doctor. And then you can play as this other lady who I can't remember what she's called because I've only played Pathologic 2, and I'll get to why I don't remember what she's called in a second. But she is like to do with like the nature hippie version of the city. And then the third character you can play is a child, and they represent like 3 different factions who quite occasionally have like clashes over those 12 days, and you play out that time, and it's a bit of a survival. It's very challenging. As the days go on, you end up running out of food, but everyone's running out of food, so inflation increases. So it's got this interesting aspect to the survival, whereas on the first few days you're like trading your nuts and your bolts for food, and this is fine. But by the time you get to like the 10th day and there's no food in the city, that nut that you, or like the banana that you had to eat the day before, is now worth 10 times as much, and you'll lament like, you know, oh, I shouldn't have sold that banana just so I could have another bullet in my gun. Now like this bullet is actually worthless and I can't trade it for like any food, and I'm under all this pressure. It's very, very cool, like the way this develops. So that was like 2017, 2018, and they bring out Pathologic 2, and you could only play as the higher respects. This is why I don't remember the name of the other person. Now, that's not what we want. Let me find an image of the other woman. There are these dudes who look like this. There are also these dudes who look like this, and they're like self-aware that they look like that. They do often like reflect on it, but they don't really like, no one else really seems to mind that these dudes look like absolute mutant freaks, which is pretty strange. But so in Pathologic 2, you're the higher respects again, and you're playing through the same situation again. But as you play on, at the end of every day, you get taken back to this theatre, and you see these main characters within the game acting this scenes out of what happened throughout that day. And then you come to realise that Pathologic 2 isn't really a sequel or the same game. It is the same town with the same people, but they're reenacting the events of the game as like a theatre production once again. So the entire game that you're in, these people are kind of characters within the game, but even within the game, they are characters within the game once again. Not that this takes away from the consequences of your actions. You will still be shot, killed, murdered, all those kinds of things, and it's a very punishing game. You get in a one-on-one fight with someone, it can be very tense, and you get in a 2-on-1 fight and you're very lucky if you survive, and if you do, you're horrifically maimed and struggling to make it through. So the company had planned to release DLC for the other 2 characters, but they didn't quite hit proper sales margins with Pathologic 2, so they had to put it on the back burner for a few years. And then surprisingly, last week they came out with a release trailer for Pathologic 3, which is a huge surprise because everyone has just been waiting with bated breath for the DLC for Pathologic 2. It turns out when they started working on adding the other characters in, they started tweaking and overhauling so many things that they just decided to make it into a whole new game. So Pathologic 3 will be where you get to play as the new character. So Pathologic 2 will be the higher flux playthrough, and Pathologic, which character do you play in Pathologic 3? Damn, dude, there's like some spoiler that even I haven't got to it in the story, but I watched this amazing video by this guy. Wait, hold on. Let me just find this character. Shh. But yeah, there's the Bachelor. That's the guy you play as. I could be mistaken, but I thought you played as like one of these people, one of these women who's like more in touch with like the natural herbal healing, because obviously everyone's trying to heal the plague. And there's like deep consequences to the game. Not that it holds your hand or walks you through who you're meant to save. Gaming nowadays is kind of offensive with how much they will hold your hand and guide you through like an understanding of your new equipment and your mechanisms. It's that whole thing where it's like, you know, oh, now you have the squirt bottle gun and you can only proceed forward until you've demonstrated that you know how to use the squirt bottle gun. It's kind of cool when it gives you the squirt bottle gun and then you're just free to sandbox. You figure out how to use it. You can bypass all of the problems in the game with the tools that you have, and you know, those aren't like force fed to you. But where was I going with this rant? Are these the same people who made Silent Hill? I don't think so. So the people who made this is like a Finnish studio. And it's not exactly a traditional studio either. Icepick Lodge. So a normal studio has like a head of the studio. Icepick Lodge doesn't really have a head. Their plans on how to like proceed through the developmental process are very wide. It'll be meetings with like everyone involved, and they will have like pretty equal input, which is pretty interesting, and like super creative, or you know, the kind of environment that creative minds would prefer and thrive in. So yeah, they did Pathologic in 2005, Pathologic 2 came out 2019, and then they went off to work on this game, Known by Heart. And they had to like lay off a bunch of their staff members, but like I said, with the distribution of the company being like wide, these people that they laid off were still welcome to like come back and contribute, but they just couldn't pay them and whatnot. And so these people would genuinely show interest. And then now that, or with the reveal of this Pathologic 3, we now know that like they ended up rehiring a lot of those people and getting them back. So I think in 2 weeks, Pathologic 3 comes out. Let's just have a quick look at see what games they made. Pathologic, The Void, Cargo, The Quest for Gravity, Knock Knock, Known by Heart, Friends, Pathologic 3. Wait, it says here, a complete reimagining of the Bachelor's route from the original Pathologic with dramatically different mechanics. So yeah, I'm probably never going to go back and play Pathologic 1 because mechanically it's kind of rough. A lot slower, and Pathologic 2 is obviously like an improvement on Pathologic 1. Pathologic 1 seems like a complete package, but once again the mechanics are kind of rough, and then these other Pathologic games should hopefully come together to make like a enhanced version of the original. So Pathologic 2, a fully imagined rescaling of Pathologic, initially planned to be released in 3 parts. Oh, I am confusing. So you play as the Haruspecs. The other character is the Bachelor, who's like a local to town. Or you're all locals, but the Haruspecs has been out of town. And dude, there's this real interesting thing where as soon as you get back, you kind of get mugged by these dudes, but you kill them, and then everyone is sort of aware that these dudes are dead and sort of aware that you probably killed them. So you start off as this real outsider, and you have to immediately like work your way in, and you can do whatever you want. You can rob people or whatever, but they'll just start closing their doors on you, you know, and like pushing you out. If you've ever seen a game called Hobo Tough Life, it's got a little bit of this vibe. You're a hobo in Hobo Tough Life, and if you don't clean yourself up and like spend a little bit of money to go visit the bathrooms, otherwise you shit your pants, you know, people will just be like, "Oh, get the hell away from me," and you'll eventually freeze and starve to death just from being rejected by the people around you. That is such a fun game. I think that was the first game that I ever like streamed properly. I would just play Hobo a whole lot, and I still have a couple of chatters from my Hobo days because I was just like the only streamer who streamed Hobo. so they would like eventually see me and come on in and be like, "Oh, I like that game," and then they would see me sitting there with no viewers, and they would come in and chat, and I'd get to know them. But yeah, so the changeling here is the child, and man, I don't know if I want to spoil it. There's this like pulling out of the story where you get to see them all as like characters in a child's sandpit, but then I think there's like another pulling out from that situation as well, where you suddenly realize that you are, I mean, with every character you're talking to the guy who wrote the game, and then for some of those things you start to really feel like that as well. So as well as being such like a interesting, it creates this like sense of weird unease throughout the game, and that's like a aesthetic talent and perfection that this studio seems to have, which you get a similar thing from like Silent Hill or a little I don't know, not really from Resident Evil. Resident Evil has those very funny like game mechanics, like you smash a green herb and a red herb and then you get like a healing pot, right? There's none of that. Boom, boom, boom. But yeah, there's this aesthetic vibe that they pull off really well as it makes you feel like a consequence of your actions or your lack of actions as well, for a lot of people around. And the game has actually a little list, and it's got everyone in the town on the list, and every day that ends, the ones who die get crossed off. And as you're playing, you might have not met these characters, but you understand that you haven't been helping them with the plague, and you see them getting crossed off, and it's really like, oof. You can save everyone, so it's not like on no level should you end up feeling like, oh, someone had to die there. No, every death is like a blow. You know, it's your own failings. And I like that. Losing is a lot more fun in these games than winning. Or avoiding losing in this game is very relieving as well. So yeah, they said here the final game only includes the Haruspex route. Final game only includes the Haruspex route. Well, the Bachelor route evolved into Pathologic 3. So let's have a quick look. I'll just Google Pathologic 3 and we'll see what we get on YouTube. Because, yeah, I fell asleep watching the start of this last night. So this is it here. Sorry, this is like a giant building that's in the center of town as well. And so everything feels very weird. And then in the distance, you can basically always see what seems to be like this gravity defying tower. And you can go up in there and, sorry, that brings me a little bit full circle to these characters. Now these guys aren't actors, or they are in the game and then therefore they are in the theatre, but they're not there to act. They're there to make sure the story goes along the way that it should be going. So you can also almost assume that these aren't extraterrestrial beings, but they are people who are wearing a mask to hide their expressions, to hide their face, to not convey a theatrical emotion which would like turn you off, and that they have the free will to do what they want to make sure that the storyline progresses as possible. Funnily enough, you're like that as well as the player. You get to pick whatever you want to do, so you're messing with what is supposed to be a story of what happened in the past, but you're also explicitly included in the play, which gives a strange feeling that no matter what choices that you're making, there is like a sense of a lack of control, which is again a very cool vibe and a very cool mystery, which I really want to play the game to figure out exactly how that plays out. These guys, I don't know, just weird freaks. I think they might be like locals who have been doing something for many generations and then they look this way. But these dudes, I think I have been up this tower. I think they block you off at some point from the tower. Then I think the tower might also have something to do with the children. There's a lot of children like running around forming little gangs and doing all kinds of things. It's super crazy when you play as a child, because like I was saying before about the combat system and stuff being very rough, when you're a child, it's rougher, right? You can't fight anyone. You get absolutely blown out. So earlier on, when you wanted to make the tough choice of just being like, I'm going to use my very rare and expensive bullet just to take this guy out, and that'll solve me a lot of problems, maybe cause me some other problems. Like I said earlier, murder makes people... The town is split into districts. Certain districts, and probably all of the districts, will hate you if they find out you're a killer. It is the most immersion I've ever seen in any game ever, of all time, dude. So, this is what I was saying about, like, the trope of, like, waking up, like, oh, my character woke up and it was all a dream. That might take you out of it, but within this, it is so much more rewarding that it pulls you in, because it also feels like you as a player on the outside are being fucked with all of a sudden, and not fucked with in a way that's uncomfortable, fucked with in a way where you've been like watched. There is actually another game which pulls this off really well. So I'm just putting a Barocca in my energy drink, and I bit into it, so now it's fizzing in my mouth. Woo! Feels good, man. That other game is, what is it, like Prey 2015? Nope. Okay, this game has the worst advertising ever. Did Seth Centek just do a cover of this game? Is that why I'm remembering this? Songs of Six is a cool game. Yeah, Prey 17. Yeah, I watched this like a few days ago, or one day ago. Apparently I watched this yesterday. So Prey 2017 also has an interesting trope of being like, you're in a test, but like you're not in a test, and then there's this and that, and it has a really good scope of... So, in a game, right, like Jedi Knights or in Fable, right, you do good things, you become an angel, and you get good boy points. You do bad things, you be bad, you get bad boy points. What a game like Pathologic and Prey does is you can do whatever you want. You can kill everyone, but there's going to be another point at the game where people are going to ask you why you killed that person and what were the meanings of your actions. Disco Elysium does this as well. It analyzes like your thought process behind your actions, which is a way cooler way to do good and bad scales of like morality within games. Because here, maybe killing everyone on the spaceship was the most human thing to do from your point of view. Maybe that makes you more of like a human. Maybe not like a good human, but it could have been that you weren't doing. I don't know. You know, yeah, it's just a cool way of doing it. To look into it and to be, and you know, to like work towards like some sort of story point. So yeah, this guy Ragnarox did a deep dive into Pathologic 3, which I think I've watched a little bit of this. I at least watched like the intro and then fell asleep or something. But a few years ago, he did Pathologic 2. Here we go, Pathologic 2, an underrated masterpiece. So this is how I got into the game, was I watched this like a few years ago.
Isn't really.
Although the kids are furries. Wait, let's see if Syntax does a video on this game. Pathologic. Oh, he would have a good yarn. Nah.
Really in on everything to make you feel like.
I love these dudes who get so into the games and do excellent video essays though. Another one I like is Dosh Doshington. Just while I'm doing a wee shout out to Seth Zentek and Ragnar Rocks. Dosh Doshington, also very excellent. He reshaped the Factorio YouTube algorithm. These Factorio videos, even if you don't like Factorio, they're pretty consumable. And then he's got a lot of other ones about other games like La Mulana, Arc House is an entire company, Potion Games. A lot of the games from here I've got on a list. Because I'm a puzzle game enthusiast, so I'm going to play all of these puzzle games. Although Felvidic is a little bit like a JRPG sort of game. Yeah, La Mulana looks awesome, dude. I do have it installed. I don't know if tonight is the night to play it. I was planning on playing more Chance of Sinner because I was playing it the other night and I had about 100 people who like sat and watched me play. But man, I feel like I would need a break from streaming before I jump into Chance of Sinner. Or I need to live in a nice big house with a gaming chair and air conditioning and, you know, the comfort of being XQC. And then I could stream for like 16 hours and probably just play games endlessly and have a great time. But dude, I am roasted right now. I'm literally soaking. I'm sitting on this towel right now, you know, and getting like right into a puzzle game seems like actual hell on earth right now. Only because like I said about the coding earlier, like I was making like the most simple mistakes and trying to get through things. But La Mulana looks cool. I watched a bit of Dosh's video, but then he was like, oh, like if you keep watching, like I'm just gonna spoil everything. So I stopped. But he was like, get your pen and paper out. Start writing this down, drawing out maps. What did he say? Something about testing every pixel, because you know how like you walk up to every wall and you use like the X button to activate just to see if the wall will do anything. Honestly, I'd recommend beating your own dick with a hammer over playing La Mulana. Dude, didn't I want to play it because Wolfgang said it was really hard or something? It was like my Pirate Software thing, where I'm like, I'm going to play every game that Pirate Software has played. So Animal Well was on that list. But I think I had a similar one with Wolfgang, where Wolfgang was like, La Mulana and some other game are like really hard. And I was like, I'm going to beat them, just to prove they're not hard. But looking up La Mulana, you know, I beat the Lion King PlayStation 1 game once, and that was brutally hard. That game was so lame, dude. The trick with that one was that they made it hard so that you would have to rent it out from the video store over and over and over again. It was literally a game designed to be like a loot box. I don't know. The marketing scheme was to make an incredibly difficult game that would take people a lot to finish. They would have to keep renting it out from the video store. That's so funny, dude.
Pathologic 2 is hands down one of my favorite.
Let's just watch the intro. I'm so hyped on this. I don't know if I want to like spoil it for everyone, but yeah, let's maybe watch the intro to both of these videos.
The reasons for that are complex.
It would be so cool to have people to talk to about this.
Pathologic 2 is hands down one of my favorite games of all time. The reasons for that are complex and impossible to summarize in a couple of sentences, but if I'd have to attempt to, it's because Pathologic 2 is an incredibly complex, multifaceted, and expertly designed evolution of its predecessor, which depicted one of the most unique and intriguing settings and narratives ever conceived in a video game, in my opinion. The thing has more layers than an onion. I made an hour-long, largely spoiler-free video on Pathologic 2 over 5 years ago now, not long after the game came out, in which I try to break down why I think this game is more than worth your time. And even that one, I feel like...
Okay, that makes me feel pretty happy. I have played a bunch of Pathologic 2, but a lot of my ability to describe it is from that video I watched years ago, it was, you know, many years ago I watched it, so I'm trying to recall it. But yeah, if he's saying it's spoiler free, I don't feel like I've spoiled too much for you guys by describing how amazing this game is.
Like, barely scratches the surface. We're going to get a lot deeper into those games over the course of this video, but the main point that's important for now is that Pathologic 2 was a sort of remake, sort of sequel hybrid of the first game. Both take place during the same events, 12 days of a deadly viral outbreak in a remote town in the steppe, and 3 healers of very different worldviews, ideologies, and methodologies in combating this plague are in town at the time, and they will clash during the course of the story on numerous occasions. But unlike in Pathologic 1, only one of the 3 playable characters' roots was realized for Pathologic 2 so far, the Harrisbecks, Artemi Burak, who grew up in the town Pathologic takes place in, studied steppe lore and medicine under his father, the town's primary healer's guidance, learned the fundamentals of surgery and herbalism in the tradition of the Kin, the native tribe who perceives all things in the world, physical and spiritual, to be intricately connected. The roots of...
That's right. So you are like a traditionally trained doctor, but then you go and you learn the traditional healing methods as well. And I guess the Bachelor probably has a whole other mechanic which isn't so involved with the healing mechanics. But it was cool. Like I assume if I went back to play the first one, the Harrisbecks would have the same sort of thing with the. So you're like cutting open bodies. Not to kill people, but to like save them, to like fix like certain organs and stuff. And then to fix them, you need to go out and find certain plants and mix them into certain potions and elixirs and this and that. And I'm assuming the Bachelor and the whatever the child was called. The child is like a psychic, I believe. They can sort of like hear other people's thoughts and stuff. Which I played around with a bit as the Bachelor, the Harrisbecks as well. All of the characters are involved in this like traditional magic sort of vibe. But from what I remember from the first video, the child is directly in tune with it, and as such, they are essentially the main character. But funnily enough, the Pathologic 2 and 3 revolve around the other 2 characters and not the main character. It's just from people that have played Pathologic 1, they reflect that the child is the one that kind of unravels the storyline in a lot of other ways when you do their playthrough compared to the other 2.
Of the other 2 playable characters in the original, the Bachelor of Medicine, Daniil Dankovsky, and Clara, the Changeling with the healing/killing touch, were
That's her there.
Initially meant to be developed and released as massive add-ons for Pathologic 2. Now, Pathologic 2 was released in 2019, and after the game's launch, developer Icepick Lodge was forced to restructure and downsize. They focused on various smaller projects until they secured the funding for the eventual development of the next chapter in the saga, the Bachelor's Route. And at the time of release of this video, about 3 months ago, the studio finally officially announced Pathologic 3, to the surprise of many, myself very much included. Wait, what, Pathologic 3? Yeah, it came as a surprise to many. Pathologic 3 will be the long-awaited Bachelor's route, but instead of making it a sort of massive DLC to Pathologic 2, Icepick Lodge decided to fundamentally overhaul the game and completely redesign Daniel's 12 days during the outbreak. So much so that it warranted becoming its own new standalone numbered entry in the Pathologic franchise. And ever since this announcement, I've been bubbling with excitement for what's to come, and especially because the new approach for the Bachelor's route, including the new mechanics and systems that were showcased so far, had me going all galaxy brain about it. And I knew I just had to talk about it, in this case long before the game itself, scheduled for a full release within 2025, is out. So the way I had initially planned this video was a little bit different to what it ultimately became. Originally, I wanted to have an in-depth look at the trailers and all the material that's been released on Pathologic 3 so far, point out apparent changes, new systems and mechanics from them, and then segue into a bit of a speculative analysis of how the game might actually look once it comes out. And then also explore themes and theorize a bit on where I believe the Bachelor's story in Pathologic 3, thematically and philosophically, might go. But instead, we're gonna do something a little bit different today. I actually reached out to Icepick Lodge, and the game's narrative director, Alfina, happily agreed to have a conversation with me in which I had the opportunity to ask her a whole cartload of questions about.
You would have noticed a lot of dead bodies and stuff. The town has gone a little bit crazy. They're not just dying from plague, they're also like burning and hanging each other because the factions are, you know, not so happy about the witch people. You know, some of the witch people are hanging some of the workers. So the town has this like one railroad that comes in and out, and they mainly operate out of a meatworks. Is sort of what keeps the town alive. Very ominous. You can hear the cows mooing a lot, but you never really get to go in and see them because they're like inside this massive building, which they haven't showed us
yet. The game's development, new mechanics, themes, about the upcoming prologue chapter, Pathologic Quarantine, and a lot more. So, first of all, hey Alfina, thank you so much for joining me on this one and for sharing your insight on Pathologic 3 with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
I'm very excited for this. So, here's how we're going to do this. Alfina and I recorded our conversation beforehand, and throughout this video, I will move back and forth between question and answers and more regular video essay bits, and I'm going to try to seamlessly let them flow into each other. The footage you'll be seeing will be taken from all the material on Pathologic 3 that's available to me at this point in time. That's the reveal trailer, 2 devlog videos Icepick Lodge released so far on their YouTube channel, exclusive screenshots, and B-roll handed to me by the publisher Hype Train Digital, plus a good handful of footage that Alfina provided me with that.
So here we get like this like really cool look at the user interface. This is again like a lot of the immersion. So you have like your maps and your thoughts as you're like exploring the city and like developing quest lines, but the quest lines aren't so clear. They're more like a reflection of the experiences that you're having and how then you decide to go and interact with them. And then coming all the way over here to your ledger, this is like where you find the different names of the people within the city, and this is also where it crosses off like who's lived and died. So you get all these different like user interface screens depending on what situation you are. Obviously you have your book that you can pull out at any point, but say you're at an operating table, you get what's kind of like a quick game, but it is more like a full user interface. It's not like a quick time game actually at all, it's just that it showed it to us earlier with like the body, and then you were like picking the organs and stuff, and these come on like different difficulty levels and really interesting stuff. I just think most parts of this game are like well thought out and not canned. They didn't like mess around, just being like, oh yeah, add in that typical thing that people like.
The publisher Hype Train Digital, plus
it's just a shame that it doesn't get so much hype, and I think it's because the game is very different. A lot of people with like Outer Wilds are like, Outer Wilds has this like, oh, it's like my favorite game of all time. but like it's just like a game where you explore. There's not much to Outer Wilds. It's not very challenging. It's very grandiose and big, but this game makes me feel what I think Outer Wilds wants you to feel. Instead of putting you in a giant universe where you fly around in your spaceship, you're just in this little town, but there's just so much depth to look into it that you want to know more, and you feel like there's just something that you haven't quite seen and you want to go explore it, and you get these feelings of like amazement when you push through something a little bit further. It's very satisfying. Very very intense. I wish I'd finished the second one, and I probably will go back and finish it soon.
Was a good...
Not today though. I think my stream will be coming to an end soon enough. Hang out for the raid. It's just very, very hot. I would like to stay and play games with you guys, but I just don't think I just need to go have a cold shower and chill out. And we're coming up on 8 hours now. Yeah. Just wanted to give you guys a little heads up. We'll probably raid into like Darius, but we'll keep watching this intro. I will raid into Xena. We raided into Darius earlier and he was a dickhead about it, so we'll raid into Xena. I know that they're not like getting along with the community because of the Destiny thing or whatever, but like I don't really hold them at fault. I know Destiny's a fucking gross dude. I've had my rants about it before, but like I don't want it cancelled. I don't want his friends cancelled. I won't be going back to ZGG that much. But equally, I'm not like going to judge anyone who is any harsher than I was before. Now I feel like I need to explain myself. But I already knew that there were weird people in that community and that Destiny was a weird fucking gooner. I made peace with it. I don't know these people. Doesn't bother me too much. Maybe in the past I was like more eager to collaborate or like try to grow myself within that community, and I'm not interested in that anymore. But otherwise, like, people are just weird. People are just weird fucking freaks. And they're not even the worst freaks. Although it makes sense that he's probably doing some really weird stuff.
Handful of...
There's a chance Destiny's done weirder shit than what we've been revealed with, but what he has done is bad enough for me to back away from that community a wee bit. Still want to raid Darius and Xena and, you know, wish the best for them. Maybe. I mean, Darius is already in a great spot. I just wish he'd get better in general. Fuck.
Footage that Alfina provided me with that hasn't been shown anywhere yet. Plus,
that,
whenever
he
fits
hates
what we're
that
currently
take,
talking
bro.
about, footage from
I've told
Pathologic
that to him before and he gets real pissy about it.
1 and 2.
Holy
I'll have
shit.
a little caption on screen so you'll always know which
Don't clip that and send it to him.
game you're currently looking at. But hey, before we deep dive into Pathologic and get going with the interview and analysis, I'd like to give a spotlight.
It was in the EMEA stream that I did, because Xena was on for my EMEA stream like a year ago, or longer than a year ago. Xena was on my stream and I said that to her. I was like, you know, he's so lucky and he's got so much going for him, and yet he's this little spurg who won't commit to streaming. But he's obviously committed really hard now, but he's still a fucking spurg. And a kind of a egotistical cunt.
To the sponsor of this video, which is HelloFresh. HelloFresh is promised with this on a little time by following the link in our life to take through the audience. Afina, you've worked on Pathologic 2 in the role of narrative designer and left the company sometime after the game's launch for a while. I was really happy to hear that for Pathologic 3, you've rejoined Icepick Lodge in the role of narrative director. For how long have you been back on the team, and what are your current responsibilities in the project? And how does this new position of yours differ from your work?
Wait, maybe they'll explain it in a bit. You know, before when I said the characters in this game kind of know that they're characters and are performing the same story? They, in Pathologic 2, so it's not quite a sequel, it's not quite a remake, but it's the same characters performing the same story. They're doing that years later. I'm not too sure why that's relevant, but I just thought that was an interesting puzzle for if you are interested in this game and you are wondering what's going on. it is like a passage of time in between the two games. So the second game is set many years after the first game. And I don't know about the third one, but the third one where you're playing out the Bachelor instead of the Haru specs, again, this could be many years later. And this could tie back in that they perform this play once every decade or maybe once a year, and that you come in on a year that they are performing it from the perspective of a different character. And you are that character, right?
On Pathologic stuff.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be back on the team as well. So, for those uninitiated, I've worked at Icepeak Lodge during the production of Pathologic 2, during the whole period of production. And back then, the narrative team was very small. We basically had Nikolai, the creative lead and the main writer, and me, the narrative designer, who supported the writing with structure, with additional texts and everything. We also had a couple of junior writers as well, but they just did bits and pieces. On Pathologic 3, we have a much larger writing team.
Okay.
So it has several people in different roles, and I was invited back to the team in November, so it was recently.
Okay.
To provide better structure to this team, and when I came back to the project, I saw a ginormous bunch of brilliant ideas, of very good writing, of very good quests, stories and concepts, but they were a bit unstructured. So my job currently is to add structure, to, you know, emphasize the important bits and maybe make some other bits more optional and, you know, more reactive to the player's choices, to make sure that the main characters have enough screen time, to make sure that every concept is iterated upon during the whole course of the plot. So basically, you know, giving this sort of high-level direction to the narrative. I'm very involved with the low-level direction as well. I do quest design, I work with artists, I work with the designers as well, but what I'm trying to emphasize here was that we had a much smaller team on Pathologic 2, and we have a larger team now, so it requires a person to, you know, to conduct, to serve as a conductor.
Yeah, like
and
a conductor. Yeah.
Yes, and that's what I'm doing in this orchestra.
So you're basically putting the glue in between the seams so that everything holds together and is...
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. So before we dig into things like game mechanics, systems, narrative themes, and all that jazz, I'd like to ask you about the current state of Pathologic 3's production. As I recall, Pathologic 2's sales figures sadly ended up somewhat behind expectations back then, and Icepeak Lodge stated that they were forced to downsize and focus on very smaller projects for the time being, before being able to refocus their efforts on this long-anticipated bachelor's route and take it into full production. And evidently, we're here at this point now through a cooperation with the new publisher, Hype Train Digital. Alfina, can you give us an overview of Pathologic 3 from the production side at this point in time? I know this is probably difficult to pin down given the sort of erratic nature of the whole project over the last years, but so how long has the game effectively been in development at this point in time?
Okay, so to give you a sensible answer to this question, I need to sidestep a bit first and explain what...
Okay, so she's explained her role in that, went on a little bit about it, a little bit too long from my point of view. Not that I don't, you know, want to know more about her position, but I think here we get some more of the interesting backstory of what went on with the company.
Icepeak Lodge is. While we honestly never marketed ourselves as such, Icepeak Lodge, in truth, is not a traditional game development company at all. It's much closer, I remember someone calling it a rock band. It's much closer to an association of like-minded individuals who create things that they find meaningful. And while I think that sounds awesome, I've honestly never, ever worked in such a horizontal environment. So this is a studio where a lot of decisions are discussed among all members. And when you try to make meaningful games as a collective, you need to discuss them. And you need everyone to pitch in. And that's a great environment. Honestly, I've never felt so, elated and free as here. But of course, it also has its downsides.
Absolutely, yeah.
The main downside is chaos and bad production management, because when you have a lot of ideas, you genuinely want to try things, you want to experiment, and that leads basically to spending money unwisely, shall I put it this way. So,
Interesting.
yes, the studio had to downsize, and iSpeakLoud went on to make a couple of smaller games, hoping, to sell these products and find ways to create Pathologic 3, to create Bachelor's story, to create Changeling's story, but it took some time. So what I'm saying here is that the studio has not been actively working on Pathologic 3 during all this period since the release of Pathologic 2. I think that the active production, it's 2 years and a half maybe of active production at this point. And we'll need, I won't say numbers, but we'll need some more time, but we can already see the finish line at the point where we are now.
Beautiful. Roughly how many people in-house, not speaking external contractors or something at iSpeakLoud at the moment, are currently working on Pathologic 3? Doesn't have to be exact, but what's the ballpark?
The scope is around 30.
Okay.
One more thing, again, iSpeakLoud has always been this sort of collective with a core team, but also an areola of people around it. So me personally, for example, I haven't been out of touch all this time. I've been doing some part-time work for the studio in these years. We kept in touch. So there are a lot of people, for example, who worked on Pathologic 2, who worked on previous projects, who are now otherwise employed, but they do some part-time work. But since you're probably mostly interested in scope, in terms of scope, it's around 30 people in-house.
Cool. Next question that I have here, you kind of brushed on this already, and I just want to ask, as far as you can quantify that, how complete is the game at the current point in time? And what I was wondering, you said you're seeing the finish line now, and so is it in a state where it's fully playable, feature complete, and there's still a lot of polishing to be done, or is there still major elements that plan to still be developed and implemented?
No, it's definitely closer to the former. So I'd say it's 80% feature complete, maybe at this point, maybe even more. Honestly, it's more about polishing, balancing, and connecting systems in unexpected ways at this point. Honestly, again, it's great to see that game design has some leeway, to try things out, but you can play the game currently.
Cool.
It's not content complete. So currently it's more about producing content. Like I said, we have a bigger narrative team this time around, so we come up with a lot of quests, and we need people to implement those quests, to use mechanics, to use additional visuals and create additional visuals, to just script them, and that's a lot of work as well. So I'd say we're maybe 60% content complete. 60% might sound like a small number at this point in development, but it's very regular content, so it's not creative search. We have the pipeline, we just keep pushing out quests at this point.
The plot points are laid out basically, but the prose has to be written and that kind of stuff.
Yes, exactly, but that's kind of typical work, shall I call it.
Yeah, this actually already also answers one of my next questions, where I was wondering if the voice production has already started, or if there's since there's still a lot of the writing to be done, I assume that this will start at a later point in time?
I keep answering your questions from the future. It's like I'm traveling in time.
Yeah, you seem to have some mind-reading abilities, apparently.
Yeah, so first of all, we actually considered full voice acting at one point, but it doesn't make sense for Pathologic.
Okay.
The prose is just not written that way, and having to listen to voiceovers, it was even financially feasible, but I'm not sure it would make the game better. So what we'll have again is partial voice.
Man, he interviews her through this whole video. This is like an hour and a half interview with this lady. Do I have to have played the previous games? Let's just skip a little bit ahead.
So, when Pathologic 2 came out, especially because the game had the big 2 in its title, many people assumed it to be a sequel to the first game and naturally asked, do I have to have played the first game in order to understand or properly enjoy the second? I've answered that question to people a few times in the past, also in the video on Pathologic 2 I did back in the day, and the short answer to this is no. A slightly more elaborate answer is, I actually envy you if you haven't played the first game and start your journey with 2. See, as I said, Pathologic 2 is a quasi-remake, quasi-sequel to the first game. The game's story is framed within a Brechtian theater stage play. It's insinuated...
So, I had to talk to people about this when I started playing the second one as well, and they also, in real life, friends of mine on the Discord, not even friends, just people I knew on the Discord who have also played it, also said like it's totally fine to start on the second one, and it's almost not even worth going to the first one because of the jankier mechanics and stuff like that. And the second one is like very fulfilling in the same way that the second one is, with the same story, right? So I actually want to skip ahead like another chapter to see this question. Can people start with Pathologic 3?
Pathologic 3. But I'd like to forward that question. Alfina, I'd love to hear how you'd answer someone who asks you, do I have to have played the previous entries before playing Pathologic 3?
Your hunch is correct. Pathologic, generally speaking, is an exercise in subjective storytelling. We have one town, one plague happening there, and 3 characters, and each of those characters is the protagonist of their own story. Like, you know, in life, each of us is the protagonist of our own life story. So you can play Pathologic 3 not having played either the original Pathologic or Pathologic 2. However, playing Pathologic 2, learning the story of her aspects, would probably enhance your experience of Pathologic 3, because some events, of course, either the same or corresponding, some themes connect and clash. You'll see a lot of her aspects in the Bachelor's story. So you can play them in any order. There is no canonical order to play these games.
Perfect. Yeah, and people also really like to ship those two, so maybe that gives more material to ship them.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. I mean, that's just the natural flow of things.
Exactly. Enemies to lovers, that sort of thing. In the original Pathologic, the Bachelor's route was considered and even explicitly recommended to new players as the ideal choice for a first playthrough, since, you know, then Daniel is an out-of-towner and first-time visitor with little to no knowledge to the intricacies of the place, and therefore serves as a perfect vessel for player exposition. And I was wondering, and I'm sure this was answered somewhere, but I was wondering, do you know why back then it was decided to start with and focus on the Haruspex route first when Pathologic 2's development began?
Yeah, I know the actual honest, non-marketing bullshit answer.
Yes, please.
I was kind of the person who pushed for it.
Okay.
Because, let's be honest, we did intend to make 3 stories in one game originally for the reimagining of Pathologic. So my personal reasoning was that the Bachelor's story is already fleshed out.
Right.
It's so the issue with the original Pathologic was that, like, the Bachelor's story took 60% of the content, the Haraspexes took like 30, and the Changelings took like 10.
Yes.
So there was a very clear fall of quality, not with the ideas, with how the stories were implemented.
The execution, yeah, it was...
Yes, with the execution. So my thinking was, let's start with the guy who was underdeveloped and make sure we develop him. Because the decision was made back when we just wanted to kind of keep closer to the original vision of the old Pathologic. And then we'll just repeat the Bachelor story. That was the thinking. And then it all went sideways.
Yeah.
It was not our goal to release the game Haraspexes first, so to speak. That's why we worked on Bachelor even back then. That's why the Marble Nest, which ended up being the DLC, is the Bachelor story. So we kept developing all 3 of them, the Haraspexes, the Bachelor, and the Changeling. But since I personally kept pushing for thinking more about the Haraspexes because he was underdeveloped in the original game, it kind of ended this way.
Cool. Thank you. That's a great answer. That gives me a lot of closure. Now I know. So would you say that Pathologic 3, once it's out with its focus on The Bachelor, will similarly serve as a great entry point to the franchise for players who've never played neither the original nor Pathologic?
I think I'll leave it there. There's the link to that video if you guys want to dive more into this interview, or I would highly recommend going back and watching his Pathologic 2 video, which is like essentially spoiler free. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. If you enjoyed the stream and everything, this is like your last moment to drop some subs and for me to thank you on stream. But you know, regardless, I will be back tomorrow to do more coding and hopefully entertain you guys with some games and stuff like that. If I can get through my coding without melting my brain and having hopefully the weather cools off a bit, I'll be back to like actually playing puzzle games and hanging out and doing those kinds of things. Let's play a song for the outro. My brain is so melted right now. I can't even find my song. This is the Top Bronson song. Good night, chat. Yeah, DMC ad-free songs are definitely the way to go here.
Did I fuck up pushing you away when you tried to give me love?
Bye, chat. Stay for the raid. Gonna raid into Xena.
Everything only when I can have it. There's a war inside me burning through my veins. I'm so fucking lonely, yet I run away. I'm so push and pull until it's done to me. Now I'm here with no one left. It's just me and the voices in my head. Voices in my head. Voices in my head. Did I fuck up being me?
Join the raid.
Freezing
Bye, chat.
up when I could have had